Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
Chapter 19. The precinct's borrowed office felt like a cage. It was a lieutenant's space, loaned out while the man was on vacation, and it still held his ghost. A framed photo of a bass boat on a dusty filing cabinet, a stale smell of old coffee grounds and cherry pipe tobacco lingering in the upholstery of the visitor's chair. The morning light through the slatted blinds cut the room into sharp, hot stripes, illuminating swirling motes of dust that danced every time Katie moved. She could hear the muted chaos of the bullpen outside, phones ringing with tinny insistence, the low murmur of overlapping conversations, the occasional sharp laugh that felt obscene in the context of their work. The floor was worn linoleum, beige and scuffed into a permanent haze around the desk and chair legs. She had been assembling something on the scarred wooden table for over an hour, transforming chaos into a fragile order. First, the grim 8x10 photos, laid out in a grim timeline with careful, almost reverent spacing. Paula Strickland in her car, the red tube a stark collar against her pale skin, her head tilted at an unnatural angle against the window. Dr. Alan Cutler in the dirt, his mouth forced open around the same plastic, grains of sand stuck to his lips. Harrison Wells at the base of his stairs, the tube protruding from the ruin of his abdomen like a grotesque plug, a dark halo of blood on the polished wood floor. She positioned her own handwritten notes beside each one, timelines, witness statements, unanswered questions scrawled in her tight, angular script. In the center, she placed the heavy transcript from the Walsh-Strickland trial, a few pages dog-eared where the victims' testimonies intersected. She'd used empty coffee cups as paperweights for smaller piles, the HR file on Strickland, the inventory list from Cutler's car, the real estate listing for Wells's house. Across from her, Nina Shaw sat perfectly still in the lieutenant's creaky leather chair, nursing 2 paper cups of black coffee. She hadn't spoken since entering 10 minutes ago, her eyes methodically scanning the tableau Katie had built, absorbing it in sections. First the photos, then the notes, then back to the photos, her gaze lingering on the details of the tubes. Her own posture was a study in contained readiness, spine straight but not rigid, one ankle hooked behind the other. The only movement was the slow, steady rise and fall of her shoulders with each breath. Katie paced the worn linoleum floor, her boots making a soft, repetitive scuff against the tile. The circling was a nervous habit, a way to burn off the frantic energy of connections half-formed. Each lap took her past the dusty filing cabinet, the closed door, the edge of the whiteboard, and back to the table. "Double fisting already?" she asked, finally breaking the silence, her voice sounding too loud in the enclosed space. Nina took a slow, deliberate sip from the cup in her left hand, her eyes never leaving the photo of Harrison Wells. She swallowed, then set the cup down with precise alignment next to its twin on the corner of the desk, well away from the evidence. "Strategic caffeine management," she replied, her voice low and focused, a dry rasp. "One for the system, one for the hand. The warmth in the palm stops the jitters. You should try it." She finally lifted her gaze, her eyes cool and assessing, finding Katie mid-pace. "Now stop circling. You're making me dizzy. You've built a shrine. Talk me through it. All of it." Katie forced herself to plant her feet, the sudden stillness making her aware of the tension in her own shoulders, the tight coil in her gut. She took a deep breath, the air tasting of dust and cheap disinfectant from the wipe someone had used on the desk. 3 victims. A care home worker, a hospital doctor, a consulting neurologist. Different employers, different towns, No obvious social overlap. But the jobs are the target. This isn't about surrogates or displacement. He knows them. He's choosing them for what they do. We established that the first day, Nina said, her tone flat, a teacher reminding a student of the basics. She picked up the right-hand coffee cup, took a smaller sip, and placed it back exactly in its ring of condensation. Give me the next page. The page after he's angry at doctors. Everyone is angry at doctors. They're expensive, they're rushed, they deliver bad news. That's not a profile, that's a cultural footnote. Frustration sparked behind Katie's ribs, a hot, quick flare. She let out a sharp breath through her nose, a faint hiss in the quiet, and turned her back on Nina, facing the clean, green expanse of the whiteboard on the wall. She snatched a black dry erase marker from the tray, uncapping it with a definitive click that echoed. She drew 3 vertical lines, the marker squeaking softly against the board. At the top of each column, she wrote a name in clear block letters, pressing hard, Paulstrickland. Dr. Alan Cutler. Harrison WLLS. The tubes, Katie said, tapping the board below the names with the marker's plastic cap. The tab. The tab. The tab. With Strickland, it was a ligature. A tool for killing. With Cutler, it was forced into his mouth, still a tool, but also an insertion. A violation. With Wells, it was stabbed into his abdomen. It's not just a signature, he leaves behind like a calling card. It became part of the method itself. Get evolved. The object's role changed with each kill. Nina was silent for a long moment. Katie could hear the faint, tinny echo of a dispatcher's voice from the bullpen outside, the distant clatter of a keyboard, a chair rolling back. Nina took another sip of coffee, her eyes fixed on the 3 names as if they were equations. The ritual evolved into the method, she said slowly, turning the concept over. She put the cup down and steepled her fingers, resting her chin on them. That's aberrant. I can't recall a single profile where that happened cleanly. Signatures are static. They're compulsive, repetitive, for the killer's psychological needs. Methods can adapt, but they're functional. They're about overcoming the victim. This is a hybrid. The object itself is both signature and tool, and its utility changed. She looked at Katie, a flicker of professional respect in her gaze. That's a solid observation. Neither can I, Katie said, a thread of excitement cutting through her fatigue. She turned to face Nina, leaning a shoulder against the cool surface of the whiteboard, the marker held loosely in her hand. Now the therapist. Nathaniel Shaw. He said both Strickland and Cutler suffered from what he called recurrent anticipatory grief. That's a specific clinical condition. It's not standard burnout. It means they didn't just see death. They watched people die repeatedly, with a sense of impending, unavoidable loss they had to manage and remanage every single shift. It's a chronic state of mourning for losses that haven't happened yet. Nina's chair creaked as she shifted, setting down her coffee cup with more force than necessary. They worked in healthcare, Katie. It's in the job description. You see death. You manage grief. You go home and try to forget. Not like this, Katie insisted, pushing off from the board. She crossed to the table in 2 quick strides, her shadow falling over the photos. Surgeons see death on the table. ER docs see trauma. It's acute, it's a crisis, and then it's over. These 2 were in the long game. Most doctors sign the orders from a distance. They aren't always there at the final breath, holding a hand. Nurses like Strickland are. Cutler was an intensivist, he ran the ICU. He wasn't the admitting doc. He was the one who stewarded patients through days or weeks of critical stability, making minute-by-minute adjustments, knowing the odds. They were deeply, intimately involved in the prolonged dying process. They weren't fighting death, they were managing its timeline. She grabbed the crime scene photos, her fingers leaving faint smudges on the glossy surfaces, and slapped them down in a row in front of Nina. The sound was sharp, a percussive slap that made Nina blink. The photo of Cutler slid an inch, and Katie stopped it with her palm. And now look. Really look. The tube around Strickland's neck. What is that specifically? Nina didn't flinch at the sudden violence of the movement. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, her gaze intensifying, locking onto the image. She studied the stark contrast, the way the red plastic bit into the pale flesh, the medical connector visible at the end. An endotracheal tube, she said after a beat, her voice devoid of inflection. For mechanical ventilation. To breathe for someone when they can't. Exactly. The second down Cutler's throat, Katie's voice was low, pushing. Nina's eyes flicked to the next photo, to the tube protruding from the dead man's mouth like a monstrous tongue. Nasogastric. Or orogastric. A feeding tube. For nutrition when someone can't swallow. And the third, Katie's voice dropped further, almost a whisper. In Wells's gut. That's not a random stab wound. Nina sat back slowly, the old chair groaning in protest. Her expression was no longer flat. It was a mask of dawning, cold comprehension. The professional detachment was still there, but beneath it, Katie could see the minute tightening at the corners of her eyes, the slight press of her lips together, the intellectual horror of the pattern. Her hand rose and rubbed at her sternum, as if physically pushing down a reaction. A percutaneous endoscopic gastrostomy tube. A peg. Or a central line placed for total parenteral nutrition. IV feeding when the gut doesn't work. For long-term sustenance. She looked up at Katie, her eyes dark pools in the striped light. They're all end-of-life care implements. Life support technology. Not just any medical gear. He's not just killing them with medical equipment. He's replicating the specific machinery of artificially prolonged death. He's turning their tools back on them. The air in the room seemed to thin, the dusty light feeling suddenly colder, the motes of dust freezing in their dance. The hum of the fluorescent lights overhead became audible, a faint, persistent buzz. Katie nodded, the pieces locking together in her mind with an almost physical click she felt in her teeth. And he revived the first two. Larkin's report said the ME found petechial patterns and cartilage damage, consistent with repeated strangulation and resuscitation with Strickland. Cutler's lungs showed the same pattern, hyperinflated alveoli, evidence of forced air. He didn't just torture them. He simulated keeping them alive. He played God with their breaths, then let them go. It's a grotesque, literal parody of terminal treatment protocols. Withdrawing support. Then reinstating it. Playing with the threshold. Then withdrawing it for good. She realized she was gripping the edge of the table, her knuckles white. She forced her hands to relax. Nina rubbed a hand over her mouth, her fingers pressing hard against her lips as if to stop herself from saying something. She stood up abruptly, needing to move. She began to pace the short length of the office, 3 steps toward the door, turn, 3 steps back. Her movements were tight and controlled, a panther in a crate. The neurologist, she said, thinking aloud, her voice measured. Wells. He's the one who reads the MRI scans, who interprets the electrical activity in the brain. He's the consultant who makes the call on persistent vegetative states, brain death, locked-in syndrome. He provides the medical rationale, the final diagnosis that tells the family and the ICU team when to withdraw support. The final authority on whether there's any there. He draws the map that the others follow. Bingo, Katie whispered. The word hung in the stuffy air, too small for the enormity of the concept. All three roles, the hands-on carer who administers the care, the life-sustaining intensivist who manages the systems, the diagnostic authority who signs the death warrant. They intersect at the exact point where a decision is made. The point where life is artificially sustained or intentionally ended. He's killing a process. He's executing a protocol. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The grim synergy of the case created a brittle, almost painful clarity in the room. The constant, low-grade hum of fear about Tobias Campbell, his face in the alley, the promise in his eyes, the weight of the pact in Nina's living room, receded, pushed back by the concrete, solvable horror in front of them. This was a monster they could dissect, whose logic they could trace. For these few minutes, they were just two agents on a difficult, ugly track. It was, in its own way, a profound relief. Katie felt her breathing ease, the tightness in her chest loosening a fraction. Nina stopped pacing, turning to face Katie. Her professional mask was fully back in place, but her mind was visibly racing behind her eyes, calculating logistics, assessing hurdles. So we're looking for someone with a pathological, focused rage against end-of-life care protocols. Someone who sees it not as mercy but as torture. Who believes these people are perpetrators, not caregivers. She crossed her arms, tucking her hands tightly under her biceps. The obvious, grinding path is to pull records of every terminal patient who died at Cutler's Hospital or in Strickland's care home over the last, 5 years? 10. To be thorough, we'd need to include Wells's consulting cases at half a dozen facilities. That's a mountain of paperwork and privacy waivers. A team of 20 analysts would need weeks to cross-reference names, dates, family members. And that's before we even look for a common thread. A dissatisfied son, a furious daughter, a grieving spouse who blamed the medical team. It could take weeks we don't have. Her voice didn't change, but the last sentence landed with finality. Weeks we don't have. The unspoken reason hung between them, thick and suffocating. Nina didn't say his name, but he was in the room now, a cold presence in the corner. Tobias Campbell. Every day, every hour spent on this case was time not spent hunting the man who had looked at Katie with chilling recognition in a dark alley, the man who had promised Nina he was coming for her. The man who was free because of their actions, their miscalculation. Katie's shoulders tightened involuntarily, a physical reaction to the thought, her spine drawing up as if against a cold wind. She saw Nina's eyes note the movement, the slight hunch of her frame, and a flash of something, shared dread, impatient urgency, passed between them before Nina looked away. Before Katie could formulate a response, her phone vibrated on the wooden table. It was a harsh, buzzing skitter that made the crime scene photos tremble. It slid a quarter-inch across the grain, coming to rest against the edge of the photo of Harrison Wells's blood-stained staircase. The screen faced up, bright in the dim room, blocked. Katie stared at it. "It's not Mark." He always called from his cell, and his pattern was different. A call, then a single text if she didn't answer, never more. This was the third blocked call in 2 days. A cold trickle, unrelated to the medical case but just as visceral, went down her spine. She flipped the phone over with a quick, irritated motion of her index finger, silencing it against the wood. She didn't cancel the call, she just let it go to voicemail she would never check. She turned her back on it, facing the whiteboard again, trying to recapture the thread of their reasoning, but the interruption had left a jagged tear in her concentration. Nina's eyes had tracked the entire sequence. The aggressive buzz, the physical slide, Katie's tense, dismissive flick. She didn't comment on the call itself. Her voice was low, but it carried a new, sharp edge, like glass under velvet. "Whoever that is," she said, each word deliberate and spaced, "they're not helping your concentration." "This," she gestured with an open palm at the table, "the board, the entire sprawling case, requires 100% of your focus. You can't have a foot in two worlds. You can't be half here and half somewhere else, waiting for the next buzz. It gets people killed. Turn it off. Not silent. Off." The word landed in the quiet room with the weight of a stone dropped into still water. Off. It detonated the memory. Not a slow bloom, but a sudden, violent rupture in her train of thought. The sensory details flooded her, vivid and immediate, overwhelming the dusty office. The smell of wet asphalt and car exhaust, and the faint, sweet decay of forgotten fast food, the feel of cold rain seeping through the shoulders of her jacket to chill her skin, the visual clutter of the hospital parking lot from 5 days ago under a lead gray sky. She wasn't just remembering the scene, she was back in it, her boots on that greasy pavement. She saw the rain-slicked tarmac glowing under the emergency lights around Paula Strickland's Toyota. She saw the scattered debris kicked up by first responders, boots, cigarette butts, a crumpled soda can, shreds of paper. Not just generic litter. A specific piece of it, lodged against the curb near the driver's side tire. A broken placard, its wooden stake snapped at a 45-degree angle, its laminated surface smeared with mud, and a partial tread mark from a heavy boot. The lettering had been bold, black, against a white background. She had noted it, catalogued it as seen detritus, and moved on. Defy nature's law. She had dismissed it as protest detritus, part of the background noise of a hospital that constantly attracted activists. Right to life, right to die, anti-vaccine, you name it. But now, with the words end-of-life care, and artificially prolonged, and playing God echoing in the room, the slogan took on a horrifying, specific, literal meaning. It wasn't a generic pro-life slogan. It was a direct indictment of the very process they had just defined. Defy nature's law. Interfere with the natural course of death. Use tubes and machines to defy the natural endpoint. "Oh my God," Katie breathed. The air left her lungs in a rush, as if she'd been punched. The connection didn't just snap into place. It exploded, sending shockwaves through her understanding of the entire case, rearranging everything. The parking lot wasn't just a crime scene location, it was a message board. The sign wasn't random trash, it was a creed. A manifesto left at the scene, overlooked because it was too obvious, too public, too much like part of the landscape. He'd planted his philosophy in plain sight, confident they'd see only litter. She turned to look at Nina, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. A real, unstoppable smile broke through the layers of her fatigue and fear, a smile of pure, electric certainty that stretched her sore cheek. It felt alien on her face, a crack in the grim facade. "You need to go get more of that coffee. Right now. And bring the pot." Nina froze, one hand still wrapped around her now cold paper cup. She searched Katie's face, her eyes scanning for signs of delirium, panic, or exhaustion-induced hallucination. She saw neither. She saw revelation, a fierce, clear light in Katie's eyes that hadn't been there 30 seconds ago. "What?" Nina asked, her voice cautious, low. "What did you just see?" "I just figured out how we find him," Katie said, her voice steady now, charged with a conviction that vibrated in the air between them. "We don't need 10 years of patient records. We don't need to cross-reference 1,000 grieving families. We need 1 day of local news. Maybe a community bulletin board." "The sign, Nina." "The protest sign in the parking lot where Strickland was killed. It wasn't garbage. It was his. He brought it with him. It's his motto. Defy nature's law. We find who was protesting end-of-life care outside that hospital, or who publishes that phrase, and we find our killer." Chapter 20. The world outside was exactly as he'd left it. Tobias Campbell had all the time he needed. His first night of freedom had been spent in the damp basement of a deconsecrated church, a location provided by an old contact whose loyalty had been purchased with a single favor 15 years prior. The air down there was a physical presence, cool and thick with the smell of wet stone, mildew, and the faint, ghostly scent of old incense trapped in the porous brick. A single high, grime-caked window near the ceiling allowed a pale rectangle of moonlight to cut through the darkness, illuminating motes of dust that moved like underwater plankton. He'd slept on stone, using his rolled-up jacket as a pillow, listening to the skittering in the walls, rats, not mice, by the weight and speed of their movements. No human sounds reached him. Just the distant, rhythmic groan of a water heater, and once, the distinct scrabble of claws on wood directly above his head. He'd lain perfectly still, eyes open, tracking the sound until it faded. He'd spent the hours before dawn not sleeping, but planning. The floor's chill seeped through his clothes, a grounding discomfort. He mapped the city in his mind, overlaying the addresses from his list onto a mental grid of bus routes, traffic patterns, and police precinct boundaries. He considered the girl, Catherine Ford. Her apartment was a fixed point, a beacon. He visualized the building's lobby, the elevator bank, the sight lines from the stairwell. He rehearsed approaches, contingencies. The work was calming. It was solitude, and solitude was a condition he understood intimately. It was a blank page upon which he could write whatever he wished. By mid-morning, he was back outside the high-rise apartment building across from the river. He stood in a small pocket park 50 yards downriver, leaning against a sycamore tree, a man pausing to enjoy the view. The breeze off the water carried the mineral scent of the river and the exhaust from a passing tour boat. The girl's windows on the 11th floor remained dark, the glass reflecting only the flat, gray, overcast sky. She hadn't returned. He'd watched for an hour, noting the comings and goings of other residents. A man with a Labrador, the dog straining at its leash toward a pigeon, an elderly woman with a wheeled cart, moving with painful slowness, a pair of joggers in matching bright shirts, their conversation a breathless pant. None looked up. The building's security was a joke. A buzzer system, a main door that residents held open for delivery drivers with a casual, trusting wave. She wasn't the type for sleepovers or lovers. Her posture when he'd seen her at the hearing was all contained tension, her focus a laser. He remembered the precise angle of her spine in the courtroom chair, straight but not rigid, a readiness that never relaxed. Her hands had been still on the table, fingers laced, but the tendons in her forearms had been taut cables. She was working, he was sure of it, chasing some new monster to quiet the old ones in her head. He could see it in the set of her jaw, the way her eyes cataloged the room without ever truly settling. They descanned the gallery, the judge, the guards, and finally him. Her gaze had lingered on him for a fraction of a second longer than on the others, A professional assessment, cool and dismissive. It had felt like a brand. She'd keep chasing until something stopped her. He intended to be that something, waiting inside her home when she finally dragged herself back, all her professional instincts useless against the violation waiting in her own space. The thought was a warm, patient coal in his gut, a source of heat he could return to whenever the waiting grew tedious. The moldy scent of the church basement clung to his prison-issued clothes, stiff khaki trousers and a coarse, olive drab button-down that smelled of industrial laundry soap and now, underground damp. He needed a change. He needed to shed the uniform of the state entirely. He walked for 20 blocks, letting the rhythm of the city settle into his bones, his eyes scanning storefronts. He noted security cameras, the attentiveness of clerks, the flow of pedestrian traffic. He found what he was looking for on a side street where the buildings leaned together, casting the pavement in deep shadow, a narrow clothing store called Second Chance Fashions. The window display was a jumble of mannequins in dated suits and floral dresses, their postures awkward, one missing a hand. A handwritten sale sign was taped to the glass at a crooked angle. Most importantly, he saw no gleaming domes of security cameras above the door or inside. A single elderly clerk was visible through the glass, sitting on a stool behind a counter, reading a newspaper, her lips moving slightly as she read. A brass bell chimed, a thin, tinny sound as he entered. The air inside was stale and carried a top note of lavender sachet and dust, with an undertone of mothballs. Racks of clothing were packed tightly together, forming narrow canyons of polyester and wool that brushed his arms as he passed. The woman with carefully styled silver hair looked up from her newspaper, her eyes magnified behind thick-lensed glasses. She watched him over the rims, her gaze moving from his face down to his shoes, stay-tissued, rubber-soled, unmistakable to a knowing eye, and back up, a quick, assessing sweep. Her fingers, spotted with age, tightened slightly on the edges of her paper. "Looking for something specific?" she asked, her voice thin and reedy, cutting through the quiet. "A jacket," Tobias said, offering a bland, harmless smile that stretched his lips but left his eyes flat and still. He kept his hands visible at his sides, palms slightly forward. "Something with some weight to it. Wool collar, if you have it. And heavy." In this season, she folded her paper slowly, the crinkle of the pages loud in the small space. Her movements were deliberate, a performance of reluctance. "It's nearly 60 degrees out. I do night work." Loading docks, he took a step further in, letting his shoulders slump a little, the picture of a tired laborer. He gestured vaguely with one hand. "It's always cold in the shadows. The wind comes right off the river." She frowned, the lines around her mouth deepening into crevices. "A good thermal layer would serve you better. More practical. I have some union suits in the back. Heavy cotton." "It's the collar," he insisted, his tone remaining pleasant, conversational. He raised a hand and touched his own neck, his fingers tracing the cheap, rough fabric of his shirt collar. "A personal quirk. Reminds me of a jacket my father had. He wore it for years." "Silly, I know." He let his voice drop, infusing it with a wistful note. Her expression softened a fraction, the universal language of sentimental nonsense bridging the gap of her suspicion. The stern line of her mouth relaxed. "Well," she sighed, the sound conveying she was doing him a great personal favor. She set the paper down on the counter with a soft slap. "I might have one or two in the back from the winter clearance. Don't touch anything while I'm gone." She gave him a firm look, holding his gaze for an extra second to cement the instruction. "Wouldn't dream of it," Tobias said, nodding gratefully, dipping his chin in a show of deference. The moment the curtain of multicolored plastic beads behind the counter swayed shut behind her, the soft rustle fading into the back room, he moved. His bland expression vanished, replaced by a flat, efficient focus. He didn't run, he glided, his steps silent on the thin, worn carpet. He went first to a rack of men's trousers, his fingers brushing fabric, testing weight. He needed durability, dark colors that wouldn't show dirt or blood. He selected 2 pairs of charcoal gray work pants, heavy cotton blend, checking the seams quickly with a thumb. From another rack, he took 3 long-sleeved shirts, one navy, one black, one a muted plaid. He didn't bother with sizes, grabbing what looked close enough, folding them over his arm. His prize was on a circular rack near the front, a bomber-style jacket in a dark brown waxed cotton with a corduroy collar. It was bulky, with multiple pockets. Perfect. He carried the armful to a display case near the door, a locked glass cabinet filled with cheap jewelry glittering under a small halogen light. The lock was a simple hook-and-eye latch, the kind used on garden gates. He set the clothes down silently on top of the case, used 2 fingers to lift the hook, and slid the glass panel open 6 inches. He didn't select, he scooped. A handful of bracelets, chunky rings set with fake turquoise and onyx, a few neck chains. The metal was light, cool, and left a faint gray residue on his palm. He dumped the jewelry into the pocket of his prison trousers, the weight negligible, the faint clinking sound muffled by fabric. He reassembled his bundle of clothes, tucking the jacket under his arm, listening. From the back, he heard the faint scrape of a box being dragged across concrete, the woman muttering to herself, the words indistinct. He was at the door in 3 long, silent strides. The bell chimed its tinny note again as he pushed out into the daylight, turning immediately right and melting into the foot traffic. He was around the corner and 2 blocks away, passing a newsstand and a bus stop, before the sound had fully faded behind him. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. He found a public bathroom in a small, neglected park, dotted with benches occupied by sleeping figures bundled in coats. The brick restroom building was covered in graffiti. The interior was a study in urban grime. Cracked porcelain sinks stained with rust, graffiti etched deep into the metal partitions, the sharp, ammoniac stink of urine undercut by the cloying sweetness of cheap air freshener from a broken dispenser. The floor was sticky underfoot, tugging at his soles. A faucet dripped with a slow, maddening rhythm. He locked himself in the farthest stall, the latch loose but functional. Methodically, he stripped off the stay-tissued clothes. He folded them neatly, a habit ingrained from 16 years of cell inspections, sharp creases, aligned edges. Then he stuffed them deep into the trash bin, burying them under wads of damp paper towels and empty paper towel rolls. The new clothes felt strange against his skin. The shirt was a little tight across the shoulders, the fabric rough, the pants an inch too short, exposing his ankles. The jacket, when he shrugged it on, was heavy and stiff, the waxed cotton creaking softly. He looked at his reflection in the scratched metal of the stall door, a blurry, distorted man in dark, nondescript clothing. Anonymous. Unremarkable. The stolen jewelry felt like a lump of dead weight in his pocket. He needed real currency. He wandered without apparent aim, but his direction was purposeful, moving toward the commercial arteries where cash businesses thrived. He saw a pawn shop, its windows crammed with guitars and power tools, but it had cameras, a small black dome in each corner of the ceiling. A check cashing place, but too much foot traffic, a line of anxious people visible through the glass. He wandered until he found it, his destination seeming to announce itself by the particular quality of the light spilling onto the pavement. A betting parlor tucked between a laundromat and a shuttered storefront, with newspapers plastering its windows. The laundromat's windows were fogged with steam, shapes moving behind them like ghosts. The betting parlors were tinted a deep blue, emitting a cold, electronic glow even in the daytime. A simple sign above the door read "Lucky's" in red neon, the L flickering intermittently. He went inside. The transition was immediate and total. The air was thick, warm, and layered. The acrid bite of cigarette smoke, the sour tang of stale beer soaked into carpet, the electric ozone smell of overheating electronics. The electric hum of a dozen screens filled the space, showing flickering horse races, soccer matches, and endless scrolling odds. A few solitary men sat on stools, staring up at the screens, tickets clutched in their hands like sacred texts. His eyes adjusted to the dimness, finding the card area in the back, a few green felt-topped tables under a pool of brighter, yellowish light from a hanging fixture. Only one table was occupied. Two men in their 60s sat across from each other, a substantial pile of crumpled bills and a few chips between them. Serious players this early. Perfect. Tobias picked up a discarded betting slip and a stub of a pencil from a counter littered with discarded tickets as props. He took a seat at an empty table adjacent to theirs, close enough to hear the slap of cards and the rustle of bills, but not so close as to be intrusive. He pretended to study the slip, scribbling nonsense numbers, his ears tuning into their conversation, parsing tone and content. The man on the left, with a face like a clenched fist and a Navy veteran's cap perched on thinning gray hair, grunted as he dealt the cards with a practiced flick of his wrist. "Your deal." The other, thinner, with shrewd eyes behind wire-framed glasses, tossed a $5 chip into the center. It landed with a soft clink. "Double the blind." "You're bluffing." "I can smell it." The veteran's voice was a gravelly rumble. "Call and see." The thinner man's lips twitched in a faint smile. Cards were flipped. A low chuckle from the thinner man as he raked in the pot, his fingers deftly gathering the chips and cash. "I told you." "You've got to tell, Mike. You scratch your nose when you're sitting on nothing." "Bull," Mike muttered, but he looked annoyed, his hand self-consciously moving away from his face. He took a long drag from a cigarette smoldering in an ashtray. Tobias waited for the next hand to end, a simple fold after a round of betting. He turned in his chair, the metal legs scraping softly on the linoleum tile. "A gentleman." They looked at him in unison, their expressions identical mixtures of irritation and dismissal. He was an interruption, a stray dog wandering into their territory. Mike's eyes narrowed. The thinner man's gaze was cooler, more analytical, moving from Tobias's face to his new, ill-fitting clothes. "What?" Mike the veteran barked, the word a puff of smoke. "Watching you trade the same money back and forth is a dull way to spend a morning," Tobias said, his voice calm, conversational. He reached into his pocket and spilled the stolen jewelry onto the edge of their felt table. The gold-colored trinkets clattered and spun, a few bracelets rolling toward the pot. The fake gems caught the overhead light, throwing cheap sparkles. "I'm in a bind. One quick game of chance. Find the queen, simple. You win, you get all this. I win, I get a little of your cash to get me on my way. No hard feelings either way." The men exchanged a glance, a silent communication born of long acquaintance. The thinner one, the shrewd one, picked up a bracelet, rubbing the metal between his thumb and forefinger before holding it up to the light. He squinted. This real. Gold." "Where'd you get it?" Mike asked, his suspicion narrowing his eyes into slits. His posture shifted, shoulders squaring toward Tobias, his bulk becoming more imposing. Tobias let a layer of weary shame seep into his voice. He looked down at the table, then back up, meeting their gazes with a practiced expression of defeated honesty. My ex. She cleaned out our accounts, left me with the lease and a maxed-out credit card. He gestured at the jewelry with a limp hand. This is all I managed to grab from her dresser on the way out. Sentimental value, mostly. I just need a bus ticket to my sister's place up in Buffalo. One fair game. That's all I'm asking. He let his shoulders slump further, the picture of a broken man. The story was bland, plausible, and designed to lower their guard from suspicion to contempt. A sad sack being taken by his woman. Mike shrugged, the tension leaving his shoulders. He took another drag, exhaling a cloud toward the ceiling. Your loss. $50 says I find your queen. He peeled a 50 from a roll secured with a thick rubber band, slapping it onto the felt. The shrewd man hesitated a second longer, his eyes on Tobias's face, searching for a crack in the performance. Then he gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod. A 50 from me too. Make it interesting. He produced his own bill, laying it neatly beside Mike's. Tobias's fingers remembered. The feel of a deck of cards was a specific muscle memory, the slight give of the laminated stock, the whisper of one card sliding over another. He picked up the deck they'd been using, giving it a casual shuffle. The cards felt like an extension of his hands. He'd practiced for years in his cell with homemade cards, carefully trimmed and drawn pieces of commissary notepaper. He'd practiced until the moves were autonomic, until he could execute a bottom deal or a false shuffle while carrying on a conversation, while half asleep, while staring at the ceiling and thinking of other things. He fanned the deck with a soft riffle, pulled out the Queen of Hearts and showed it to them, holding it between his first two fingers. The lady in red. He placed her face down on the table with a deliberate tap, positioning her at the bottom of a row of 3 cards he dealt out next to her, a deuce, a 7, the queen. He made a show of gathering them up, his hands moving with a slow, almost clumsy deliberation, his fingers fumbling slightly. Then he began his shuffle on the tabletop, a simple 3-card Monty move that relied entirely on misdirection and a controlled, deceptive speed. His hands moved in a fluid, circular pattern, the cards seeming to blur. His eyes stayed on theirs, not on his hands, a faint, apologetic smile on his lips. Find her, he said, laying the 3 cards out in a row again with a soft snap. Mike pointed immediately to the center card, jabbing it with a thick, calloused finger. There. Oh, be easy. The shrewd man leaned closer, his glasses glinting. His eyes darted between the cards, then up to Tobias's face, then back. He tapped the one on the right. No. He's trying to make it obvious. It's this one. The center is a decoy. You did a bottom deal, Mike accused, though his tone was more curious than angry, a gambler appreciating a possible technique. No, he didn't, argued the other. Watch his thumbs. He never lost sight of it. The queen never left the top. It's the right. Tobias said nothing. He reached over, his movements slow and deliberate, and flipped the untouched left card. The Queen of Hearts stared up at them, her painted face serene, her eyes seeming to look directly at the 2 men. He reached for the $100. A hand, large and calloused, clamped over his wrist before he could touch the money. Mike's grip was strong, the pressure firm. His eyes were hard, but there was a spark in them now, the gambler's fever, the itch to beat the system. Again, the word was flat. 500 this time. He peeled 5 $100 bills from his roll, laying them on the table like a challenge, fanning them out. The shrewd man looked uneasy, his mouth a tight line, but he didn't object. He was hooked, too, his analytical mind already trying to solve the puzzle. Tobias looked at the money. It was useful. More than useful, it was freedom in tangible form: food, a room, transportation. He also took in the rest of the parlor with a quick, peripheral glance. One of the solitary bettors had turned on his stool and was watching, his face blank. The clerk behind the main counter, a bored-looking man with a goatee, was looking their way, one hand resting near a phone. A risk, but a manageable one. These men were proud. They wouldn't want to cause a scene over being conned. They'd want to win it back, to prove their own skill, to salvage their pride in front of each other. I have nothing left to wager but the clothes I'm wearing, Tobias said, spreading his hands in a gesture of empty pockets. He plucked at the fabric of his new shirt. Then that's the bet, Mike said, a slow, confident smile spreading across his face. It didn't reach his cold eyes. Your jacket and those pants against my 500. You lose, you walk out of here in your skivvies. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Tobias nodded slowly, as if reluctantly accepting a terrible deal. A man backed into a corner. He swallowed visibly. All right, he reassembled the 3 cards. This time, he made an elaborate show. He held the queen aloft between his fingers, turning her so the light caught the red hearts. I see the lady. You see her. Watch her close. He placed her face down on top of the other 2 cards, tapping her 3 times with his index finger. Making it simple for you. Right on top. Remember that. As his hands moved to spread the 3 cards out in a row again, he executed the switch, a fluid, practiced motion called the click move, where the top and middle cards trade places during the natural, arcing sweep of the deal. His fingers provided the faint, inaudible click of friction between the laminated edges. It was over in a blink, invisible to anyone not looking for the specific, tensed curl of his index finger and the slight hesitation in his wrist. The cards lay in a neat row. Mike, who'd put up the 500, stared, his finger hovering. He chewed his lip, his eyes darting. The shrewd man was silent, utterly still, his eyes locked on Tobias's hands, not the cards, trying to replay the move he knew he'd missed. Mike's confidence from the first round was gone, replaced by doubt. He pointed, then pulled back. Finally, he chose the card on the left, the original position of the queen from the first round. That one has to be. Certain? Tobias asked, his voice a low, intimate murmur, almost a whisper. He held Mike's gaze. Just turn the goddamn thing over. Tobias did. He flipped the left card. The Queen of Hearts. He didn't smile. He didn't gloat. He simply collected the money, his movements swift and final, stuffing the bills into his inner jacket pocket. He pushed the pile of jewelry toward them with the back of his hand. Keep the trinkets. They're plated brass. Not worth the bus ticket I thought they were, he made to stand. You cheated. Mike was on his feet so fast his chair screeched backward, teetering on 2 legs before crashing to the floor. The sound echoed in the parlor. All other activity stopped. The better watching swiveled fully around. The clerk stood up straighter, his hand now on the phone. Mike's face was flushed a deep, purplish red, veins standing out on his temples like cords. He got right in Tobias's face, his breath sour with old coffee and tobacco, spittle dotting his lips. You slippery son of a bitch. Give it back. Now. A hot, familiar fury ignited in Tobias's chest. A sudden flare that spread heat up his neck and made his vision sharpen, the edges of the room becoming crystalline, every detail hyperclear. The cigarette burn on the felt, a stray eyelash on the shrewd man's cheek, the flicker in the neon sign. The image was instantaneous and vivid. Grabbing the man's head by the ears, feeling the cartilage give, and slamming his forehead into the sharp, metal edge of the table. He could almost hear the wet, cracking sound of bone, see the body go limp, the blood pooling in the green felt. His right hand twitched at his side, the fingers curling into a hard fist, the nails biting into his palm. He controlled his breathing, drawing air in slowly through his nose, holding it for a count of 4, feeling his diaphragm expand, releasing it through his mouth in a controlled stream. The red haze receded from the periphery of his vision, but the coal of anger remained, banked and hot, a core of readiness. He didn't step back. He leaned in slightly, closing the last inch of space between them, so his whisper wouldn't carry to the clerk. The smell of the man's sweat, cheap aftershave, rage filled his nostrils. Lying and cheating are the tools of my former trade, he said, his voice dropping to a guttural register that carried no trace of the harmless, defeated man from moments before. It was the voice from the prison yard, from the dark corners of his old life, a voice that promised nothing but consequence. Push me, and you'll learn what real pain feels like. The kind that doesn't show up on an X-ray. The kind that keeps you up at night, remembering. Walk away. He held the man's bloodshot gaze for a 3 count, letting the promise hang in the smoky air between them, letting the words sink in. He saw the fury in Mike's eyes war with a dawning, primal caution. Then he shouldered past him, a solid, deliberate bump that made Mike stagger back a step, more from surprise than force. Tobias walked, not too fast, toward the door, his back a wide, unconcerned target. He heard sputtering behind him, a choked, "Hey," but no footsteps followed. The clerk behind the counter was watching, the phone receiver in his hand now, but he didn't lift it to his ear. The risk had been managed. The pride it held. Out on the street, the daylight felt harsh, bleaching the color from everything. The sounds of the city, horns, shouts, the rumble of a bus, seemed suddenly loud and abrasive. He turned into the first alley he saw, a narrow cut-through between 2 brick buildings, cluttered with overflowing dumpsters leaking dark fluid and the skeletons of broken furniture. He leaned against the cool, rough brick, the adrenaline a pleasant, buzzing current in his veins, making his fingertips tingle. The rage still simmered, unsatisfied. The confrontation had been a release valve, but it wasn't the same. It was talk. Threats. It was mental, not physical. He needed action. He needed the clean, simple economy of force, the unambiguous language of a body breaking. He needed to feel the proof of his own capacity, a reminder that the world was soft and he was not. And hey. Tobias looked up slowly, his head tilting as if hearing a distant, interesting bird. A kid, maybe 17, stood at the mouth of the alley, silhouetted against the brighter street. His face was shadowed by a hoodie pulled low, his posture a caricature of threat, shoulders hunched, 1 foot forward, weight on the balls of his feet. He held a switchblade, the 4-inch blade extended and aimed shakily in Tobias's direction. The kid's grip was too tight, his knuckles white, his index finger stretched awkwardly along the side of the handle. The blade wavered in a tiny, trembling arc. A wallet. A phone. Now, the voice tried for menace, for a street-hardened growl, but it cracked on the last word, betraying the youth underneath. Tobias's eyes performed a quick, automatic scan, a predator's assessment. The alley was deserted in both directions, a tunnel of stained brick and garbage. No windows opened onto it at this level. They were all frosted glass or boarded up. No fire escapes low enough for someone to drop from. The only sounds were the distant hum of traffic, the drip of water from a leaking drain pipe onto a discarded plastic lid, and the rapid, shallow breathing of the kid. The dumpsters provided cover. The light was dim, murky. A slow, genuine smile touched his lips, reaching his eyes for the first time that day, crinkling the corners. It was a smile of pure, unadulterated recognition. He'd never been so delighted to see a blade. It was an invitation, an opportunity, a gift wrapped in cheap steel and adolescent bravado. The simmering fury found its focus, flowing into his limbs, making them feel light and strong. This was the correction the universe owed him. This was the moment he stepped back into his skin. He pushed himself off the wall, standing up straight, his hands loose at his sides. "You picked the wrong alley, kid," he said, his voice calm, almost conversational. Chapter 21. "Explain it to me, Ford." "What's the play?" Nina Shaw asked, leaning against the doorframe of the borrowed lieutenant's office. Her arms were crossed, her weight shifted onto one hip, a posture of forced patience. The overhead fluorescents hummed, casting a sickly greenish tint on the scuffed linoleum floor. The room still smelled of old coffee grounds, and the faint, sweet ghost of pipe tobacco from the absent occupant. A forgotten mug, stained with a dark brown ring, sat on the filing cabinet. Katie could hear the distant, tinny echo of a radio from somewhere down the hall, a country song she didn't recognize. Katie's fingers flew across the keyboard, the clatter loud in the quiet room. She didn't look up immediately, finishing a line of search terms, her eyes scanning the screen as the cursor blinked. She finally glanced up, her eyes sharp, catching the light. "That sliver of wood from the parking lot." "We were wrong." She paused, letting the correction hang, watching Nina's face for the flicker of skepticism she knew was coming. "It wasn't a tool or a weapon." She tapped the spacebar with her thumb for emphasis. "It was a handle. From a protest sign." Nina's brow furrowed, a single vertical line appearing between her eyebrows. She uncrossed her arms, letting her hands drop to her sides, her fingers flexing once. "A protest," her tone was flat, deliberately neutral, but the set of her jaw was tight. "You pulled me in here, at this hour, for a piece of a picket sign. That lot's full of litter." "Think about it," Katie said, turning back to her screen, her voice gaining speed as the connection solidified in her mind. She swiveled the monitor slightly so Nina could see the search field. "Our guy has a vendetta against end-of-life care policies." "Who shouts about that stuff the loudest?" It's not a quiet philosophical debate held in a university seminar. It's street theater. It's signs and slogans and public condemnation. She didn't wait for an answer, her fingers already tapping in new search terms. Hospital protest, end of life, New Jersey, right to die, sanctity. The keys made a rapid, percussive rhythm. The results flooded the screen, a chaotic mix of local news articles, op-ed rants, and archived TV segments. Katie scrolled with quick, jerky movements of the mouse, her shoulders tense, leaning into the screen. She filtered by date, her knuckle white on the mouse as she clicked the drop-down menu, refining to the past month. A headline from a New Brunswick online news blog snagged her attention, the bold font standing out against the clutter. Moral Guardians rally at New Brunswick Medical Center, decry culture of death. "Here," Katie said, her voice tightening, the word clipped. She double-clicked the link. The article loaded slowly, showing a stock photo of a generic hospital entrance bathed in bland sunlight. She read aloud, her eyes darting across the text. "The Sanctity Collective, formerly known as the Moral Guardians." They believe playing God by ending suffering is a sin against natural law. She scrolled down, the wheel clicking softly. They held a rally outside the hospital on the day Cutler was killed. The article puts the dispersal at 7 p.m. She looked back at Nina. Cutler's shift ended around midnight. The timing's not a coincidence. The sign handle was fresh. The paint wasn't faded. It was there. Nina moved closer, the scent of her shampoo, something clean and herbal, cutting through the stale office air. She leaned over Katie's shoulder, her shadow falling across the keyboard, blocking the light from the desk lamp. Her eyes scanned the text, her lips moving slightly as she read the key phrases. A bunch of zealots with cardboard signs. Lovely, she straightened slightly but didn't move away. But it's a public rally, Ford. Hundreds of people might have walked past that lot, dropped trash. It's a needle in a haystack made of other, identical needles. You're building a theory on a splinter. Wait, Katie said, a thread of excitement weaving under the fatigue in her voice. She opened another tab, her movements precise, controlled. She searched for the specific legislation referenced in the article's quote from a collective spokesman. A state government Gov page loaded, dry and official, the seal of New Jersey at the top. The Patient Autonomy Act went into effect last year. Look, she pointed at the screen. It streamlines the process, allows for the withdrawal of life support for terminal patients under specific, documented conditions. Removes some of the legal hurdles families used to face. She turned in her chair to look up at Nina. It's the law our killer would see as the ultimate blasphemy. The official stamp on playing God. Nina was silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the dense legal text on the screen. Katie could see the calculations happening behind her eyes, the reluctant fitting together of pieces. Nina's hand came to rest on the back of Katie's chair, her fingers pressing into the cheap vinyl. So our killer might see doctors like Cutler as enforcers of that law, Nina murmured, more to herself than to Katie. He strikes now because the law is active, because the crime is being committed in the open. It's a response to a change. A punishment for compliance. She tapped the chair back twice with her fingertips. It fits the crusade angle. The moral outrage. She finally pulled her hand away and took a step back, crossing her arms again, but this time it looked more like she was holding her thoughts in. Go deeper on that group. Pull every public record, every news clip, every permit they've ever filed for. I want to know who organizes these things, who funds them, who shows up every time. She rubbed at her temple with 2 fingers. I need caffeine. You want anything? And coffee. Black, Katie said, already turning back to the screen. Thanks. Nina gave a short nod and turned, her footsteps a firm, receding tap on the linoleum before they were swallowed by the hallway's silence. Alone, the hum of the computer tower and the fluorescent lights seemed to amplify, pressing in on Katie's ears. She expanded the article, reading the details slowly. The rally had drawn about 30 people. It had been peaceful, if loud, and dispersed before nightfall. The police were noted as having monitored, but not intervened. She searched for the Sanctity Collective's online presence. They had a website, a stark, text-heavy page with biblical quotes and manifestos against the culture of death. The design was at least a decade out of date. And they had a forum. A click on the community link at the bottom brought up a login screen. A banner beneath it declared in severe Gothic font, "Fellowship is sacred." New members require sponsor approval and a statement of faith. Katie's heart sank, a heavy, cold feeling in her gut. She didn't have weeks to craft a persona, build a digital history, and infiltrate. She tried a few basic tricks, viewing the page source, looking for unprotected directories or misconfigured permissions, but it was a wall. A professionally maintained, paranoid wall designed to keep outsiders exactly where she was, on the wrong side, staring at a login prompt. She leaned back, the office chair creaking in protest. The clock on the wall ticked with a loud, mechanical sound. She grabbed her phone from the desk, the plastic case cool and slightly slick against her palm. She scrolled through her contacts, her thumb leaving a faint smudge on the screen, and found Amber Carmichael's number. The forensic tech was a night owl, a creature of the lab's graveyard shift. The line rang once, twice, 3 times, each tone stretching out in the quiet room. On the 4th ring, a voice answered, thick with sleep and gravel. Carmichael, it was less a greeting and more a statement of identity. Amber, it's Katie Ford. I need a backdoor. Now. A rustling sound like sheets being pushed back, then a muffled thump. Ford. Do you know what time it is? And you know the drill. Protocol waiver form, signed by a SAC, submitted to the cyber unit. Then we talk. Maybe. A man is dead, Amber. More will be. The paperwork takes 3 days minimum. I'll file the damn form from the grave if I have to. Please, Katie heard the raw plea in her own voice and didn't try to hide it. She leaned forward, her elbow digging into the hard wood of the desk, her free hand gripping the edge until her knuckles ached. She stared at the login screen on her monitor, the blinking cursor in the password field like a taunt. A long, static-filled sigh crackled through the speaker. Katie could picture Amber in her dark apartment, running a hand through her messy hair, squinting at her own phone screen, weighing the career risk against the personal favor. You're a pain in my ass, Ford. A persistent, principled pain in my ass. Another pause. Send me the URL. Just the forum address. Nothing else. And if this gets traced back to my terminal, I'm telling them you hacked my system while I was in the bathroom. I'll cry convincingly. You're a saint, Katie said, the relief of physical unclenching in her chest, a release of breath she hadn't realized she was holding. I'm an idiot with a mortgage, Amber grumbled, and the line went dead with a soft click. Katie immediately opened her email, her fingers clumsy with haste. She typed the forum's web address, hit send, and then sat staring at the sent message confirmation. The clock on her screen read 2:14 a.m. She watched the digital numbers change, 2:15. The silence of the precinct was absolute now, a heavy, watchful blanket. She could hear the faint, persistent buzz of the exit sign in the hallway, the distant groan of plumbing in the walls. She got up, her joints stiff, and paced the small room, 3 steps to the filing cabinet, turn, 3 steps back to the desk. The linoleum was gritty under her shoes. 90 seconds after she sent it, her inbox chimed, the sound shockingly loud. A new message from Amber, no subject, just a hyperlink pasted into the body. Katie dropped into her chair, the casters rolling back with the force. As she clicked the link, her browser struggled for a moment, the status bar crawling, then rendered a page of raw, ugly text. It was a mirrored shell of the forum, stripped of all styling and graphics, pulled directly from the server's backend. Broken image links showed as red excess in tiny boxes. The text was all there, usernames, post timestamps, message bodies, but navigating it was a chore of guessing which string of numbers and letters corresponded to which thread or subforum. It was functional, but just barely, a ghost of the real site. She started drilling down, following the text-based breadcrumbs, her eyes straining in the poor light, State Chapters New Jersey, Event Logs and Fellowship. A thread titled May 15th, New Brunswick Vigil and Witness, was pinned at the top. Inside, users had posted updates throughout the day. The posts were terse fervent. Brothers and sisters, setting up near the main entrance. Pray for soft hearts, handing out tracts. Many refuse, but the seed is planted. The blind will see. The deaf will hear. His will be done. Katie scrolled, her mouse wheel clicking steadily. Near the end of the thread, photos appeared. Grainy, pixelated cell phone pictures uploaded directly to the forum, their file names strings of numbers. They showed a cluster of maybe 24 people gathered on a sidewalk, holding hand-painted signs with slogans like God's time, not yours, and mercy is God's alone. The images were small, compressed. Katie double-clicked each one, opening them in a new window to see them larger. She studied each face, each posture, the geometry of the crowd. The fervor was there, jabbing fingers, mouths open mid-shout, eyes wide with conviction. Most looked like ordinary people, their faces flushed with the passion of the moment. But in 3 different images, taken from slightly different angles, one man stood out. He wasn't the loudest, not holding the biggest sign. He was positioned slightly apart from the main cluster, near the back, like a fulcrum or an anchor. Wiry, dressed in a faded denim shirt over a gray t-shirt, his hair was short, dark, and receding. His expression, unlike the shouting anger of the man next to him, was set in a mask of grim, focused intensity. It wasn't the hot, performative anger of the protester screaming at the camera. It was a cold, deep-burning conviction that seemed to turn his features to stone. In one photo, he was looking not at the hospital doors or the passing traffic, but at the ground near his feet, as if studying something there. A piece of litter, a crack in the pavement, the base of a bush. Katie's breath caught, a sharp hitch in her throat. She bolted from her chair, the wheels screeching on the linoleum. She crossed the hall in 3 long strides to Chief Larkin's open office door. The light was on, spilling into the dim corridor. He was slumped in his worn leather chair, rubbing his temples with thick, blunt fingers, a half-eaten roast beef sandwich on wax paper forgotten on the desk blotter, a smear of mustard near the corner. A small desk fan whirred on a filing cabinet, pushing around warm, stale air that smelled of old paper and sweat. "And Chief, need your eyes." Larkin started, dropping his hands. His eyes were bloodshot, the skin beneath them pouchy and dark. "Ford. Hell, you move quiet. You find a thread to pull." Maybe. Do you recognize any of these people?" She didn't wait for an answer, just turned and headed back to her screen, knowing he would follow. Larkin heaved himself up with a grunt, his chair groaning in relief, and followed, his heavy boots thudding on the floor with a solid, authoritative sound. He stood behind her, arms crossed over his broad chest, and squinted at the monitor, leaning in so close she could smell the coffee and roast beef on his breath. "Bunch of cranks. We get a call or 2 when they're in town complaining about the noise, but they're usually peaceful. Gone by sundown. Never gave us much real trouble." He scanned the images, his gaze methodical. He leaned in suddenly, his shoulder brushing the doorframe. "Stop. Go back ones." Katie clicked back to a wider shot of the group, taken from across the street, showing the full line of protesters against the backdrop of the hospital's brick facade. Him, Larkin's index finger, blunt and calloused, tapped the glass of the monitor directly on a heavyset man with a wild, unkempt salt and pepper beard and thick, black-rimmed glasses that magnified his eyes. The man was holding a sign that read, "Defy Nature's Law," in sloppy, dripping black block letters. "I know that face. Ugly is memorable, and that beard looks like a rodent died on his chin. He turned and hurried back to his own office, his movements suddenly brisk. Katie heard the clatter of his keyboard, the squeak of his chair. A moment later, he returned with his department tissue laptop tucked under his arm like a football. He set it on the corner of Katie's desk, nudging a stack of files aside, booted it up, and waited, drumming his fingers. The login screen passed, and his typing was slow, deliberate, each key press a distinct clack. He squinted at his screen, scrolling with the pad of his finger on the touchpad. Yeah. Here we go. Local records. Willis Daily. Date of birth, address, he trailed off, scrolling further. Looks like a flop house over on 3rd. We've had him in a few times. Disturbing the peace, trespassing at the women's health clinic, and 1 count of assault. That one stuck. The mugshot that filled his screen was a perfect match. The same wild, thorny beard, the same defiant, glaring eyes behind the thick, distorting lenses. The photo had a yellowish cast, and Daly's shirt was rumpled. Katie got up and stood beside Larkin, reading the details over his shoulder, her arms crossed tightly. Assault on a medical professional at a clinic in Trenton last year, she read aloud. The report says he shoved a nurse and threw a chair during an argument over, quote, death panels, pleaded down, served 60 days in county. She looked at Larkin. Was he violent during booking? Any statements? Larkin scrolled through the narrative report. Said he was carrying out a citizen's arrest on a murderer in a lab coat, ranted about scripture. The judge wasn't impressed. He looked from the mugshot to the forum photo on Katie's screen. The same guy. No doubt. Nina walked back in then, balancing 2 paper cups of steaming coffee in a cardboard carrier. She also acquired a powdered sugar donut on a napkin, which she set down carefully next to Katie's keyboard. A fine cloud of sugar dust puffed into the air. She took in the scene, Larkin at his laptop, Katie leaning over it, the 2 screens glowing in the dark room. Progress, she asked, her voice calm. She set 1 cup down next to Katie, the coffee sloshing dangerously close to the rim, then extracted her own. We have a name, Katie said, straightening up. She picked up the coffee, the heat seeping through the thin paper into her hands. Willis Daly. He was at the hospital protest the day Cutler was killed. He has a history of attacking medical staff. Served time for it. Nina picked up her own coffee and blew across the top, her eyes fixed on Larkin over the rim of the cup. Address, she asked, her tone all business now. Larkin shook his head, a frown deepening the lines on his face as he scrolled further through the database. He's a floater. The address on file is a boarding house. Landlord's a piece of work himself. I called it in while you were gone, a deputy swung by. He's not there now, the landlord said. Daly cleared out a week ago, owed 2 weeks' rent. Left nothing behind but some religious pamphlets and a sour smell. He looked up. But his file lists an affiliation. Might be a better laid. He read from the screen, his voice a low, tired rumble. Runs a charity. Registered nonprofit. Heaven's Handouts. Distributes religious pamphlets and, quote, survival kits for the faithful. Has a tax ID and everything. Filed the paperwork himself. Katie was already back in her chair, her fingers flying, the coffee forgotten. She typed the charity name into a search engine, misspelling it once in her haste before correcting it. A bare-bones, archaic-looking website appeared, its background a stark, blinding white, its text in plain black Times New Roman. It listed a rambling mission statement about preparing the faithful for earthly trials and heavenly rewards, and decrying the material and spiritual poverty of the modern world. There were no pictures, no board members listed, no financial disclosures. At the very bottom, in small faint print as if hoping not to be seen, was a P.O. box for donations and, more importantly, a street address for a donation depot and distribution center. It was in a rundown commercial strip on the outskirts of town, an area of old auto shops, a shuttered diner, and boarded-up storefronts. The address was just a number and a street name. No suite number. Got it, Katie said, the words coming out on a long exhale. She pushed her chair back from the desk, the casters rolling smoothly on the linoleum. A current of clean, sharp adrenaline cut through the thick paste of her fatigue, making her skin feel suddenly tight and sensitive, her vision sharpening. Her heart gave a single, hard thump against her ribs, then settled into a faster, steadier rhythm. A solid lead. A name, a face, a place. It was the fuel she needed, the first real crack in the featureless wall the case had presented. It was something to move on, to push against. The walls, she thought, feeling a grim, determined smile touch her lips, were finally coming down. She looked at Nina, who was already setting her coffee cup down on the desk, her own expression shifting from weary assessment to focused readiness. The night was no longer about waiting. It was about going. Chapter 22. The cemetery air was thick and still, heavy with the scent of damp earth and cut grass that had begun to sour in the humidity. It clung to the back of Katie's throat, a taste of decay. She followed Nina Shaw past rows of weathered headstones, their inscriptions smoothed by decades of rain and neglect, the marble and granite cool and rough under her trailing fingertips. The silence was a physical presence, a dense blanket muffling the world, broken only by the distant, steady hum of traffic beyond the high brick walls, a sound that seemed to come from another planet. Ahead, a church loomed, its Gothic spires clawing at the pale, cloud-streaked sky like stone fingers. In the flat afternoon light, it looked less like a sanctuary and more like a charcoal sketch of one, all sharp angles and deep, impenetrable shadows pooling in its arched doorways and empty window sockets. Nina didn't pause at the entrance. She planted a hand on the heavy, iron-bound oak door and shoved it inward. The groan of the hinges was a low, pained protest that echoed into a vast, hollow space, dying away into whispers. The smell that washed over them was a complex, unpleasant layering, lemon-scented polish, acrid and chemical, overlying a deep, persistent odor of damp stone and mildew, with a faint, sweet hint of old candle wax and dust beneath it all. The interior was a disappointment. The vaulted ceiling promised grandeur, but the walls were a utilitarian beige, the stained glass windows replaced with plain, frosted panes that diffused the weak sunlight into a gray, directionless glow. Fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead with a persistent, insectal whine, casting a sickly pallor over everything. Just inside the entrance, a cheap laminate desk stood with a laminated sign taped to its front. Information. The floor was cold, industrial tile, scuffed black near the doorways. Charming, Nina muttered, her voice a low rasp that carried in the empty nave, bouncing off the barren walls. She didn't approach the desk. She marched to it and slammed a closed fist onto its surface. The crack of impact was startlingly loud, a gunshot in the quiet. The desk shuddered. In service. A side door, nearly hidden in the paneling, creaked open a moment later. A young woman with wire-rimmed glasses and a cardigan, several sizes too large, shuffled out. She blinked owlishly at them, her hands fluttering up to adjust her glasses, then to smooth her hair, a nervous ballet of uncertainty. Can I help you?" Her voice was thin, reedy. "FBI," Katie said, stepping forward and flashing her badge. She held it steady, letting the woman's eyes focus on the seal, giving her a full 3 seconds to process the federal authority now standing in her foyer. "We need to speak with Dylan Porter." "Is he here?" The woman's gaze darted, quick as a bird's, toward the side door she just emerged from. It was a flicker, there and gone, but it told Katie everything. Her throat worked as she swallowed, a visible bob above the too large collar of her sweater. I'd have to look at the schedule. He might be in the office. Or out on the grounds. She clasped her hands in front of her, fingers knotting together. "Look fast," Nina said. She didn't raise her voice, but the tone was a blade, cold and sharp, leaving no room for debate or delay. She took a half-step closer, her posture radiating an impatience that seemed to shrink the space around the desk, her shadow falling across the laminated sign. Her eyes, flat and assessing, didn't leave the woman's face. The woman nodded, a jerky, nervous motion that made her glasses slip. She pushed them back up her nose. "And of course." One moment, she turned and hurried back through the side door, pulling it closed with a soft, deliberate click behind her, a sound that felt like a secret being kept. "She's tipping him off," Katie said, already moving toward the door. The woman's darting eyes, the sudden haste, it wasn't the reaction of someone checking a roster. It was the furtive scramble of someone delivering a warning. No kidding, Nina was right behind her, a shadow at Katie's shoulder, her breathing calm and even. "You take the door. I'll watch the knave." Katie didn't knock. She turned the handle, it was cool, brass, slightly loose, and pushed the door open, stepping into a cramped, windowless office. The air was closer here, warmer smelling of stale coffee grounds, the ozone tang of a photocopier, and the sweet, cloying scent of vanilla air freshener from a plug-in on the wall. The woman was there, leaning over a second, cluttered desk piled with papers and mismatched coffee mugs, whispering frantically to a stocky, bearded man in a faded red and black flannel shirt. He was in his late 30s, with the thick shoulders and corded forearms of someone who did manual labor. At the sight of the agents filling the doorway, his eyes widened, showing a rim of white all around the iris. His mouth, partly open to respond to the woman, snapped shut. "Oh, he didn't speak. He didn't hesitate." With a sudden, explosive movement, he shoved past the stammering woman, sending a stack of bulletins fluttering to the floor. He shouldered between Katie and the doorframe with surprising force, the rough fabric of his shirt scraping against her arm, and bolted out into the nave. "I'll take the perimeter," Nina yelled, already spinning on her heel, her coat flaring out. Her boots slapped a rapid, staccato rhythm against the stone floor as she sprinted back the way they'd come, a blur of motion heading for the main exit to cut him off outside. Katie plunged deeper into the labyrinth of the old building, leaving the startled church assistant gaping in the office. She passed a small kitchenette with a dripping faucet, a storage closet overflowing with folding chairs that smelled of old wood and dust, and found a set of narrow, uncarpeted stairs leading down into darkness. The wooden steps were worn smooth in the centers, grooved by a century of feet. The air grew cooler and damper as she descended, the smell of mildew strengthening, mixed with the dry, papery scent of old books. The basement was a low-ceilinged space, the beams overhead stained dark with moisture. It was cluttered with moldering cardboard boxes, their sides bulging, old hymnals stacked in teetering piles and broken furniture, a chair with a missing leg, a splintered podium, draped in dusty white sheets that looked like ghosts in the gloom. A single bare bulb hung from a frayed cloth cord, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to move independently. Her breath plumed faintly in the chill. She moved methodically, her footsteps quiet on the concrete floor, scanning for anything that shouldn't be there, for a hiding place, for a sign. Her eyes, adjusted to the dimness, caught on a stack of boxes near a damp-stained wall where the mortar was crumbling. One was newer, its cardboard still stiff, a stark brown against the faded, water-spotted others. She lifted the flap. Inside, amidst a jumble of pamphlets titled Finding Grace and old church bulletins, were pieces of broken wood. She rummaged, her fingers closing around a splintered length that felt different, denser. She pulled it out into the weak, yellow light. It was a broken cross, the horizontal beam snapped off about 6 inches from the center. The wood was pine, the grain rough and unfinished. And there, along one edge, was a streak of sky blue paint, chipped in places but unmistakable in its hue. She turned it in her hands, her pulse kicking into a quicker, harder rhythm against her ribs. The grain, the paint color, the thickness, it was a perfect match for the sliver forensics had lifted from the dirt under Dr. Alan Cutler's car. This wasn't just trash, it was a piece of a protest placard, likely broken in a scuffle or thrown aside in anger. And it was here, hidden in Dylan Porter's church basement. The connection was a live wire in her hands. Abandoning the basement, she took the stairs 2 at a time, the splintered cross clutched in her left hand. At the top, the corridor was silent. A narrow hallway, painted a dismal olive green, branched away from the office area, leading toward the back of the church. She followed it, the hallway darkening as it moved away from the main space, the only light coming from a grimy transom window high up. It ended at a heavy, unmarked door of solid oak, secured by a simple slide bolt, old and pitted with rust. She threw the bolt, it screeched in protest, and pushed. Bright afternoon light assaulted her eyes, making her squint. She emerged into the tangled, overgrown back section of the cemetery, a place where older, forgotten headstones leaned at crazy angles amidst knee-high grass and thorny brambles that tugged at her pants. The air here smelled wilder, richer of decaying leaves, damp soil, and the faint, peppery scent of wild onion. The hum of traffic was fainter, replaced by the whisper of a breeze through the tall grass. 30 yards away, Nina was circling a rusted, primer-spotted sedan parked on a weedy patch of gravel, her head on a swivel, her right hand resting on the butt of her holstered weapon. Katie's gaze swept the area, parsing shadows and shapes. Movement, a shift of shadow behind the car's trunk, the slight rustle of grass. The bearded man, Dylan Porter, was crouched there, trying to use the vehicle as a blind, his head ducked low. Nina. He's behind the car, Katie's shout ripped through the quiet, sharp and clear. Nina whirled, her hand going to her hip holster in one fluid motion, but Porter was already charging. He came out low, like a football player making a tackle, and slammed his shoulder into Nina's midsection before she could fully brace or sidestep. The air left her lungs in a sharp, pained whoosh. He drove her backward, his momentum unchecked, and they both went down in a crush of tall grass and dry weeds, Nina taking the brunt of the impact with a heavy thud. Porter scrambled to his feet instantly, kicking loose dirt behind him, and took off, sprinting in a low, panicked crouch between the tombstones toward the far brick wall. Katie gave chase, her boots crushing through the neglected grass, snapping dry stalks, her focus narrowing to the fleeing man's broad back, the flapping tails of his red and black shirt. The cemetery was large, but enclosed by a high brick wall topped with loops of rusted barbed wire that glittered in the sun. He wasn't getting over it. He was looking for a gate, a break, somewhere to hide among the monuments. Then she saw it ahead, a little to the right of his path. A rectangular pit, a raw, dark wound in the green earth. A freshly dug, empty grave, waiting for its occupant. The piled dirt beside it was a rich, chocolate brown, mounded and uneven, smelling powerfully of wet clay and turned earth. Movement to her left. Porter had ducked behind a large, ornate monument topped with a weeping angel, its stone face streaked with green grime and bird droppings. He was pressed against the cold marble, trying to catch his breath, his chest heaving. He peered around the monument's base, his eyes wild, scanning for her. Katie changed her angle, cutting diagonally across a row of small, flat markers to intercept him, to cut him off from a sprint toward the far corner of the property where a tool shed stood. He saw her change direction and bolted again, his breath now coming in ragged, audible gasps. This time he tried to circle wide around the open grave, putting its yawning, 6-foot-deep space between them like a moat. He wasn't fast enough. Katie didn't break stride. As he skirted the far edge of the pit, kicking up clods of dirt, she planted her left foot on the very lip of the grave, pushed off hard, and vaulted over the open hole. For a suspended second, she was airborne over 6 feet of nothing, the dark soil a blur beneath her, the cool grave air rushing past her face. She landed hard on the other side, her ankles jarring as they absorbed the impact on the uneven ground, but her momentum carried her forward, stumbling for one step, two, before she regained full control. She collided with him just as he turned his head to see where she'd gone, his expression one of pure, stunned disbelief. They hit the ground in a tangle of limbs, rolling through the grass and dirt at the grave's edge in a cloud of dust and torn vegetation. He was strong, thick with a laborer's muscle, and he thrashed wildly, all panic and no technique, trying to buck her off. His elbow caught her in the ribs, a bright spark of pain. She locked an arm around his neck from behind, but he managed to get a hand against her chest and shoved, hard, using his greater mass. The force broke her grip and sent her skidding back on her elbows, her jacket scraping across the rough grass, gravel biting into her skin through the fabric. He pushed himself to his knees, spitting out a mouthful of dirt and blood from a split lip. A thin trickle of red ran into his beard. "Get away from me," he roared, his voice ragged and raw with fear and anger. Katie scrambled up, her own breath coming in sharp, controlled pulls. A hot ache was spreading across her ribs where he'd elbowed her. "FBI, Porter. Stop resisting." She kept her voice level, a command, but her blood was up, singing with adrenaline, her senses hyperalert to the smell of his sweat, the sound of his panting, the open pit just 3 feet to her left. His response was a wordless, guttural snarl. He hawked and spat, a glob of bloody phlegm that arced through the air and landed with a wet, warm smack on her cheekbone, just below her left eye. It was warm. It slid down her skin. The rage that flooded her then was hot and immediate, a white-hot wire threading through her veins, tightening her scalp. It was mingled with the sour, metallic stench of his breath and sweat, a primal insult that bypassed thought and went straight to the animal part of her brain. Her jaw clenched so tight her teeth ached. She wiped her cheek with the back of her sleeve, a slow, deliberate drag of fabric across her skin, her eyes never leaving his, her gaze now cold and fixed. "Last chance," she growled. The words felt alien in her mouth, gritty and low, born from the heat in her blood. "Go to hell," he snarled, flecks of spit flying from his lips. He lunged, not to run but to attack, trying to close the distance and drive his forehead into her face. The pit yawned beside them, a dark, simple invitation. The temptation was a physical pull in her gut, a simple, brutal solution to the struggle, to put him in the hole, to let the earth hold him. As he came in, head down, she shifted her weight, sidestepping his clumsy charge. Her left hand shot out, grabbing a fistful of his flannel shirt at the shoulder, the fabric coarse and damp. Her right clamped onto his leather belt at the small of his back. Using his own momentum, she pivoted on her back foot, her back and leg muscles coiling, and then releasing in one fluid, powerful heave, her whole body becoming a lever. He made a sound, a startled, choked cry that was cut short, as his feet left the ground. He pinwheeled for an instant, arms flailing, and then vanished over the edge, There was a heavy, damp thud, the sound of a sack of grain hitting dirt, followed by a long, low groan of pain and shock that echoed up from the darkness. Katie stood at the rim, breathing hard, her hands on her knees. She looked down, her shadow falling across him. Dylan Porter was curled on his side in the dirt 6 feet below, clutching his ribs, his face contorted. He blinked up at the rectangle of sky, dazed, his mouth working silently. She felt a cold, detached satisfaction settle over her, cooling the earlier white-hot heat of her anger. It was a clinical feeling, observing a problem that had been neutralized. It was done. He was contained. Ford. What's the sitrep? Nina's voice came from behind her, slightly breathless. She appeared at Katie's side a moment later, rubbing her left elbow where she'd taken the impact, her face a mask of focused calm. A smear of grass stain and dirt marred the shoulder of her jacket. She peered into the hole, her expression unreadable, her eyes taking in the scene below. Well, that's one way to secure a suspect. He wasn't being cooperative, Katie said, her voice returning to something like normal, though her heart was still hammering against her sternum. I can see that. Nina leaned over the grave, placing her hands on her knees, her voice dropping into a conversational tone that was somehow more threatening than a shout. Hey, down there. You want to talk up here where it's civilized, or should we just start filling it in? This looks like a nice, deep one. Save the groundskeeper some work. A low moan echoed from the depths, followed by a cough. Get me out. My ankle, I think it's busted. It's killing me. Talk first, Katie called down. She kept her tone flat, administrative, the voice of bureaucracy from on high. Why did you run? I was scared. Porter's voice was magnified by the earthen walls, tinny and desperate, bouncing around the confined space. Of what? A little fight with a doctor? Nina yelled back, her skepticism plain, her head cocked. You seem like a big guy who likes a good confrontation. Your protest signs suggest you're not shy. There was a long pause. They could hear him shifting below, dirt trickling down the walls with a soft hiss. Then a defeated sigh floated up, carrying the weight of a secret finally released. All right. All right, damn it. I was at the hospital that night. The night that doctor was killed. Katie locked eyes with Nina. A witness. Not a suspect, but a witness. The broken cross wasn't a murder weapon. It was a piece of a coward's flight. Nina's lips pressed into a thin line, and she gave a barely perceptible nod, her eyes saying, "Keep him talking." Go on, Katie said, her voice echoing slightly into the pit. Start from the beginning. And don't leave anything out. I was in the staff lot. Late. Past midnight. I'd had a few drinks, okay? At a bar a few blocks over. I was worked up. From the rally earlier. We'd been out there all afternoon, holding the line, and those doctors, they just walked right through us like we were ghosts. His voice gained a petulant, self-justifying edge. I saw a guy coming out of the hospital alone. He had that tired look, the white coat over his arm. I confronted him. Got in his path. Yelled at him about God's plan, about doctors playing God, ending lives they had no right to end. He blew me off. Didn't even look me in the eye. Just walked right past me like I was nothing, like I was dirt on his shoe. The memory clearly still rankled. What did you do then? Nina asked, her voice cutting through his self-pity. I started to leave. I was heading back to my car, which was parked on the street. I was muttering to myself, pissed off. Then I heard it. From over near the bushes at the edge of the lot. A scuffle. Shoes scraping on asphalt. A grunt like someone had the wind knocked out of them. Porter's voice dropped, becoming more narrative, as if he was seeing it again. I hid behind a car. An old sedan. I peeked over the hood. I saw two men. One had the other from behind, an arm locked around his neck. The one in front, he was the doctor. The one I'd just yelled at. He was struggling, but the other guy, he was strong. Really strong. He just held on. There was a flash of something. Metal, maybe. In the guy's hand. I couldn't see what. Then the doctor just folded. Went limp. The other one let him drop, just lowered him down into the bushes. Stood over him for a second. Then he turned and walked away, calm as you please, right past my car. I ducked down. I saw him. I saw the murder. You witnessed a homicide and just left? Katie's disgust was a cold stone in her chest, leaching into her voice, making it hard. You didn't call anyone. You didn't try to help. You just hid and then ran. I panicked, he cried, the sound bouncing around the grave, shrill with a defensiveness that had no bottom. What was I supposed to do? He'd just killed a man. He was walking right toward me. I knew how it looked. I'd just been screaming at the victim. I knew with my record, with the protest, you'd come for me. I'd be the first person you looked at. So I ran. I tripped over something, a broken sign, I guess, and I kept running. I broke the cross running away. I must have dropped the piece. I ran all the way back to my car and drove. And I didn't look back. Describe him, Nina demanded, her voice sharp. The man who killed the doctor. What did he look like? Porter was silent for a long moment. It was dark, he said, his voice losing its certainty. The lights in that lot are crap. He was average height. Maybe a little taller than me. He was wearing dark clothes. A jacket, maybe. His face, I didn't get a good look. He had his hat on, I think. A baseball cap. It was all shadows. Hair color. Build. Anything distinctive? Katie pressed, leaning further over the edge, her shadow falling across his face. I don't know. It happened fast. He was just a shape. A strong shape. He moved clean. Not like me running. Like he knew what he was doing. Porter's voice was fading into frustration. I told you I was scared. I wasn't taking notes. Pull him up, Nina said to Katie, her voice flat, all business. She straightened, brushing dirt from her palms with sharp, efficient strokes. We need to verify every word of that story and check his whereabouts for the other murders. He gets one chance with a sketch artist, but I'm not holding my breath. She turned her head, her gaze meeting Katie's, her expression grim, the lines around her mouth deeply etched. A witness who ran. Who can't give us a description. Perfect. They lay on their stomachs at the grave's edge, the damp soil soaking cold moisture into their jackets and shirts. The grass beneath them was crushed and wet. Katie reached down first, grabbing Porter's outstretched wrist. His grip was clammy and strong, his fingers digging into her forearm. Nina seized his other arm, her own grip like iron. On 3, Nina grunted. 1, 2, 3. Together, they hauled, muscles in their backs and shoulders straining against his dead weight, and the loose dirt of the grave wall that tried to claim him, crumbling under his kicking feet. He scrabbled, his boots finding purchase, and with a final, coordinated heave, they dragged a muddy, shaken Dylan Porter out of the grave. He collapsed on the grass, immediately crab-walking backward, his movements jerky, to put several feet of solid ground between himself and the hole, his chest heaving as he stared at it with wide, traumatized eyes. "Alibis," Nina demanded, not giving him a moment to recover. She remained standing, an imposing figure against the gray sky, her arms crossed. "Where were you last night?" "And the night of April 30th. Think very carefully." Porter wiped a muddy hand across his face, smearing grime and blood into a grotesque mask. He was defeated, all the fight and self-righteousness leached out of him, replaced by the sullen exhaustion of a cornered animal. "Last night I was here at the church. From 6 until after midnight. We had a planning meeting for the Saturday food bank, that's 7 to 8:30. Then a Bible study group, the Seekers, from 9 until 11. Half the group saw me. Mrs. Edgerton, she runs it, she'll remember. I helped her put the chairs away. You can ask any of them." He recited it like a lesson, his eyes on the ground. "April 30th, he shook his head, a bitter, humorless laugh escaping him. "I was at a Sanctity Collective rally in Philadelphia. A big one at the Civic Center. There are photos online, I'm in the background of a few. I've got receipts for the bus ticket, a time-stamped selfie with some guys from the Pittsburgh chapter. There were 150 people there who saw me. I gave a short testimony. I wasn't anywhere near New Jersey. Couldn't have been." Katie listened, the hope that had felt so solid and promising just minutes ago. The broken cross, the chase, the physical triumph of the capture, now dissolving like sugar in rain, leaving a bitter residue. The alibis were too specific, too easily verified, devoid of the vagueness of a liar. He wasn't lying about this. He was a witness, a coward and a bigot, but not their killer. The cross was just litter. Another door slammed shut, the lock clicking with finality. "Local PD is on the way," Nina said to Porter, her tone leaving no room for argument. She had her phone in her hand, having sent a text while he talked. "You're still coming in. You're going to sit in an interview room, and you're going to give us names, contact info for every one of your protester friends, everyone you remember from that rally in Philly, everyone in your Bible study. And you're going to sit with a sketch artist until your brain hurts, and you'd better hope something shakes loose." She turned to Katie, her expression grim. "A witness who ran. Who can't give us a face. Who gives us nothing but his own pathetic biography." Porter, emboldened by their clear frustration, by the fact that he was now out of the hole and they weren't immediately cuffing him, found a shredded remnant of his earlier defiance. He pushed himself to sit fully upright, wincing as he put weight on his injured ankle. He pointed a dirty, accusatory finger at them from his spot on the ground. "You want a murderer. You're looking in the wrong place. Look at the doctors. The nurses. They're the ones with the power. They decide who suffers and who doesn't. They play God in those white coats every single day, making choices no human should make. They're the ones with blood on their hands, not people like me. I was trying to save souls. I was trying to make them see the light." Katie turned her back on him. She couldn't listen to another word. The righteous venom in his voice, the utter, staggering lack of remorse for his inaction, it was a different kind of violence, a poison that seeped into the air. She just walked away, the weight of another dead end settling on her shoulders like a leaden coat, making each step feel heavier. The broken cross was a clue, but it led to a man who saw evil and chose to run, who now preached from the safety of his own cowardice. The case, the pattern, the killer, it was all slipping through their fingers, replaced by the hollow, useless testimony of a frightened hypocrite who had watched a man die and thought only of himself. "Ford," Nina called after her, her voice cutting through the still, heavy air. Katie didn't stop. She didn't turn. She just kept walking, her boots leaving deep, deliberate impressions in the soft earth. The manicured grass of the older cemetery section gave way to the cracked, weedy asphalt of a maintenance path littered with dried leaves. She put one foot in front of the other, a mechanical action, putting physical distance between herself and the echoing, empty grave, and the man whose inaction had perhaps cost them their only eyewitness lead to a killer's face. The traffic hum grew louder, a rising drone, the world outside the walls waiting, indifferent, moving on while they stood in a field of the dead, grasping at shadows. Chapter 23. The new door was a definite upgrade. Nathaniel Shaw watched the two installers pack their tools into heavy canvas bags, the metallic clatter of wrenches and screwdrivers echoing in the high-ceilinged foyer. His initial hot irritation at the FBI's forceful entry yesterday, the splintered jamb, the gouged lock plate where the steel had bitten deep, was now tempered by the solid, six-panel oak now fitted in his frame. It was heavier than the old one. He heard the difference in the deep, final thud as one of the men, a burly guy with a tattooed forearm, leaned his shoulder into it to test the seal. They'd even left two shiny sets of keys on the hall table, next to a small porcelain dish that usually held loose change. A small compensation for having his home treated like a crime scene. He signed the work order on a clipboard, the pen scratching loudly in the quiet house, the smell of sawdust and fresh polyurethane sharp in his nostrils. As the white work van pulled away, crunching gravel on the long driveway, a figure turned onto it from the street. Shaw, holding the door open a few inches to let the chemical smell clear, paused, his hand on the cool oak. The new client. Right on time. He held the door, not as a welcome but as a vantage point, assessing the man approaching. Mid-20s, clean-cut, wearing a pressed light blue shirt and charcoal slacks that were neither cheap nor expensive. He walked with a purposeful, even stride, but carried the weight of deep thought in the set of his shoulders, a slight inward curve, as if bearing an invisible burden. His hair was neatly trimmed, his face clean-shaven. Intriguing. Shaw had a full roster, but the man's email, vague, urgent, offering triple the standard fee for a single consultation, had piqued his professional curiosity. The most complicated cases often arrived in plain wrappers. This one looked like a young executive with an anxiety disorder, maybe OCD. But the eyes, as the man drew closer, were what held Shaw's attention. They scanned the front of the house, the landscaped beds, the windows, with a calm, analytical thoroughness that felt more like assessment than appreciation. There was no nervous glance at a watch, no fidgeting with a phone. His gaze was a tool measuring. Mr. Clark, I presume, Shaw said, his therapist's voice, calm, welcoming, neutral, switching on effortlessly. He made sure his own posture was open, one hand still on the door, the other relaxed at his side. That's right, the man stopped a few feet from the threshold, just outside the pool of shadow cast by the portico. He didn't smile. His handshake was firm, dry, and brief, the grip exerting precise, equal pressure. The eye contact was steady, unblinking, but it didn't feel challenging. It felt observational, like he was noting the color of Shaw's irises, the lines around his eyes, the set of his mouth. Thank you for seeing me on short notice. Nathaniel. Come in, Shaw stepped back, allowing him entry, his own eyes tracking the man's movement from the sunlit drive into the cooler dimness of the foyer. The man, Clark, crossed the threshold and paused just inside, his gaze sweeping over the entryway. The polished hardwood floors that gleamed in the light from the chandelier, the antique mirror in its gilded frame where he might have checked his own reflection but didn't, the bookshelves visible through the arched doorway to the living room, the framed degrees and certificates lining the short hall to the study. His head tilted a fraction as he read one, his lips moving silently over the words, Johns Hopkins. "Comfortable space," he said. His voice was flat, giving the observation no emotional weight. It was a statement of fact, not a compliment. "It serves its purpose," Shaw replied, gesturing for him to follow. The house felt different with a stranger in it, the familiar silence now charged with an unreadable presence. "Can I get you anything?" "Water, coffee." "The coffee's fresh." He led the way toward his office, listening for the footfalls behind him. They were even, quiet, unhurried. "I'm fine, thank you," Clark's voice came from close behind. Shaw felt a faint prickle at the nape of his neck, the instinctive awareness of someone in his blind spot. He suppressed it. This was his domain. The room was Shaw's sanctuary, lined with bookshelves that reached the ceiling, filled with a mix of clinical textbooks, philosophy, and well-worn fiction. The air carried the faint, pleasant scent of old paper, leather bindings, and the lemon oil he used on the wide oak desk every Sunday. Late afternoon light slanted through the bay window, catching motes of dust in the air and warming the intricate patterns of the Persian rug. The room was a portrait of considered intellect, a stage set for introspection. Clark hesitated by the couch, a deep burgundy Chesterfield. He ran a hand over the back of it, his fingers tracing the tufted buttons, feeling the texture of the aged leather. Then he settled onto it, sinking into the cushions with a slight, audible sigh. Most clients did that. It was a subconscious claim to territory, a small act of control in a dynamic designed to dismantle it. Shaw noted the sigh. Was it relief? The release of tension? Or was it a performance, a signal of a vulnerability he didn't actually feel? Shaw took his armchair, a high-backed wing chair positioned at a slight angle to the couch, not directly opposite. He set his notebook and a black fountain pen on the small table beside him, but didn't pick them up yet. Rushing was for amateurs. He let a moment of quiet settle, broken only by the distant hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the faint, rhythmic tick of the grandmother clock from the hall. He watched Clark. The man's breathing was slow, controlled, his chest rising and falling with a metronome's regularity. His hands rested on his thighs, palms down, fingers slightly curled. He was looking at the bookshelf behind Shaw's head, his expression unreadable, not blank but carefully, deliberately neutral. "Why don't you start by telling me what brought you here today?" Shaw asked, his tone open, inviting, pitched to convey safety. Clark surprised him. Instead of leaning forward, or wringing his hands, or launching into a rehearsed speech, he stretched out on the couch. He lay flat on his back, hands folded on his stomach, staring at the ceiling, a theatrical pose more common in film than in actual practice. It was a statement. I am in charge of this space. I define the rules. Shaw felt a flicker of professional annoyance, quickly banked. Grandstanding. It was a power play, often from clients who felt powerless elsewhere. My name is Gareth Davies, Clark said to the sailing, his voice clear and measured, as if reading from an internal script. I'm 35. I work at a metal plating plant. No family. No partner. Never have. Shaw kept his face impassive, though the discrepancy in stated age from the young man's appearance registered instantly. The man on his couch looked no older than 28. The lie, then, wore a dissociation from self. The job detail was specific, oddly mundane. A metal plating plant, Shaw echoed, his voice neutral. That's precise work. What do you do there? Quality control, the answer came without hesitation. I check the thickness of the coatings. Microns. It has to be exact. I see, Shaw let the silence stretch for a beat. The detail felt offered as a distraction, a piece of verisimilitude. And what are you struggling with, Gareth? What made you seek out a consultation? A long, controlled exhale. The man's chest rose and fell evenly. Isolation. A complete disconnect from every other person on the planet. Do you understand that feeling? He turned his head slightly on the cushion, his eyes still fixed upward, as if asking the plaster. I believe it's a universal human experience to varying degrees, Shaw said, keeping his tone conversational, not dismissive. But you make it sound absolute. A state of being. Was there a time before you felt this way? A time when the connection felt possible? When my mother was alive, the answer came quickly, smooth, as if he'd been waiting for the cue. She was the only one. The classic pivot. Parental loss was a common route, often the gateway to deeper issues of attachment and meaning. But Shaw had expected something more complex, more layered from this composed stranger. The delivery felt practiced, the emotional beats too clean. What happened to her? He asked, leaning forward just an inch, his elbows resting on the arms of his chair. She died, Clark's voice didn't waver. It was a flat recitation. And it took years. It was torture. I'm very sorry for your loss, Shaw said, the automatic, professional condolence delivered with practiced empathy. He leaned back in his chair again, creating a bit more physical space, giving the weight of the words room to land. The rhythm was establishing itself, the presenting problem, the anchor in loss, the exploration of grief. Standard architecture. That kind of prolonged illness, that kind of grief, can certainly create a profound sense of alienation. The world can feel distant, unreal, after losing a primary attachment. The colors can seem to fade. He paused, watching for a reaction. There was none. Clark's face was a mask. Do you feel her passing is the core of your current pain? The root of the disconnect you're describing? Clark didn't move. His eyes remained fixed on the ceiling, as if studying a crack or a water stain that wasn't there. His breathing remained even. Then his voice dropped to a whisper, so low Shaw had to strain to hear it over the ticking clock. Are you? Am I what? Shaw asked, leaning forward slightly again, his brow furrowing in a show of attentive confusion. Sorry. Are you actually sorry she's gone? Oh, a test. Shaw had seen it before, patients probing for authenticity, for a crack in the professional facade, searching for the real person behind the therapist. It was a moment of vulnerability they often tried to engineer, a way to gauge if they were just another file. He met it with calibrated honesty, letting a touch of personal history color his tone. Yes. I am. I lost my father to a long illness. Pancreatic cancer. I know the particular helplessness that comes with watching someone fade by degrees. The world does feel different afterward. It can feel us thinner. For a full 10 seconds, there was only the ticking of the clock, the sound seeming to grow louder in the stillness. Clark lay perfectly still, his hands still folded over his diaphragm. Shaw watched the pulse in the man's neck, a steady, slow beat against the tan skin. Then, in one fluid, unsettling motion, he sat upright. The relaxed, sprawled posture was gone, erased. He swung his legs off the couch and planted his feet squarely on the floor, his back rigid, shoulders squared. The pleasant, blank expression had hardened into something sharp and cold, the muscles of his jaw standing out. His eyes, now locked on Shaw's, were no longer observational. They were focused with an intensity that felt like physical pressure, pinning Shaw to his chair. "Then why did you just let it happen?" The question wasn't whispered. It was flat, accusatory, each word dropping into the room like a stone. The non sequitur threw Shaw. The shift was too abrupt, the emotional leap too vast. 1 second they were discussing universal grief, the next he was being accused. Was this a dissociative episode? A psychotic break manifesting as paranoia and misplaced blame? He maintained his professional calm, but his pulse quickened a notch, a fluttery feeling in his chest. He kept his hands open on the arms of his chair. "I'm not following you, Gareth. Let what happen." "I'm not sure what you're referring to." He kept his voice even, a gentle prompt for clarification. "Them," Clark spat the word, a fleck of moisture hitting the coffee table between them. "The doctor. The nurse. You sat with them. You listened. You could have made them see." The words were no longer soft or measured, they were edged with a simmering, metallic rage. His hands, which had been placid on his knees, were now clenched into white-knuckled fists, the knuckles pale and sharp. A warning bell clanged in Shaw's mind, loud and primal. This was no longer therapy. The man's body was a coiled spring, the tendons in his neck standing taut. The session had veered violently off script into territory that felt dangerous, personal. Shaw kept his own hands visible, open on the arms of his chair, a non-threatening posture. He consciously slowed his breathing. "Mr. Clark Gareth. I see many medical professionals in my practice. My role isn't to guide their decisions, not to make them see anything. It's only to help them explore their own thoughts, to manage their own stress and burdens. To be a sounding board." He was explaining the basics, trying to re-establish the frame, to pull them back into the therapeutic container. It felt futile. Explore their own thoughts? Clark stood up slowly, unfolding to his full height. He was taller than Shaw had estimated, maybe 6'1", and his presence suddenly seemed to fill the small, book-lined room, making the space feel cramped, airless. He took one step around the end of the coffee table, a deliberate movement that brought him closer. "Is that the pretty term for it?" he hissed, the controlled rage making his voice vibrate. "Letting them decide to hook my mother up to machines, to pump air into a corpse for months because some protocol said they had to. To let her scream without sound because the pain was everywhere and the drugs weren't enough." He took another step, now standing between Shaw and the door. The afternoon light from the window caught the side of his face, highlighting the rigid line of his cheekbone, the cold fire in his eyes. "I begged. I went to courts. I wrote letters. I showed them the living will they ignored. They all let her rot. They all stood there and let it happen. The pieces, the doctor, the nurse, the news reports he'd skimmed with a detached professional interest, the FBI's urgent, invasive questions yesterday, snapped together in Shaw's mind with a jolt of pure, ice-water adrenaline. It wasn't a dissociative episode. It wasn't psychosis. It was a confession. A manifesto. This wasn't a patient. This was the reason they were dead. The man in his office, the man he'd let into his home, was the killer. The realization was a physical shock, a cold fist squeezing his heart. His mouth went dry. Shaw's chair scraped backward with a harsh shriek of wood on wood as he pushed away from his desk. His body moving before his mind had fully processed the command. He stood up, his knees feeling weak. Fight, flight, freeze, the options flashed, each one useless, pathetic. The desk was between them, but it was a flimsy barrier of oak and paperwork. The window was behind him, a bay window with leaded glass that wouldn't open wide enough for a man to crawl through. The door was across the room, past the couch where Clark now stood like a sentinel, blocking the only viable exit. Fight. He was 62, his strength in his mind, not his body. Clark was 35, radiating a violent, focused energy, his shoulders tense, his weight balanced on the balls of his feet. Flight. The path was blocked. To reach the door, he'd have to get around the couch and past Clark, who was watching him with the predatory patience of a cat at a mouse hole. A freeze. That was a death sentence. He had seen the crime scene photos in his mind's eye, the red tubes. His breath hitched in his throat. The man calling himself Mr. Clark took a single step forward, not a rush, but a deliberate closing of distance, his polished loafers silent on the rug. The dread that flooded Shaw, cold and heavy in his gut, tightening his throat until he could barely swallow, was the certain, absolute knowledge that he was looking at the killer. And the killer was looking back, not at a therapist, but at the next name on his list. The pleasant mask was completely gone, replaced by a face of chilling, righteous fury. Shaw saw it all in his eyes, in the set of his mouth. The calculated planning, the simmering grief twisted into hate, and the clear, unhurried intention to finish what he'd come here to do. The cozy office, the smell of books and lemon oil, the comforting slanting afternoon light, it all curdled into a trap he had willingly walked into, a stage set for his own ending. You listened to them talk about their guilt, Clark said, his voice dropping back to a conversational tone that was more terrifying than the hiss. He took another step, now at the corner of the desk. Shaw could see the fine weave of his shirt, the steady rise and fall of his chest. You helped them live with what they did. You absolved them. You are the circuit that allowed the current to keep flowing. You are the permission. I don't know what you're talking about, Shaw managed, the lie weak and transparent. His mind was racing, scrambling for a tool, a word, anything from his decades of training that could de-escalate this. Gareth, if you're in pain, if you're angry, that's what we're here to talk about. The feelings are valid. Let's talk about the feelings. The professional script sounded hollow, ridiculous in the face of this concrete threat. My name is Gareth, the man said, almost sadly. He shook his head, a small, dismissive motion. And we're past talking about feelings. His right hand moved, slipping into the pocket of his slacks. Shaw's eyes tracked the movement, his own hands coming up in a placating gesture. Wait. Please. Whatever you think you know, whatever you think I did, we can discuss it. You sought me out. You wanted to be heard. I'm hearing you. He was babbling, buying seconds, his eyes darting to the paperweight on his desk, a heavy crystal sphere, then back to the man's face. The man's hand emerged from his pocket. He wasn't holding a weapon. He was holding a small, red plastic object. He placed it carefully, almost reverently, on the polished surface of Shaw's desk. It was a cap, the kind that seals the end of a flexible tube. It looked medical, innocuous. It sat there like a tiny, bloody period at the end of a sentence. Shaw stared at it, the meaning crashing over him. It was a promise. Of a receipt. The dread solidified into a cold, heavy certainty in his bones. This was it. You were on her care team, the man said, his voice now devoid of all anger, flat and factual. The sign-off for the palliative protocol. It's the one they ignored. Your signature is on the form. Nathaniel Shaw, LCSW, behavioral health consultant. He recited it as if he'd memorized it. You talked her into accepting the natural course. You made her think it was her idea to stop fighting. That's not how it works, Shaw whispered, the memory of that case, that particular family, that dying woman surfacing through the panic. He had been a consultant, one voice among many. A facilitator. My job was to help the family and the patient communicate, to navigate a terrible choice. You navigated her onto the rocks, the man interrupted, his calm breaking for a second, a flicker of that raw fury returning to his eyes. He blinked and it was gone, replaced by that terrifying flatness. And then you helped the others sleep at night afterward. You are the thread. And now I'm cutting it. He moved. It wasn't a lunge, it was a swift, efficient stride around the desk. Shaw stumbled backward, his hip hitting the edge of the bay window seat, the leaded glass rattling in its frame. He had nowhere to go. He raised his hands, not to fight but to ward off the blow. The man was on him. A hand, impossibly strong, clamped over Shaw's mouth, cutting off the scream that was rising in his throat. The other arm snaked around his chest, pinning his arms to his sides. Shaw thrashed, a wild, panicked motion, his heels scrabbling against the rug, his shoulders straining against the iron grip. He tried to bite the hand, but the palm was pressed so hard against his teeth, he could only grind his jaw uselessly. A choked, muffled sound escaped his nose. He was being dragged, not toward the door, but sideways, away from the window, toward the open floor space in the center of the room. Shaw's eyes bulged, darting around, searching for anything. The paperweight was out of reach, the books on the shelf were just books, the lamp was cordless. The man's breath was hot against his ear, steady and calm, a horrifying contrast to Shaw's own frantic, snorting attempts to breathe through his nose. The smell of the man's soap, something clean and generic, filled his nostrils. "SHHH," the man whispered, the sound intimate, grotesque. "It's almost over. The disconnect ends here." Shaw's vision began to speckle at the edges. He was running out of air. With a final, desperate surge of strength, he threw his weight backward, hoping to topple them both. The man grunted, adjusted his stance, and tightened his hold, crushing Shaw's ribs. The world started to tunnel, the book-lined walls receding into a gray haze. The last thing Nathaniel Shaw saw clearly was the red plastic cap, sitting alone on the vast, empty expanse of his oak desk, glowing in the dying afternoon light. Then the darkness, thick and complete, swallowed him. Chapter 24. The whiteboard was a blur of names and dates, but Katie Ford saw none of it. The marker in her hand spun in a tight, anxious circle, her thumb rubbing a worn groove into its plastic barrel until the skin felt hot. The room, a borrowed lieutenant's office at the New Brunswick precinct, was steeped in the stale, late afternoon light that slanted through dusty blinds, cutting the air into sharp, golden bars filled with swirling dust motes. It smelled of old coffee grounds, dry erase marker, and the faint, sweet pipe tobacco that clung to the lieutenant's wool blazer hanging on the door. A forgotten mug, half full of cloudy water and a dead fly, sat on the filing cabinet. Across the room, Nina Shaw sat behind a scarred wooden desk, her expression distant, her eyes fixed on nothing, one hand resting motionless beside a cold ceramic mug, as if she'd forgotten it was there. The other hand was curled in her lap, out of sight. Katie's jaw tightened, a muscle flickering just below her ear. She'd been the one pulling all-nighters, chasing leads, while Nina just occupied space. It was starting to grate, a low-frequency hum of resentment that had built over days into a persistent ache behind her eyes, a pressure at her temples. She'd watched Nina retreat into a shell of procedural silence, offering critiques but no constructive energy, her legendary insight seemingly locked away behind a wall of grim focus that felt more like a sulk. Katie dropped the marker onto the table with a sharp click that echoed in the quiet room. Her phone buzzed against the laminated wood, a violent shudder that skittered the device an inch. She silenced it without looking. The screen had flashed Mark, the third call today she'd ignored, and pressed her palms flat on the cool surface, fingers splayed, trying to ground herself in the tangible solidity of the desk. The vibration seemed to linger in her bones. Ford, Nina's voice cut through the thick silence, flat and devoid of inflection, as if reading from a manual. Katie didn't turn. She kept her gaze fixed on the whiteboard, on the chaotic web of connections. Cutler, Strickland, Wells, the trial, the protest sign, lines drawn between them that ultimately led nowhere conclusive. What? The word came out sharper than she intended. We're at a standstill, a statement, not a question. The chair creaked as Nina shifted her weight. What's the next move? Katie pressed her lips together into a thin, bloodless line, holding back a torrent of words that tasted acidic and metallic in her throat. She exhaled slowly through her nose, a long, controlled breath she hoped would steady her voice. I have no idea. Think, Nina's tone was cool, instructional. Use that famous recall of yours. Work the problem. That was it. The dam broke. Why don't you think for a change? Katie snapped, finally whirling to face her. The motion was sharp, sending a familiar twinge through the bruised muscles of her sore shoulder from the mugging. She winced, which only fueled her frustration. Aren't you the legendary profiler? The one who's supposed to see what the rest of us miss. I'm running this investigation solo, connecting dots, chasing ghosts while you sit there and what? Meditate. Catalog the dust particles. What exactly are you here for, Nina? To supervise my failure. To give a running commentary on everything I'm doing wrong, without ever lifting a goddamn finger to help. The air in the room grew heavy, charged like the moment before a lightning strike. Katie's heart hammered against her ribs. She expected a flare-up, the cold, cutting fury she'd seen glimpses of before, the kind that could freeze a room. But Nina didn't rise. Instead, she regarded Katie for a long 3-count, her eyes unreadable. Then she closed her laptop with a deliberate, soft click, the sound final in the quiet. She stood, the movement smooth and unhurried, and walked over. She didn't take her usual position of authority behind Katie, looking over her shoulder at the board. She pulled out the chair beside her and sat, turning it to face Katie directly. Her demeanor was unsettlingly calm, her hands resting loosely in her lap, palms up. The calm felt more dangerous than any shout. The nickname Rookie, Nina began, her voice low and even, each word measured. It wasn't meant as an insult. Not the way you're taking it. It was an observation of your position, not your capability. A factual label. I'm sorry if it landed otherwise. Fine, Katie muttered, the word clipped and brittle. Her anger deflated slightly, leaving her feeling unsteady, off balance, as if the floor had tilted. She hadn't prepared for an apology. It disarmed her. She looked down at her own hands, saw the white-knuckled tension in her knuckles, the tendons standing out like cords, and forced them to relax one finger at a time. The release made her shoulders slump a fraction, the ache in her neck blooming more fully now that the adrenaline was receding. "But you're not yourself," Nina continued, her gaze steady on Katie's profile, a clinical assessment. "I've worked with you long enough to know your baseline. The focus, the precision, the controlled urgency. You've been off since you showed up at my cabin. Your timing is a half-beat slow. Your observations are reactive, not predictive. You're waiting for the puzzle pieces to announce themselves instead of anticipating their shape. Something's eating at you from the inside. It's a distraction." "Talk." Katie pushed back from the table, the chair legs scraping a harsh, grating sound on the linoleum, putting a few feet of stained, industrial-grade carpet between them. She crossed her arms, a defensive barricade. "Or what? You'll walk away again. Shut down and disappear for a week. Is that the threat? Because I've seen that movie." "No," Nina's answer was immediate, absolute. Her eyes didn't waver. "But secrets are a liability in this job. They create blind spots. You know that. I know that better than anyone." There was a weight to the last sentence, a gravity that spoke of personal history Katie could only guess at. "You know what's wrong," Katie shot back, her voice gaining an edge again, finding purchase in a new direction. She met Nina's eyes, challenging her. "The same thing that's wrong with you. Tobias Campbell is out there. He's a ghost we created, and now he's haunting both of us. Every shadow in a parking garage, every person walking a little too close behind us. Don't pretend he is. Don't sit there and give me a performance of perfect focus." Nina shook her head slowly, a controlled, mechanical movement. "I've compartmentalized that. My focus is here on this case. He is a problem for another day, for another team. I can't afford the distraction. We can't afford it." "Don't give me that clinical bullshit," Katie said, her voice dripping with cold disbelief. She took a step closer, leaning in slightly. "You've been jumpy since you landed. And I've clocked it. You check your rearview mirror 3 times before making a turn, every turn. You position yourself in rooms with your back to the wall, near an exit always. You flinch at sudden noises, a door slamming down the hall, a cart rattling. Your hand goes to your sidearm. You're just as worried, just as scared as I am. You're just better at hiding it. But I see it." A flicker there and gone in Nina's eyes, a crack in the calm, a brief dilation of the pupils. It was so fast Katie almost missed it. Nina brought a hand up and rubbed her temples with her thumb and forefinger, shielding her eyes, a rare gesture of visible fatigue. "If that's what you believe, I can't change your mind. I've been honest with you about my priorities. I'd appreciate the same courtesy." Her voice was tighter now, the even tone straining. Katie said nothing. She looked past Nina, back to the whiteboard, to the photos of Paula Strickland, Dr. Alan Cutler, Harrison Wells. Their faces were a silent accusation, a gallery of the dead they were failing. The red tubes in the evidence, bags beside the photos, seemed to glow in the dim light. Nina wasn't done. She lowered her hand, her expression shifting from defensive to analytical, the profiler assessing a subject, locking away the personal. "Since we're airing grievances, let me make an observation. Your personal life is interfering. I've seen the signs for days. The silenced phone calls you take in the hallway, the way your voice drops to a whisper, the tension in your back when you hang up. The way you zone out for a minute, staring at nothing, then come back with a forced, almost violent concentration. The extra layer of tension in your shoulders that has nothing to do with case stress or a sore muscle. It's the hunch of someone carrying a private weight. And if anyone understands what this job does to a relationship, what it costs, how it isolates you, it's me. Nothing is going on, Katie stated flatly, the lie automatic practiced. She uncrossed her arms only to recross them tighter, a barrier against the perceptive hit. Her cheeks felt warm. Ford, Nina said, and there was a thread of genuine, frustrated concern in it now, cutting through the professionalism. I profile people for a living. It's written all over you, in the set of your mouth when you think no one's looking, that tight, pinched look. In the restless energy you're trying to burn off by pacing, by fidgeting with that marker. You can talk to me. It doesn't leave this room. No report. No note in your file. Two paths lay ahead, clear and divergent in the dusty office light. Unburden herself, speak the truth about Mark's suffocating worry that had curdled into constant, grating suspicion. The fights that started the moment the Campbell alert hit his news feed. The terrifying, isolating weight of knowing a predator had her name and face in his mind and her apartment in his sights, or double down on the lie. Pride, stubborn and familiar, a old coat she'd worn since childhood won. She squared her shoulders. If there was an issue, I'd handle it. And I always have. It's not affecting the work. The work is getting done. You don't have to handle everything alone. That's the point of a partner. That's the whole goddamn point. For the first time, a spark of heat entered Nina's voice, a flash of impatience. Katie had heard enough. The walls, cluttered with fishing trophies and a faded photo of a bass boat on a too-blue lake, felt like they were contracting, pressing in on her. The smell of the room, stale coffee, dust, sweat, and that cloying pipe tobacco, was suddenly overwhelming, coating the back of her throat. She needed space, needed to move, needed air that wasn't thick with unresolved conflict and failure. She stood abruptly, the chair rocking behind her and thumping against the edge of the desk. I need air, she said, the words tight, pushed through clenched teeth. She grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair, not bothering to put it on, just clutching the heavy material in her fist like a lifeline. She strode out of the room, her boots hitting the linoleum with purposeful, hollow thuds. She didn't slam the door, but closed it with a firm, deliberate click that echoed in the empty hallway, a final punctuation mark on the argument, a barrier erected before her composure could fully shatter. The New Jersey air outside the precinct was cool, and carried the damp, urban scent of exhaust, fried food from a nearby cart, and the promise of distant rain. A gust of wind funneled down the street, lifting a crumpled fast food bag and sending it skittering. It did little to calm the storm in her head. She walked without direction, her boots hitting the pavement in a rapid, staccato rhythm that matched her racing thoughts. Her breath came in short, visible plumes. She passed a bodega with neon signs for lottery and beer, glowing weakly in the late afternoon gloom, a closed dry cleaner with metal grates pulled down, a thrift store where a mannequin missing an arm stared blankly from the window. The normalcy of it all was an insult. She wished for a distraction, loud music to drown out her own mind, a demanding physical task, a punishing run that would burn the acid from her muscles, anything she normally didn't allow herself during a case, any outlet for this coiled, useless energy. People were dying. The fact was a cold, heavy stone in her gut, settling there. Every minute she and Nina spent locked in that petty, exhausting power struggle, every second wasted on parsing tone and subtext, was a minute the killer had to plan his next move, to select his next target, to clean his tools and rehearse his ritual. He had a reason, a logic, however twisted. It was a map, and she just had to find the legend to read it. She was the reader. It was her only job, and she was failing. Their fixation on Dylan Porter had been a profound misstep. She realized now, the admission bitter as bile. He was a fanatic, yes, armed with a violent, anti-science ideology. But his war was with a concept, with playing God, with institutions. He would bomb a clinic, make a YouTube manifesto. He would not meticulously strangle a specific nurse in her car, leaving a personal, almost intimate token. He would not hunt a retired doctor in his own home, staging the body with such deliberate, quiet care. The killer they hunted knew his victims. He had studied them. He had chosen them individually. That pointed squarely to two intersecting pools, patients or colleagues. Someone with access with history. Her mind, a well-organized and relentless archive, began pulling files, scanning mental indexes. She walked faster, almost power-walking now, her jacket still balled in her fist as she mentally categorized. Medical killers. The taxonomy unfolded in her head. The angels of death, like Harold Shipman, who played God with patient lives, accumulating a secret, terrible power through stealth and trust, their motive often a twisted sense of control or mercy. The angels of mercy, who claimed to end suffering, often nurses or aides who saw themselves as compassionate liberators, overwhelmed by the system's failures. The even rarer, consensual killers, like Kevorkian, who provided the means at a patient's explicit request, operating in a moral gray zone that became their crusade. Their unsub didn't fit any of these molds. He wasn't killing patients, he was killing caregivers. He wasn't playing God from within the system, exploiting his position. He was punishing those he believed were usurping God's role from the outside. An angel killer. The term formed in her mind, cold and precise. A hunter of those who dared to wear the white coat or carry the syringe. A predator culling the herd of healers. She paused outside a small, storefront medical clinic, its windows filled with sun-faded posters about flu shots and diabetes screenings. The lights were on, casting a sterile white glow onto the sidewalk. Inside, she could see a bored receptionist behind thick glass, typing slowly. An orderly in faded green scrubs pushed a cart of wrapped supplies from a delivery van toward a side door, his movements weary and routine, his shoulders slumped. Katie watched for a long moment, her own reflection a pale ghost superimposed on the scene. The scene was so normal, so mundane, so utterly human in its quiet tedium. Was this the world their killer saw? Not healers, but arrogant interlopers in stained scrubs. Not saints, but fallible, tired people counting the minutes until their shift ended. She moved on quickly, feeling exposed, not wanting to loom like a specter of violence at the window of the living. There was another category, so rare it had no official name in the textbooks, only discussed in academic papers and late-night conference debates over cheap wine. Killers who targeted the medical system itself, avengers for a perceived, personal wrong inflicted by the cold machinery of care. Not a disgruntled employee seeking revenge on a boss, but someone who believed the system itself, the protocols, the limits, the godlike arrogance, had committed a theft so profound it could only be answered with blood payment. A life for a life, but abstracted, symbolic. She thought of Trevor Walsh, the fired nurse they'd interviewed. He had motive, rage, humiliation, loss of career and identity. But his rage was spent, turned inward. His world had shrunk to a single sick room, his energy consumed by the slow-motion tragedy of his mother's illness. He lacked the operational capacity, the clean, surgical precision of their scenes. His anger was a diffuse cloud, their killer's was a laser. Then, like a circuit completing, a connection sparked, bright and painful behind her eyes. A profile she'd mentally noted and then dismissed too quickly because it seemed too broad, too philosophical, not actionable. A possibility rooted not in patienthood, or even in a failed career within medicine, but in a specific, failed professional ideology. Someone who had bought into the promise of medicine completely, who had seen themselves as part of that healing priesthood, and who had been cast out not for incompetence, but for believing in the promise too literally, for challenging the limits, for refusing to accept the pragmatic failures. Someone whose grievance wasn't with a person, but with the betrayal of an ideal. A true believer whose faith had been shattered on the rocks of reality, and who now saw the still faithful as heretics, as collaborators in the great lie. He wouldn't just kill, he would punish. He would correct. The red tube wasn't just a signature, it was a critique. A plug in a wound, a mockery of intervention. "Of course," she whispered to the empty sidewalk, the sound swallowed by the deep rumble of a passing bus that exhaled a blast of diesel-scented air. The oversight was glaring, embarrassing in its simplicity. They'd been looking for a connection between the victims, Cutler the doctor, Strickland the nurse, Wells the administrator. What linked them? But what if the connection was through the killer? What if he was the central thread, the damaged core, and each victim represented a different facet of the system that had failed him, betrayed him, exiled him? The healer, the hands-on carer, the administrator. A trinity of culpability. She turned on her heel, the rubber sole of her boot squeaking sharply on the damp pavement. The argument with Nina, the simmering resentment, the personal dread about Mark, and the shadow of Tobias Campbell, it all receded, compressed into a distant, irrelevant hum beneath the roaring, clarifying cascade of the new lead. It was a direction. It was a shape in the fog. She broke into a run, her jacket still clutched in one hand, the other pumping at her side. She weaved past a startled woman pushing a stroller, muttered a breathless "sorry," ducked around a cluster of teenagers, her focus tunneling on the blocky, gray shape of the precinct building several blocks away. Her lungs burned with the cool air, her sore shoulder protested, but the physical pain was a welcome counterpoint to the mental frenzy. She had to get back to the whiteboard. She had to lay it out, connect this new thread, see where it intersected with the evidence they already had. The protest sign, the trial, the specific victims. The killer wasn't an angel of death. He was an exorcist, trying to purge the world of what he saw as false angels. And she finally had a sense of the demon he was trying to cast out. Chapter 25. Katie burst into the temporary field office, her lungs burning from the sprint up the 3 flights of precinct stairs. She'd taken them 2 at a time, the case folder clutched like a baton in her hand. The door, heavy and industrial gray, sighed shut behind her, sealing her into the quiet. The room was a converted storage space, its temporary nature stamped into every detail. 2 folding tables served as desks, their surfaces scarred with old coffee rings and deep gouges from what looked like box cutters. Exposed wiring, thick and beige, snaked from a junction box to a pair of overloaded power strips, and the air carried the faint, metallic scent of the building's old pipes beneath the dominant smells of stale coffee grounds and the lemon-scented disinfectant used to mop the linoleum floor. The only light came from the gray afternoon, leaching through a single high, grimy window and the cool blue glow of her laptop screen, already awake on her desk, a lone beacon in the dimness. She dropped into her chair, the metal legs scraping with a shriek against the floor. Her breath came in short, sharp pulls. She set the folder down, aligning its edge precisely with the corner of the table, a tiny ritual of control. Her fingers flew across the keyboard in a series of sharp, percussive keystrokes, waking the machine fully from sleep. The room was empty except for her. The silence was a physical presence, broken only by the low hum of the computer fan and the distant, muffled sound of a phone ringing somewhere down the hall, a sound that started and stopped without ever being answered. Nina was probably mainlining coffee in the break room or staring at a wall, wrestling with the ghost of Tobias Campbell. Katie could picture her, back straight, eyes fixed on nothing, one hand curled tight around a ceramic mug. She pushed the thought aside, a conscious effort of will. She had a thread to pull, and it was hers alone. The screen glowed, casting her face in a pale, watery light that deepened the shadows under her eyes. She navigated back to the secure portal the IT team had cobbled together for them, a mirrored clone of the Sanctity Collective, extremist forum they'd identified. The interface was crude, a bare-bones replication of the dark website, all stark white text and blue hyperlinks on a dark background that made her vision swim if she stared too long. Her cursor hovered, a trembling arrow of light then clicked. She drilled down into the New Jersey subsection, scrolling past threads filled with vitriolic rhetoric about death cults and playing God. The language was feverish, all caps and exclamation points. Her eyes, gritty from lack of sleep in the dry, recycled air, scanned the subject lines. They are coming for your grandparents. Euthanasia is a slippery slope to genocide. Then, several pages deep, past the recent fury, she found it. Dr. Mercer Appreciation Thread. The name meant nothing at first. Just another anonymous handle in a sea of fanatics. As she clicked, the thread was years old but active, with the last post dated just 2 weeks ago. The posts told a different story. User after user, under screen names like Moral Compass and Divine Justice NJ, spoke of Grant Mercer, a New Jersey physician with near religious reverence. Not for saving lives, but for ending them. He had operated a clandestine euthanasia service, the posts claimed. By day, a licensed doctor at Camden General. By night, an angel of death for the terminally ill who requested it. A modern-day Kevorkian, but quieter, more clinical, a ghost in the hospital corridors. One post from Guardian Angel 77 read, "He didn't just end suffering. He honored the choice. He looked the system in the eye and said, no more, he is a saint." Her heart began a slow, heavy thump against her ribs, a drumbeat of possibility. She opened a pasted news article from a local Camden paper, dated July 2016. The scan was poor, the text pixelated. July 2016. Disgraced doctor stripped of license. Mercy, killings PROBED. The text was dry, legalistic. Grant Mercer, 64, often called the compassionate doctor by supporters, was today permanently barred from practicing medicine by the New Jersey State Medical Board following a lengthy disciplinary hearing. Mercer was found guilty of hastening the deaths of at least 5 patients under his care at Camden General Hospital. Investigations revealed he administered lethal drug cocktails at the request of patients or their families, contravening state law, and falsified death certificates to list natural causes. No criminal charges were filed. The former doctor received a sentence of 150 hours of community service. Katie leaned back, the chair groaning in protest. 150 hours. For 5 deaths. The disconnect was staggering, a gulf between action and consequence that took her breath away. She scrolled through the digital shrine on the forum. The users quoted his supposed philosophy, lines that read like bleak poetry. A life of unending pain is not a life. It is a sentence. I am merely the warden who holds the key. Another, compassion is not a passive virtue. It is an active verb, and sometimes its grammar is final. After 2016, Mercer seemed to vanish from all public records. Dead. Relocated to some quiet retirement? Or had his grim vocation simply evolved, gone further underground, away from the scrutiny of hospitals and into the private homes of the desperate? Camden was about 30 miles from New Brunswick. It was plausible, likely even, that a doctor with his specialty would have crossed paths with other end-of-life care providers in the region. Nurses like Paula Strickland, doctors like Alan Cutler, retired neurologists like Harrison Wells. A network of mercy, or a hunting ground for someone who saw it as murder. Her mind raced, connecting dots. A crusader against mercy killers. A vigilante targeting those who played God. It fit the moralistic fury, the theatrical, punishing method. Mercer himself could be a target. Or, the darker thought, he could be the architect, a philosopher king directing a new, more violent phase of his work from the shadows. The door opened with a soft, definitive click. Katie didn't look up immediately, her focus locked on the screen, on the name Grant Mercer now burning in her mind. Nina Shaw walked in, her movements slow, deliberate, each step placed with a weary precision. She didn't speak. The sound of her setting her leather satchel on the other folding table was a dull, heavy thud. She unzipped it, the sound loud in the quiet, and pulled out her laptop. She pulled out her chair, the scrape of metal on linoleum louder and longer than Katie's had been, and sat down heavily, as if the simple act of lowering her body required immense effort. Her expression was distant, her eyes fixed on the blank, beige-painted cinder-block wall ahead, seeing nothing in the room, seeing maybe a courtroom from 20 years ago or a gas station in the rain. Katie watched her from the corner of her eye, her typing slowing. The tension from their earlier confrontation in the cemetery office still hung between them, a thin wire stretched taut, vibrating with unspoken words. She took a slow, quiet breath, deciding to bridge the silence. Her voice sounded too loud, too bright in the tomb-like room. Isho. Nina didn't react. Her chest rose and fell in a slow rhythm. 3 seconds. 4. Then she blinked slowly, the motion like a curtain falling and rising. She turned her head, the movement stiff. Her gaze was foggy, coming back from a great distance, focusing on Katie with visible difficulty. What? I'm sorry, Katie said, holding her partner's eyes, forcing herself not to look away. It's about earlier. In the lieutenant's office. I was out of line. I was frustrated. Nina looked at her, really looked at her, and Katie saw the profound fatigue etched into the fine lines around her eyes, the tight set of her jaw that even expert, layered makeup couldn't fully conceal. A tiny muscle twitched just below her left eye. Oh, Nina said, the word a soft, weary exhale. She rubbed her temples with the tips of her fingers, a slow, circular motion that seemed to give her no relief. She dropped her hands to the table, palms flat, fingers splayed, as if steadying herself against a tilting deck. No, I was just thinking. Her voice dropped, becoming almost confessional in the hollow room, a secret shared with the hum of the computer. But you weren't wrong. She paused, her throat working as she swallowed. I am scared of him. He's been a ghost in my head for 2 decades. A story I told myself to keep sharp, to remember why the rules matter. Now he's flesh and blood again. He's out there and he's not a ghost. He's a man with a grievance, with time to plan, and he knows my face. She looked down at her own hands, studying the lines on her palms as if they were a map to a place she was lost in. And if I can't close this case with him out there, the review board will have my badge. Vance made that abundantly clear. 6 weeks, she looked up, her eyes bleak. That's all I have to prove I'm not compromised. To prove I'm still an asset, not a liability. We'll handle it, Katie said, the words feeling hollow, inadequate even as she said them. A platitude offered to a drowning woman. Nina's head snapped up, her eyes sharpening, the fog burning off in a sudden flare of intensity. We will. By stopping him. But first, she said, gesturing vaguely at the scattered case files and the glowing laptop between them, her hand cutting through the air. We stop this one. One monster at a time. That's the job. That's the only way through. She said it like a mantra, a prayer to ward off the larger, more personal fear, repeating it to make it true. Katie studied her partner's face. The weight of Tobias Campbell was a tangible thing in the room, a cold spot that seemed to emanate from Nina's chair. She wanted to lift some of it, if only for an hour. To give Nina a win, something concrete to focus on besides the specter of her own professional demise. Her eyes flicked back to her screen, to the name Grant Mercer. This was a lead. A solid, pulsating thread she had found. She could follow it, bring back a prize, lay it at Nina's feet. It was a reckless, stupid impulse, born of pity and a desperate need to fix the broken thing between them. She knew it, even as she committed to it. I'm going to grab some food, Katie announced, standing up abruptly. The sudden movement made Nina glance at her, a flicker of surprise in her tired eyes. I'm hitting a wall. Need sugar or caffeine, or something that isn't this precinct's swill. My brain is just circling. Nina jiggled her laptop cord. The plug was loose in the old, cracked power strip, the connection flickering. Batteries shot. Left my charger at the hotel. I'll come with you. I could use the air. Stay, Katie said, the word coming out a little too fast, too sharp. She forced a casual tone, a half-smile that felt stiff on her face. Use mine. She unplugged her own charger, the thick black cord, and tossed it across the gap between the desks. It landed with a soft slap on Nina's table, coiling like a snake. I'll bring you back a sandwich. Turkey, okay. They have that decent deli on Livingston. Nina looked at the charger, then back at Katie. A faint, vertical line appeared between her brows, a whisper of suspicion. But the fatigue, the heavy blanket of her preoccupation, seemed to smother it. She nodded once, a short, economical dip of her chin, and picked up the cord, plugging it in. Thanks, Ford. Turkey's fine. No mayo. Back in 20, Katie said, turning and leaving the room quickly, her footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. She left before Nina could change her mind, before the lie could solidify on her tongue and choke her. She wasn't getting food. She was going hunting. The drive took longer than the GPS estimated, the minutes stretching as the landscape changed. The urban sprawl of New Brunswick, with its streetlights and steady traffic, gave way to strip malls and light industrial parks, boxy buildings with faded signs. These then dissolved into dark, wooded backroads dotted with aging farmsteads, their white fences glowing faintly in the dusk, their silos silvered by the last of the dying light. Twilight deepened into proper night, a vault of black velvet pierced by a handful of hard, bright stars. Her headlights cut a lonely tunnel through the pressing darkness, illuminating overgrown ditches choked with Queen Anne's lace and the occasional glittering pair of animal eyes, a raccoon, a deer, that vanished into the underbrush with a rustle. Katie's hands were tight on the wheel at 10 and 2, her knuckles pale. Mercer's address had been easy to pull from DMV records. Alive and still in state, living in a quiet, unincorporated area. No warrants, no recent police contact. A ghost in the system, just sitting there in plain sight. She followed the navigation's calm, robotic voice down a lonely stretch of road without streetlights, the asphalt cracked and patched with black tar that glistened in her beams. The houses grew farther apart, their porch lights like distant, lonely ships, then disappeared entirely. She passed a boarded-up fruit stand, a forgotten relic with a faded mural of a smiling peach, its mouth a dark slash of rotten wood. Finally, the GPS announced, in its bland, genderless tone, "Your destination is on the right." She slowed, peering into the gloom. There was no mailbox, no number. Just a break in the thick tree line, a darker gap in the darkness. She pulled onto a gravel shoulder, the crunch loud and violent in the stillness. Killed the engine. The silence rushed in, profound and heavy, broken only by the rapid ticking of the cooling engine block and the distant, mournful cry of a night bird. An owl, maybe. The air inside the car grew still, smelling of her own nervous sweat and the fake pine scent of the rental's air freshener. The house was a 2-story stone structure, likely built a century ago, now shrouded by a dense stand of untamed pines whose branches scraped against the roof. It was shrouded in creeping ivy that looked black in the darkness, a matted fur against the stone. The windows were dark, empty sockets, no welcoming glow from within. A rusted iron gate, sagging on its hinges, stood partially open, leading to a flagstone path all but swallowed by weeds and creeping moss. The place had a palpable, Gothic eeriness. It didn't just look abandoned. It felt forgotten, a place where things could happen without witness, where sounds were swallowed by the woods and the thick stone walls. She sat for a full minute, listening, her own breathing loud in her ears. She watched the dark windows for any flicker of movement, a curtain twitch, the glow of a television. Nothing. Her mouth was dry, tongue sticking to the roof. She checked the taser in her jacket pocket, her fingers finding the familiar textured grip, the safety switch. She flicked it off, then on again, a nervous habit. She touched the cold metal of the handcuffs on her belt, the ridges of the keyhole. Her service weapon authorization was still pending, a bureaucratic limbo that now felt like a profound vulnerability, a missing tooth in a fight. She was armed with less lethal and her badge. It would have to be enough. She was just here to talk, she told herself. To assess. A fantasy played in her mind, a brief, vivid movie. Her marching a confused, then defiant, then finally broken Grant Mercer into an interrogation room under the bright, unforgiving lights of the precinct. Nina watching through the one-way glass, a look of grim satisfaction on her face, a nod of respect aimed at Katie. Breaking the case wide open. Giving Nina a tangible win, something to quiet the ghost of Campbell, if only for a moment. It was this fantasy, this image of repaired partnership, that made her open the car door. The night air was chill and damp, smelling strongly of pine sap, rich, decaying earth, and the faint, sweet rot of fallen leaves. It was at least 10 degrees colder here than in the city. Bats chittered in the trees overhead, their sounds like tiny, rustling hinges. She moved up the overgrown flagstone path, her senses dialed to a razor's edge. Each step was deliberate, her weight carefully placed. Her eyes scanned the deep shadows beside the house, the spaces between the pines, her ears straining past the thump of her own heart. The flagstones were uneven, slick with emerald moss. She could hear her own breathing, the soft rustle of her jacket, the crunch of a single dead twig under her shoe that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet. She reached a heavy, weathered oak door, its paint long since peeled away to reveal gray, grooved wood the texture of old bone. A tarnished brass knocker, shaped like a lion's head with a ring in its mouth, hung in the center. She bypassed it and knocked with her knuckles, 3 firm, authoritative raps that echoed dully in the stone porch. A silence. Then movement inside. Slow, shuffling footsteps on a hard floor. Creak, creak, pause, creak. The rhythm of an old man, unhurried. She braced herself, her body coiling slightly, her right hand drifting nearer to her pocket. She reminded herself this man had presided over multiple deaths, had made choices that crossed a line the law could not forgive, that some might see as monstrous. The door swung inward, not with a jerk but slowly, smoothly, revealing a widening slice of dim, yellow light from within, smelling of wood smoke and something herbal. The man who stood there was gaunt, his frame swimming in a worn, beige cardigan over a collared shirt buttoned to the throat. He had thinning silver hair combed neatly to the side, and a kind, deeply wrinkled face, his eyes pale and watery behind wire-rimmed glasses that magnified them slightly. He held a cloth napkin in one hand, as if he'd been interrupted at a meal. "Hello there," he said, his voice gentle, curious with no edge of alarm. "Everything all right? You're a long way from anywhere." "Car trouble?" He peered past her, his brow furrowing with concern, as if looking for a broken-down vehicle on the dark road. The warmth, the utter lack of defensive posture, the genuine note of neighborly worry was profoundly disarming. He looked like someone's gentle grandfather, the kind who fixed clocks and knew the names of birds, not a retired angel of death. "And Mr. Mercer?" Katie asked, her own voice firm, flattening the surprise out of it, aiming for professional neutrality. "That's me. Grant Mercer. What brings you out here on such a night?" He took a half step back, inviting the light to fall more fully on her. "You're not from the county, are you?" "Agent Ford. Federal Bureau of Investigation." She held up her credentials, letting the shield catch the faint, warm light from inside, the eagle sharp and official. "I need to speak with you." His expression didn't change to fear or guilt. It softened further into something like polite, puzzled concern. The lines around his eyes deepened. "The FBI. My goodness. Of course, of course. Come in out of the chill. It gets damp by the woods, seeps into the bones." He stepped back, holding the door wider, inviting her into a dim foyer with a genuine, hospitable gesture. Please." Katie kept her right hand near her jacket pocket, entering cautiously, her eyes sweeping the small space. The foyer was tiny, dominated by a steep, dark staircase that rose into shadow. The air inside was several degrees warmer, carrying a complex scent of dust, old wood polish, lavender, and the faint, acrid hint of a recently extinguished fire. His lack of alarm was, in that moment, the most suspicious thing of all. A normal person, even an innocent one, showed some tension when the FBI showed up at their isolated door at night. "You're not concerned about an FBI visit, Mr. Mercer." "At my age, Agent, any company is a blessing," he chuckled, a dry, papery sound. He closed the door behind her, the latch clicking with a soft, final sound. "Solitude is overrated. I was just fixing some evening tea. Would you care for a cup? It's Earl Grey. I find it settles the mind." "No tea, thank you. Just conversation." A woman of focus. "I respect that." He gestured with the napkin toward a hallway leading away from the stairs. "Through here, if you don't mind the clutter. I don't get many guests to tidy for." He led her out of the foyer. Katie entered the wider hallway backwards for 2 steps, keeping him in her peripheral vision, assessing his gait, slow, slightly stiff but steady. The interior was a museum of benign neglect. Faded floral wallpaper, its pattern of roses blurred with age and damp, peeled at the seams near the ceiling. Heavy, dark antique furniture, a massive oak sideboard laden with tarnished silver picture frames, A hall tree draped with a single, ancient wool coat loomed in the shadows, smelling of lemon oil and mothballs. A massive grandfather clock stood sentinel in a corner, its brass face glowing dully, its pendulum swinging with a slow, solemn tick-tock that measured the silence in the house, a heartbeat. It smelled of dust, old books, the faint, sweet decay of dried flowers in a vase, and underneath it all, the quiet, dry smell of very old paper. "My study is cozier," Mercer said, his voice a gentle murmur in the hallway. He opened a door to the right, and a warmer, yellower light spilled out. Katie followed him into a parlor. It was marginally brighter, lit by a single brass floor lamp with a fringed shade that cast a pool of warm, buttery light, leaving the corners in deep shadow. A threadbare Persian rug covered most of the wide plank floor, its colors muted to rust and navy, worn nearly white in a path from the door to the fireplace. The only seating was a sagging, floral print sofa with antimacassars on the arms and a single high-backed leather armchair, the leather cracked and worn smooth at the arms where countless hands had rested. Bookshelves lined one wall, crammed not just with medical texts and philosophy volumes, but with old National Geographics, binders, and leather-bound classics whose spines were crumbling. A cold, ash-filled fireplace held a careful arrangement of dried hydrangeas, their color bleached to a pale, deathly gray. Mercer placed a steaming ceramic mug, plain white with a chip on the handle, on the cluttered mantel and settled slowly into the armchair, the leather sighing under his weight. He gestured to the sofa. "Oh, please sit. You're making the room feel like an interrogation chamber, standing there by the door. I promise the chairs are clean, if not fashionable." "I'll stand." "Protocol," Katie said, not moving from her spot just inside the doorway. She had a clear line to the hall, to the front door. She could see the staircase in the foyer beyond. "As you wish," he folded his hands in his lap. They were large hands, with long, elegant fingers and prominent, arthritic knuckles, the hands of a surgeon or a pianist. Age spots like spilled tea dotted their backs. "So, Agent Ford, to what do I owe the honor?" "It's been some time since I've had a visit from law enforcement. The local deputies, they usually just call ahead if they're checking on me." "A courtesy. You have an idea why federal law enforcement might take an interest in you, Mr. Mercer." "Call me Grant, please." "Mr. makes me feel like I'm waiting for a scolding from the headmaster." He smiled, a network of fine lines radiating from the corners of his pale eyes. "And yes, I imagine my past precedes me. The mercy killer, the compassionate doctor, the titles are so dramatic, aren't they? I still get the occasional visit from local deputies whenever something tragic happens nearby, a missing hiker, an overdose in the woods. I've become a convenient ghost story for the new recruits. A boogeyman who lives in the woods, who might have graduated from assisted suicide to something more active. It's tiresome, but I understand it. The human mind seeks patterns, and I am a pattern of a certain kind." "Your high-profile case a few years back," Katie pressed, taking a single, deliberate step further into the room. The floorboard under the rug creaked, a low groan. "The medical board hearing. The 5 patients. Why did you do it?" He didn't flinch. He didn't look away. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers, the tips touching his chin. The question was direct, philosophical, not accusatory. It pulled her in, away from the script of a standard interrogation. Ethics, agent. Personal morality. A conflict between the oath to do no harm and the reality of watching harm be done by inaction, by a system that values the prolonging of a heartbeat over the quality of the life attached to it. He tilted his head, bird-like. Do you believe a person should have sovereignty over their own death? As a principle. The question was so blunt, so personal, it stole her breath for a second. It was not a question an investigator was supposed to answer. She considered lying, giving a standard law enforcement non-answer about the rule of law. But something in his calm, academic tone, the quiet intensity of his gaze, demanded a different kind of exchange. Honesty, perhaps, as a tactical tool. Yes, she heard herself say, the word surprising her as it left her lips. I do. In principle. He nodded slowly, as if she'd passed a small, important test. A faint smile touched his lips. We're born into life without our consent. A random cosmic accident, a genetic lottery. Must we be trapped in it, at its very end, in a cage of unrelenting agony, without consent too? Where is the morality in that? He smiled sadly, the warmth not reaching his pale, magnified eyes. I only ever helped those who were already at the very end. People in cages of pain with no key. Metastatic bone cancer, where the lightest touch was torture. End-stage ALS, a conscious mind locked in a useless shell. I provided the key. I never turned it for them. I placed it in their hand, or in the hand of a loved one who could no longer bear to watch the suffering. The choice and the act was always, always theirs. Katie found herself unconsciously leaning against the high arm of the sofa, her defensive posture softening minutely. His reasoning was clear, calm, logically structured, and utterly devoid of the rage, the theatrical brutality, the punishing theater their killer displayed. This wasn't a man who inserted red tubes into wounds as a grotesque plug. This was a man who debated ethics in a dusty, quiet room, who saw himself as a liberator, not an executioner. The board's report said you terminated life support without consent. That you acted unilaterally, playing God. Fabrications, he said, with a weary sigh that seemed to come from the bottom of his worn leather shoes, as if he'd explained this 1,000 times to deaf ears. Simplifications for the media and the board, who needed a villain, not a philosophical dilemma. A monster is easier to condemn than a contradiction. I prescribed additional medication for pain and anxiety. I informed the patients, in explicit clinical detail, of its potential effect, that at a certain dosage, it would suppress the respiratory drive. The choice and the act of taking the medication was always theirs. But the system, he spread his hands, a gesture of helplessness, the system cannot tolerate that kind of autonomy. It must be the sole arbiter of when and how we suffer. It calls my actions murder, while it sanctions years of torture and calls it care. She was losing her suspicion with every measured, sorrowful sentence. The pulse of adrenaline that had carried her here, the thrilling sense of the hunt, was fading, replaced by a strange, heavy melancholy. This wasn't their unsub. The killer they hunted was a brutal, focused executioner, a crusader leaving a bloody, symbolic signature. Mercer was a talkative old man, haunted by his own version of mercy, living out his days in this crumbling museum of his past, debating ghosts. He was a dead end. A fascinating, tragic, philosophical dead end. There's a group, Katie said, shifting topics, trying to find a hook, a crack. An extremist online forum called the Sanctity Collective. They revere you. They have an appreciation thread. They quote you. Mercer let out a dry, genuine laugh that turned into a mild, rattling cough. He patted his chest. Those zealots. Good Lord. Yes, they found me somehow. They occasionally leave envelopes of cash on my porch. Like I'm some retired oracle, a shrine to their cause. I told them the last time I'd prefer a bottle of decent Malbec. Do you know what they brought the following week? He shook his head, a bemused, almost fond smile on his wrinkled face. Communion wafers. Individually wrapped in a Ziploc bag. The irony was not lost on me. His smile faded, replaced by a look of mild distaste. They see no nuance. They think I was enacting divine punishment or cleansing the gene pool of the weak. They miss the entire point. I can understand the opposition to what I did, the religious, the legalistic. I disagree, but I understand their framework. These people, they cannot understand my reasons. They worship a caricature. A closed mind changes nothing, Agent Ford. It only builds taller walls. Katie had reached her conclusion. The deflating sense of anticlimax was a physical sensation, a slow leak of tension from her shoulders. This was a waste of time. A reckless, solo jaunt based on a fantasy. She needed to extricate herself, formulate a polite exit, get back to the real investigation, back to Nina, and face the music for her disappearance. She was about to speak to thank him for his time when the room was suddenly, violently washed in strobing blue light. It flashed through the gaps in the heavy, velvet drapes, painting the faded wallpaper, the dried flowers, Mercer's startled face in alternating pulses of cold, electric blue and deep, jumping shadow. Whoop-whoop of a siren cut off abruptly, leaving a ringing silence. Then, the sound of tires crunching violently on the gravel driveway outside, multiple sets coming fast, skidding to a stop. Mercer flinched, his whole body jerking in the chair. His kindly face transformed in an instant, eyes wide behind his glasses with genuine, uncomprehending fear. He looked at Katie, confusion overriding the fear. Good heavens! Agent Ford! What is this? Is this your doing? Katie's own pulse skyrocketed, her training snapping her back to a state of high alert, her body coiling. She moved away from the sofa, toward the parlor door, putting her back to a solid wall, her eyes darting between Mercer and the hallway. Are you expecting anyone? She demanded, her voice low and sharp, cutting through the sudden chaos. Never, he whispered, rising slowly, unsteadily from his chair, his hands gripping the arms for support. I never have visitors. Except you. And the deputies who call first. Always, his voice was thin with a panic that seemed utterly foreign to him. A thunderous, metallic crash shook the front of the house, the sound of the old iron gate being thrown back violently against its stone post. Mercer flinched again, a full-body shudder. Heavy, booted footsteps, multiple pairs, pounded up the flagstone path, a stampede. A voice, muffled but authoritative, yelled, "Go, go, go." Agent Ford, Mercer's voice was a reedy thread of sound. He took a step toward her, his hands half raised, not in surrender, but in a plea for explanation. This isn't me, Katie said, the truth of it chilling her blood. She hadn't called for backup. She hadn't told anyone where she was going. The lie to Nina echoed in her head, now taking on a sinister new shape. The parlor door flew inward, slamming against the wall with a crack of old plaster. Dust motes danced in the sudden intrusion of harsh hallway light. Nina Shaw stood framed in the doorway, her silhouette sharp and dark. Her service pistol was held in a perfect, two-handed grip, leveled at Grant Mercer's center mass. Her face was a mask of fierce, focused intensity, her eyes narrowed, her lips a thin, bloodless line. 3 uniformed New Brunswick police officers crowded the hallway behind her, their own weapons drawn, their faces set in grim masks. Grant Mercer, Nina's voice was a bark, stripped of all its usual cool control, raw with adrenaline and something else, a terrible certainty. Hands on your head. Now. On your knees. Do it. The old man stumbled back a step, his heel catching the edge of the hearth. He knocked his tea mug from the mantel. It shattered on the stone hearth with a sharp, ceramic explosion, brown liquid spraying. He raised his trembling, liver-spotted hands high, his face ashen, his mouth working soundlessly. I don't understand. Isha. What is this? Katie yelled, stepping forward, her own hands coming up, palms out, a gesture of placation and protest. Stand down. Nina's eyes flicked to Katie for a microsecond, a blaze of something, white-hot anger, primal fear, a fierce, possessive triumph, before snapping back to Mercer, her aim never wavering. Ford, are you hurt? Is he armed? Did he threaten you? I'm fine. He's not armed. He's just an old man. What are you doing? Katie moved, deliberately placing herself between Nina's line of fire and the terrified, confused figure of Grant Mercer. Lower your weapons. This is wrong. Step aside, Ford, one of the uniforms shouted, a burly officer with a thick mustache, his finger on the trigger guard. Nina didn't lower her weapon. Her gaze was locked on Mercer over Katie's shoulder, as if she could see through her. Her jaw was a hard line. With her left hand, she thrust a pair of her own handcuffs, the steel gleaming in the chaotic light, toward Katie. I cuffed him. Now. That's an order. Katie caught the cold metal loops automatically, the weight familiar in her hand. But she didn't move. She looked from Mercer's terrified, bewildered face, his glasses slightly askew, to Nina's rigid, implacable one. The disconnect was dizzying, a chasm between the reality in the room and the narrative in Nina's head. No, Katie said, her voice firm, dropping the cuffs onto the sofa where they landed with a dull thud. He's not our guy. He's a talker, a philosopher, not a killer. This is a mistake. This is a bad call, Shaw. Nina's jaw tightened so hard Katie heard her teeth grind. The fury in her eyes was terrifying in its purity. She stepped forward in one swift, fluid movement, holstering her weapon with a smooth, practiced motion that was somehow more threatening than drawing it. She snatched the cuffs from the sofa. Yes, she said through clenched teeth, her voice low and venomous, meant only for Katie, a hiss in the space between them. He is. He's a murderer. And he's coming with us. She moved past Katie, a brush of tense shoulder against shoulder, and grabbed Mercer's raised wrist, pulling it down and behind his back with more force than necessary. The old man gasped, a small pained sound, offering no physical resistance, his body going limp with shock. His eyes, wide and pleading, magnified and desperate behind his glasses, found and held Katie's as Nina ratcheted the first cuff closed with a definitive click. You're making a mistake, Katie said, but the words were swallowed by the chaos as the uniformed officers surged into the room, taking Mercer's other arm, their hands rough and efficient. The second click of the cuff was a period at the end of a sentence Katie hadn't agreed to write. They hustled Mercer toward the door, his slippers scuffing on the floorboards, his thin frame dwarfed by their bulk. He didn't look back. Nina turned to face Katie, the storm in her eyes banked now, replaced by a cold, administrative fury. You are in so much goddamn trouble, she said, each word a chip of ice. You lied to me. You came here, alone, to interview a person of interest in an active, escalating investigation without authorization, without backup, and compromised a separate, critical operation. What operation? Katie shot back, her own anger rising to meet Nina's coldness. What the hell is this, Nina? Since when is Grant Mercer a suspect? Since when do we kick down doors for assisted suicide advocates? Since the bodies started piling up with his fingerprints all over them, Nina snapped. She pulled a folded sheet of paper from her inner jacket pocket and thrust it at Katie. It was a digital photo, printed on plain paper. A close-up of a human forearm, pale and lifeless. On the wrist, just above the radial artery, was a small, precise, professional tattoo. A single, elegant feather, its quill sharp as a scalpel. Katie's breath caught. The same feather from the locket. The same feather from the files. We pulled the cold case records on every suspected angel death in the tri-state area for the last 30 years, Nina said, her voice flat. Forensic photography wasn't always great, but we found it. 3 of them. All women's. All with this same mark, documented at autopsy but never identified, never connected. Until we connected it to the locket. Until we connected him. She jabbed a finger toward the doorway where Mercer had been taken. He didn't just give them the poison Ford. He marked them. He branded them. His little flock. His chosen angels. The floor seemed to tilt under Katie's feet. The kindly philosopher, the nuanced thinker, branding his victims. The cognitive dissonance was a physical nausea. But something still clawed at her, wrong and out of place. He's been under surveillance. This whole time. For the past 48 hours. Since we ID'd the feather. We were building a profile, waiting for him to make contact with a new potential victim, to catch him in the act. Nina's gaze was accusing, brutal. And then you waltzed in. You tipped him off. You contaminated everything. He'll lawyer up now, and any chance we had of him leading us to a live target is gone. You played right into his harmless old man routine. Katie thought of the tea, the gentle cadence of his speech, the bemused smile about the communion wafers. Had it all been a performance? A mask for a man who tattooed his victims. The walls of the parlor seemed to close in, the dried flowers now looking like morbid trophies. I didn't know, she said, but the defense sounded weak even to her. That's the problem, Nina said, turning on her heel. You never do. You're suspended. Effective immediately. Hand over your sidearm. You don't speak to the press. You don't speak to anyone. You go home and you wait for the disciplinary review. An agent from OPR will be in touch. The orders were delivered with the finality of a judge's gavel. Katie stood frozen, the strobing blue light from outside still painting the room in silent, accusatory flashes. She unholstered her Glock, her hands numb, and held it out. Nina took it without a word, her fingers brushing Katie's, a cold, dismissive contact. The car outside will take you home, Nina said, not meeting her eyes. Don't make me have them put you in the back. Katie walked out of the parlor, past the shattered mug on the hearth, into the cool night air that smelled of crushed gravel and diesel. A marked cruiser idled behind the unmarked cars, its door open. She slid in, the vinyl seat cold through her clothes. As the car pulled away, she saw Grant Mercer in the back of another cruiser, his white head bowed, his hands, cuffed, resting in his lap. He looked small and old and utterly broken. But through the glass, just before the car turned onto the main road, his head lifted. His eyes, reflecting the flashing lights, found hers. And in that last, fleeting glance, Katie didn't see the fear, or the confusion, or the broken philosopher. She saw the faintest, coldest ghost of a smile. The car accelerated into the dark, leaving the old stone house and its strobing blue vigil behind. Katie leaned her head against the window, the vibration humming through her skull. The case was solved. The angel was in custody. And she had never felt more certain, with a dread that settled deep into her bones, that they had just made the most catastrophic mistake of all. Chapter 26. Katie watched the man on the other side of the glass. Grant Mercer sat perfectly still in the hard chair, his cuffed hands resting on the metal table. His posture was rigid, the kind of stillness that came from a conscious effort to control trembling. The fear in his eyes was palpable, a stark contrast to the calm intellectual she'd met at his home. It showed in the way his pupils were dilated, black pools swallowing the pale blue of his irises, and in the fine sheen of sweat that glistened at his temples under the harsh fluorescent light of the interrogation room. His fingers, laced together on the scarred metal surface, were white at the knuckles. Every few seconds, a faint, involuntary tremor would run through his hands, and he would press them tighter together to quell it. He was breathing through his nose, his chest rising and falling in shallow, measured lifts, a man trying to keep a lid on panic. "This feels wrong," Katie said, not turning from the window. The observation corridor was a cramped, claustrophobic space that smelled of stale sweat, disinfectant, and the faint, sweet tang of old coffee spilled long ago and never fully cleaned. The glass was cool and slightly greasy against her forehead when she leaned closer. Behind the glass, the interrogation room was silent. The sound piped in through a tinny speaker above her head was just the low hum of the lights, and the soft, rhythmic scrape of Mercer's thumb rubbing against his own index finger. Nina Shaw and Chief Ira Larkin flanked her, their presence making the narrow passage feel even tighter, a pressure against her shoulders. "The evidence doesn't lie," Nina replied, her voice flat, devoid of its usual layered inflection. She stood with her arms crossed, her gaze fixed on Mercer with an intensity that felt more like hunting than observation. Katie could see the tight line of Nina's jaw, the way she held her body coiled, ready to spring. She wasn't just watching a suspect, she was measuring him for a cage. "How do you think we found him?" Nina continued, finally glancing at Katie. Her eyes were dark hollows in the poor light. "I used your laptop." Katie blinked, pulling her attention from the glass. She turned her head slowly, processing the statement. The air in the corridor tasted metallic. "My charger. I said you could use my charger. To power your own device." Nina's expression didn't change. Not a flicker. The browser was open. The search on Mercer was right there. Multiple tabs. Forum archives, local news scans, a property record search. "I assumed you were flagging him for me. That you'd hit a wall and were handing it off." She said it as if reciting a report, but there was a brittle edge beneath the words, a hint of accusation that Katie had been holding out. Katie let out a slow breath, the air in the corridor feeling thick and recycled. She could see the logic. The cold, procedural steps. If roles were reversed, if she had walked into a borrowed office and seen Nina's screen lit up with a deep dive on a single name, she'd have made the same leap. She would have taken it as a silent baton pass. "I was doing background," she said, her voice low, forcing it to stay even. "A curiosity check." The forum posts venerated him. "I wanted to know who the saint was before I dismissed the laid. I didn't actually believe he was our guy." She gestured toward the window. "Look at him. Does that look like a man who strangled a nurse and gutted a friend?" "Well, the chief's team found a concrete link," Nina said, her tone leaving no room for debate. She gestured with her chin toward Larkin, who stood with a solid, impatient weight on his other side, his arms folded over his broad chest. While you were chasing philosophy, they were running down associations. Mercer and Harrison Wells were old friends. Phone records show 6 calls in the last year alone. Larkin grunted in affirmation. Pattern S there. You connect A to B, B to C. He's the node. So 2 retired doctors know each other, Katie countered, turning back to the window. She watched Mercer swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing in his thin neck. He was staring at his own reflection in the one-way glass, or perhaps at the void behind it, his eyes wide and unblinking. They talk. That's not a conspiracy. It's a professional network. You run that check on any doctor in the state, you'll find a web of calls and conferences. Nina didn't answer with words. Instead, she held up the staff retreat photo, the glossy print catching the light from the corridor, making the faces of the gathered medical staff glow for a moment. It's more than that. The wellness seminar all 3 victims attended. The one from the hospital's continuing education archives. Mercer wasn't just there. He was a guest speaker. He had direct access, a reason to be in the same room to be remembered. He had a platform. She tapped the photo with a fingernail. He's right here in the front row. Smiling. Shaking hands. He had a reason to be in the same orbit as Cutler and Strickland, and a documented friendship with Wells. That's not a web, Katie. That's a target list. Katie looked back at the shackled man. The connections were undeniably there, laid out like tiles in a mosaic. But the profile in her head, a rage-filled methodical torturer who derived pleasure from prolonged suffering, who left a red plastic tube as a grotesque signature, didn't square with the broken, philosophical man weeping silently in the room. His shoulders were hunched not in defiance, but in a kind of profound bewilderment. He looked like a man who had been plucked from his study and dropped into a nightmare. It fits on paper, she admitted, the words tasting like ash. It doesn't fit him. The man in there is scared. He's not calculating. He's devastated. Devastated men kill, Larkin said, his voice a gravelly rumble. He nodded toward the heavy door that led into the interrogation room. Paper is what gets convictions, Agent Ford. Instinct is what gets you lost. Let's go. Time to ask him directly. Nina moved first, turning on her heel. Katie took one last look at Mercer. He had closed his eyes now, his lips moving silently, as if in prayer or rehearsal. She followed Nina out of the observation corridor, the chief's heavy footsteps behind her. The interrogation room was airless and oppressively warm, the climate control evidently set to discomfort. The overhead light was a single, buzzing fluorescent tube that cast a stark, unflattering glare and left deep shadows in the corners where the walls met the stained ceiling tiles. The walls were a grimy beige, scuffed at knee-height from countless nervous legs shifting under the table. The floor was linoleum, worn pale in paths to and from the door and sticky in places. The room smelled of old sweat, lemon-scented cleaner that didn't quite mask the underlying odor of mildew, and the faint, metallic hint of fear, a coppery tang in the back of the throat. Mercer managed a thin, anxious smile as they entered, the expression cracking the pale mask of his face like a fissure in dry earth. The door clicked shut with a sound of finality, sealing them in. His eyes darted between the 3 of them, lingering on Larkin's uniform, before settling on Katie, as if she were a known quantity in a sea of hostility. "This is a profound mistake," he said, his voice trembling. He cleared his throat, as if to steady it, and failed, the sound wet and shaky. Katie took the lead, setting the heavy case file folder on the table with a soft, definitive thump. She didn't sit immediately. She opened the folder, the sound of the cardboard flap unnaturally loud, and began placing the graphic scene photos on the table in a slow, deliberate line, watching his eyes. First, Paula Strickland in her car, the red tube like a grotesque necklace against her swollen throat. Then Dr. Alan Cutler in the dirt, the dark pool beneath his head gleaming under crime scene lights, his eyes open and clouded. Finally, Harrison Wells at the base of his stairs, the tube protruding from the ruin of his abdomen, the carpet around him a soaked blackish red. She placed them with care, aligning the edges, making the gallery of death impossible to ignore. She slid into the chair opposite him, the metal legs scraping harshly on the floor. Nina took the seat beside her, a silent, watchful presence, her posture erect, her hands flat on the table. "Hey, doctor." "Mercer," Katie began, her voice level, calm, a deliberate contrast to the horror on the table. "Did you kill these people?" He flinched as if struck, his whole body jerking back an inch in the chair. His gaze darted over the images, a quick, horrified skim, before locking desperately on hers. He looked from her to Nina and back, seeking something, understanding, sanity, a lifeline. "No," he whispered, the word barely audible. Then stronger, forcing it out, "No. I would not. I could not." The very idea is an obscenity. His hands, still cuffed, came up in a pleading gesture before falling back to the table with a dull clink of metal. Nina leaned forward, planting her elbows on the table, invading his space. Her movement was swift, aggressive. "Where were you on the nights of April 30th, May 3rd, and May 4th? From sunset to sunrise. Account for your time." Mercer's eyes widened slightly at the specificity, the dates. He licked his lips, which were dry and cracked. "At home. Every night. I live alone. I've been watching a documentary series on the history of aviation. I make notes. I haven't left my house after dark in weeks. Not since the days grew shorter." He was speaking quickly now, the words tumbling out. "My neighbor, Mrs. Epson, she can tell you. She brings my mail up the drive sometimes in the evening. She'll have seen my lights. The blue glow of the television. I'm always there." "A neighbor seeing a light isn't an alibi," Nina said, her voice cutting. "It's an assumption." "You knew the victims," Katie stated, not as a question, steering it back. "I did not," he insisted, shaking his head with a vigor that made his chains rattle. "And I told you. I knew of Dr. Cutler by reputation. A good man by all accounts. The nurse, Strickland, I've never heard that name before today. I swear to you." Nina slid the retreat photograph across the table, her fingers tapping the edge of the print. "Look again. Take your time." Mercer leaned forward, the chain between his cuffs rattling softly. He squinted at the photo, his brow furrowed in concentration, the lines on his forehead deepening. His eyes tracked across the faces, row by row, and then recognition dawned, not with a start, but with a slow, dawning sadness that seemed to weigh down his features. His shoulders slumped further. "Oh," he breathed, the exhalation full of regret. Yes. That seminar. At the University Conference Center. 2 years ago, I think. I spoke briefly about caregiver grief under the new palliative statutes. It was informal. A round table, really. There were perhaps 40 people there. I didn't take names. What was the purpose of your talk? Katie asked, keeping her tone neutral open, trying to pull the scholar out from behind the fear. To offer perspective, he said, his gaze drifting to the middle distance, over Katie's shoulder, remembering. The legal changes were causing moral distress among frontline staff. The line between alleviating suffering and hastening death had become a minefield. I was asked to provide a philosophical framework. To help them sleep at night, I suppose. A bitter, helpless smile touched his lips there and gone. It seems I failed. If one of them was in that room, and they are now dead, I failed utterly. Katie kept her eyes on his, searching for a flicker of deception, for the coldness she'd seen in crime scene photos, for the calculated emptiness of a predator. She saw only fatigue and a deep, resonant sorrow that seemed to emanate from him like heat from a stone. You were friends with Harrison Wells. Was, Mercer corrected softly, his eyes coming back to hers, sharpening. Years ago. We were residents together at Camden General. A lifetime ago. We were different men then. Idealistic. Exhausted. We kept in touch sporadically. A Christmas card, the occasional call. Nina reached over and tapped the photo of Wells's body with a blunt finger. The sound was a sharp tap-tap in the quiet room. This was him. Last night. Someone entered his home, subdued him, and did this. They knew what they were doing. They took their time. Mercer's composure shattered. It didn't crack, it disintegrated. He stared at the photo, his face draining of all remaining color, leaving his skin a sickly, translucent gray. His breath hitched, a sharp, involuntary gasp that sounded like a sob being born. His shoulders convulsed, a single violent tremor that ran through his frame, and a choked, wet sob escaped him, raw and unfiltered. Tears welled in his eyes, spilling over and tracing clean paths through the fine dust on his cheeks. He didn't try to hide them. He used his shoulder to wipe clumsily at his face, the gesture of a child, of someone beyond caring about dignity. Anderson, God, no, not like that. Not Anderson. He used the man's first name, the name of a friend, not a victim. The pain in his voice was visceral, a physical thing in the room. That links you to all three, Nina said, her tone relentless, a hammer driving a nail. She didn't acknowledge his tears. A seminar with Cutler and Strickland. A friendship with Wells. What's your explanation? Coincidence piles up, doctor. It starts to look like design. It starts to look like you were in a unique position to know all of them. Why? Mercer whispered, the word thick with tears and mucus. He shook his head, looking from one agent to the other, pleading. Why would I harm a friend? What possible reason? He was a good man. A tired man, but good. We hadn't spoken in months. What motive could I possibly have? A disagreement, Katie suggested, leaning back slightly, giving him psychological space, trying to draw out a narrative. You tried to convince them of your views on ending suffering, and they refused. They argued against your philosophy. Told you you were dangerous. Mercer shook his head wildly, the chains jangling a discordant rhythm. I don't seek converts, Agent Ford. I never have. My work, my writing, it's an exploration. A questioning. It's not a manifesto. I don't have followers. I have readers, some of whom write me angry letters. The idea that I would kill someone for disagreeing with me it's monstrous. It's the antithesis of everything I believe. Everything I've ever written argues for the sanctity of the individual choice, even especially when I disagree with it. If he was your friend, why the radio silence for years? Katie pressed, shifting tack, probing the connection. You said you were friends, but your contact was sporadic. Why? Did you have a falling out? How many friends from a decade ago do you still see regularly? He asked, his gaze piercing through the tears. It was a genuine question, not a deflection. A life moves on. Careers diverge. Families grow or they don't. We spoke on the phone just before he retired. He was troubled. That was the last real conversation we had. Katie's pulse gave a single, hard thump against her ribs. She kept her face neutral. Troubled by what? A patient case. He said it was the final weight that made him step away. The one that broke the camel's back was how he put it. Mercer's eyes lost focus, looking inward. He sounded haunted. Not guilty, exactly. Defeated. Nina pushed back from the table, the chair legs screeching in the quiet room. She stood up, a tower of impatience and finality. This is going in circles. No verifiable alibi, a direct connection to every victim, a controversial public stance that provides motive. We're done here. Katie, outside. Now, it wasn't a request. Katie held Mercer's gaze for a second longer. He looked utterly lost. She stood, following Nina, gathering the photos slowly, giving him one last look of the horrors before she slid them back into the folder. The door opened and closed, leaving Mercer alone with the echo of their footsteps and the buzz of the light. In the corridor, the air felt cooler, but no less tense. Larkin unfolded his arms, a satisfied set to his jaw. He's your man, he stated, his voice leaving no room for doubt. History, motive, access. It's textbook. The DA will salivate. We can wrap this by dinner, have a press conference by 10. The city breathes easier. He's gotten inside your head, Nina said, turning to face Katie. She kept her voice low, but it was sharp, a blade of sound meant for her ears only. She stepped closer, forcing Katie to look up at her. He's playing the remorseful scholar, the misunderstood intellectual. Think about it. Alan Cutler and Paula Strickland bonded deeply with their terminal patients. They were on the front lines. What if they argued with him about his views? Told him he was a coward, hiding behind theory while they did the hard, messy work. Or worse, what if they threatened to expose something? A past mistake. He wouldn't be the first angel of death to hide behind a title and a sympathetic demeanor. The tears are part of the performance. Guilt manifesting as grief. Katie's mind raced, trying to force the square peg of Mercer into the round hole of the killer's profile. The facts were damning, a wall of circumstantial evidence. But her instinct, a cold, clear stream running beneath the noise of procedure and pressure, screamed otherwise. The killer they were hunting was a predator who enjoyed the process, who left a signature of control and prolonged agony. Mercer was reacting with genuine, unvarnished horror to the results. The disconnect was a physical ache in her gut, a knot that tightened with every logical argument Nina made. She looked past Nina through the glass. Mercer had put his head in his manacled hands, his shoulders shaking silently. It wasn't the performative weeping of a caught killer. It was the isolated despair of a man who couldn't comprehend the world he was in. "Give me 2 hours," she heard herself say. The words hung in the stale air of the corridor, surprising even her. Larkin snorted. 2 hours. That's a waste of time and taxpayer money. We have enough to hold him. Enough to charge him. Let the lawyers sort out the philosophy. It's my case, Nina said, her eyes never leaving Katie's. The statement was a rebuke to Larkin, but her focus was entirely on her partner. A long, heavy silence stretched between them, filled with the hum of the lights and the muffled, incomprehensible sound of precinct activity beyond the corridor. A phone ringing, a distant shout, the clang of a cell door. Nina was weighing more than the request. She was weighing Katie's judgment, her reliability, the cost of this divergence against the ticking clock of a media cycle, and a killer who might still be out there. Katie could see the calculation in the tightness around Nina's mouth, the slight narrowing of her eyes. She was measuring the risk of being wrong against the risk of letting Katie chase a ghost. Finally, Nina gave a single, tight nod. It was a concession, but a brittle one, loaded with conditions. Your show. 2 hours. The clock starts when you close the door. You find me something concrete, a hole in his story I can drive a truck through, or a new direction with evidence to back it, or you help me bury him. You stand beside me at the press conference, and you call him a monster. Understood. Understood, Katie said, the word dry in her throat. And Katie, Nina added, her voice dropping even lower. No more private consultations. You go in there to break him, not to bond with him. You remember which side of the table you're on. Katie didn't thank her. She turned, her hand closing on the cold metal handle of the interrogation room door. She pulled it open, stepped back inside, and closed it firmly behind her. The click of the latch engaging was deafening in the sudden, sealed quiet, cutting off the world outside. Mercer looked up, his eyes red-rimmed and wary, glistening with moisture. He saw she was alone, and a flicker of confusion crossed his face, followed swiftly by a deeper, more primal fear. Being alone with a federal agent was often worse than being outnumbered. Katie didn't return to her previous seat. Instead, she pulled her chair around the table, closer to him, the legs whispering across the floor this time. She sat down, leaning forward, her posture open, non-confrontational, her hands resting loosely in her lap. It's just us, she said. No observers. No recording. For the next 2 hours, this room doesn't exist to anyone but you and me. I need your honesty, and I need your help. He stared at her, his breath still coming in shaky hitches. I have given you nothing but truth, he said, his voice hoarse from crying. Then give me something to work with, she said, spreading her hands in a gesture of frustration that was only half feigned. You have no alibi. You're connected to all 3 victims through a document and a phone log. Your professional past is a shadow that looks a lot like a motive to a prosecutor. Help me eliminate you. Give me a reason to walk out there and tell them they're wrong. Give me a name, a place, a memory, a detail that doesn't fit their neat picture. Mercer lifted his manacled wrists, the gesture one of utter helplessness. The chain slithered across the table. And how? I am a retired doctor who writes unpopular essays. I garden. I watch television. My life is an open book, and it is a very dull one. There is no secret chapter. Katie leaned in, her voice dropping to a near whisper, forcing him to lean in too, creating a conspiratorial space between them. Then describe your killer, she said, the gamble forming in her mouth even as she spoke it. Not who but how. You have no alibi, but you have expertise. Your expertise is the body and the mind. Perhaps you can see what we cannot. Look at the facts we have and tell me what they say about the man who did this. Help me build a profile that isn't you." Mercer's eyebrows rose. He studied her face, looking for the trap, the trick. His eyes scanned hers, searching for duplicity. "You would share details of an active investigation with a suspect. That is highly irregular." "You're not a suspect to me right now," Katie said, and she meant it. The conviction solidified as she said it aloud. "You're a consultant." For the next 115 minutes. "This is the line I can't cross with my partner watching. It's a violation of protocol. But it's the only tool I have left. So are you in? Can you set aside your own fear and look at this with a clinician's eye?" He held her gaze for a long moment, his breathing gradually slowing, deepening. The raw panic in his eyes receded, replaced by a flicker of the keen intelligence she'd seen in his home. The scholar was intrigued, despite himself, despite the chains. He slowly lowered his hands back to the table, arranging them carefully, as if preparing to write. The fear was still there, a baseline hum, but it was now mingled with a sharp, professional curiosity. "Ask your questions." Katie took a steadying breath. "This was the precipice." "The killer has a medical signature," she began, choosing her words with extreme care. "He doesn't just kill. He prolongs. He controls the moment of death. Our first victim, Paula Strickland, was strangled. But before that, she was injected with a specific cocktail of drugs. Drugs meant to revive her after initial trauma, to bring her back to consciousness so he could do it again. He repeated the process. He wanted her to experience it multiple times." Mercer's posture shifted subtly, the scholar overtaking the prisoner. He leaned in, his eyes narrowing. "Which drugs?" "And specifically, the exact agents." "Morphine, epinephrine, a concentrated saline and glucose solution. Administered intravenously. We found the puncture marks, the residue." Mercer's eyes widened, not with fear this time, but with dawning, horrified comprehension. His lips parted slightly. "That is not a random mixture," he said, his voice gaining strength, becoming lectural. "That is not a layman's idea of a stimulant. You don't just throw a shot of adrenaline at someone and hope they wake up from a lethal strangulation. That is a targeted treatment protocol. The ratios are critical. Too much epinephrine, you send them into fatal arrhythmia. Too much morphine, you depress the respiratory system further. The saline and glucose composition, that's for cellular uptake, for osmotic balance." He shook his head, his mind clearly racing down a clinical path. "The average person, even a nurse, wouldn't know that precise formula, or have the skill to titrate it effectively in field conditions to achieve a temporary resuscitation without triggering immediate cardiac arrest. This is specialized knowledge." "Treatment for what?" Katie's heart began to beat a faster, harder rhythm against her ribs. The air in the room felt charged. Mercer stared past her, his gaze turned inward, accessing a deep well of medical arcana. "For a specific set of conditions. Extremely painful, progressive ossification disorders. Fibrous dysplasia. Progressive osseous heteroplasia. Stoneman syndrome," he said, the names dropping into the room like stones into a still pond. "A horrific, vanishingly rare genetic condition where muscle and connective tissue slowly, agonizingly turn to bone. It locks the body into a living statue. The pain is unimaginable. That combination, morphine for the unbearable pain, epinephrine, and that specific electrolyte solution, is used in extreme, palliative cases to provide temporary muscular and skeletal relaxation. A few hours of relief from the petrification. It's a treatment for the untreatable. A stopgap for a condemned patient. It's not in textbooks. It's the kind of protocol passed down in specialty units at end-of-life care conferences. A rare disease. A medical signature so specific it was a fingerprint. Katie's mind raced, trying to fit this new, bizarre piece into the puzzle of a crusade against medical professionals. You know of cases here. In this region. Recently. In the last few years. Mercer closed his eyes, his forehead wrinkling in deep concentration. The room was so quiet Katie could hear the faint, persistent buzz of the light and the sound of her own blood rushing in her ears. She could smell his fierce sweat, mixed with the lemon cleaner and the dusty, dry heat. "I've never treated one myself," he said slowly, his eyes still shut. "As I said, it's vanishingly rare. Perhaps a few hundred documented cases worldwide. The community is small. Everyone knows of the major studies, the specialist centers." He was silent for another long moment, chasing a memory, his lips moving soundlessly. Then his eyes snapped open. They were clear now, focused inward on the past. "But Harrison, on the phone that last time, he was distraught. He said it was over a patient decision. An ethical breach that broke him. It was the reason he retired. I thought it was about assisted dying, about a line he'd crossed or refused to cross." "What did he say?" Katie urged, her voice barely above a whisper. She leaned forward until the edge of the table pressed into her stomach. "Exactly. Try to remember the exact words." Mercer's eyes were fixed on a point on the grimy wall, seeing a different time, a different conversation. "He said the boy begged me to do it. He was crying. I remember the sound, a wet, ragged sound. I assumed he meant a junior colleague, a resident perhaps, pressured by an impossible case into a mercy killing. I told him he had to report it, to talk to the ethics board. He said it was too late. That the boy was gone. That the system had failed him. He said, they turned him to stone and I handed them the chisel. I didn't understand it. I thought it was metaphor. The guilt of a teacher whose student failed. So the boy. They turned him to stone. It wasn't much. It was a fragment, a whisper from a grief-stricken man. But it was a thread. A thread that led away from the broken man in front of her, out of this airless room, and into the dark, toward a suffering child and a medical atrocity. The cocktail had a purpose. The killer had a reason. A personal, horrific reason. Katie stood up so quickly her chair rocked back on two legs and slammed down with a crack that echoed in the small room. "Stay here," she said, the words coming out in a rush. "Don't say a word to anyone. Don't ask for a lawyer, don't make a deal, don't even look at the door. I'm going to get you out of these cuffs." She didn't wait for his response, for the dazed confusion that flooded his face. She turned, yanked open the door with enough force to make it shudder on its hinges, and left the room at a run. The 2-hour clock was a deafening tick in her mind, but it no longer mattered. The countdown was for a different outcome. She had a direction. A real one. She burst into the observation corridor, where Nina and Larkin stood waiting, their postures identical in their impatience. Nina's eyes were hard, already expecting failure. We need everything on rare bone diseases, specifically fibrous dysplasia or Stoneman syndrome, in the New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania area for the last 5 years, Katie said, the words tumbling out in a breathless stream. Hospital records, specialist referrals, pediatric cases, insurance claims, experimental trial participants. And we need to find a boy. A teenage boy, likely. A patient who was under the care of Harrison Wells and possibly Alan Cutler. A boy who begged for something. A boy who felt betrayed by the system. A boy who might have felt they turned him to stone. That's our killer. Not a philosopher. A patient. Or someone who loved him. Nina stared at her, the skepticism on her face warring with the fierce, electric intensity in Katie's eyes. Larkin began to protest, a red flush rising up his neck. What the hell kind of hunch is that? Based on what? A fairy tale. Based on a medical fingerprint your killer left in his first victim's veins, Katie shot back, not breaking eye contact with Nina. Mercer identified it. It's a treatment protocol for a specific horrific disease. Our killer knows it intimately. He's using it as part of his ritual. He's not killing random doctors. He's killing his doctors. The ones who failed him or failed someone he loved. This is personal. This is revenge. Mercer is a bystander who got caught in the net because he knew them, because he writes about the ethics they failed to uphold. The silence in the corridor was absolute. Nina's expression was unreadable, a mask of stone. She was processing, cross-referencing Katie's fervor with the cold facts she valued. The clock ticked. Finally, Nina turned to Chief Larkin. Run the search. Rare pediatric bone diseases. Cross-reference with Wells's and Cutler's patient lists from the last 7 years. To do it now. Larkin scowled, but the authority in Nina's voice brooked no argument. He muttered something and stalked off down the corridor, his heavy footsteps fading. Nina turned back to Katie. You have 1 hour of your 2 left. Find me that boy. If he exists and if he's connected, you've earned your hunch. If not, she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Katie was already moving, heading for the borrowed office at a near run, the image of a suffering boy and a precise, cruel cocktail of drugs burning a path through her thoughts. The interrogation was over. The hunt had changed. And for the first time since she'd looked at the photo of Paula Strickland, she felt the cold, clear certainty of the trail ahead. Chapter 27. Katie's tires screeched against the curb outside New Brunswick Medical Center, the smell of hot rubber cutting through the damp night air. She killed the engine and was out the door before the parking brake was fully set, the car rocking slightly with her abrupt exit. Her shoulder bag banged against her hip, the strap digging in. Her sprint carried her across the empty visitor lot, her footsteps a sharp, solitary rhythm on the asphalt, a frantic one-woman drumbeat against the vast silence. The hospital loomed, a block of lit windows against the dark sky. The automatic doors hissed open, swallowing her into the quiet, fluorescent-lit lobby. The space was a tomb of polished linoleum and empty vinyl chairs, their orange upholstery glaring under the relentless light. The air hummed with the low drone of vending machines cooling their drinks, and the sterile, lemon-scented bite of hospital-grade disinfectant that couldn't quite mask the underlying odor of sickness and fear. A lone receptionist looked up from behind thick, scarred plexiglass, her face pale and doughy under the harsh lights, a dog-eared paperback novel splayed open on the counter. Katie didn't break stride. She covered the last 20 feet at a fast walk, and slammed her FBI credentials flat against the glass with a sharp, startling crack. Federal Bureau of Investigation. I need immediate access to your archived patient records. Right now. The woman blinked, her mouth opening and closing soundlessly for a second. She pushed her glasses up her nose. Ma'am, I can't just, it's after hours. Records is closed. The administrative wing is locked. You need to file a request with. A man is going to be wrongly charged with murder in less than 2 hours if I don't get one piece of information. Katie leaned in, her voice dropping, each word measured and hard as stone. She kept her credentials pressed to the glass, a visual anchor. Where are the records kept? Who has the keys or the system access tonight? I don't have that authority. The receptionist's eyes darted to a black phone on her desk, then back to Katie's face, searching for a protocol that didn't exist. Her fingers twitched toward the receiver. You'd have to speak to a department manager. I can try to page one, but it could take. Then do it. Now. And tell them it's an emergency in progress. Katie's knuckles were white where she held the leather credential holder. She forced herself to take a breath, to unclench her jaw. Scaring this woman into paralysis wouldn't help. The flustered woman picked up the phone, her movements jerky. She punched in an extension, her back partially turned, speaking in a low, hurried mumble. Katie scanned the lobby, her eyes ticking over the empty chairs, the darkened entrance to the gift shop, the elevator banks with their softly chiming arrows. Every second felt like a grain of sand dropping through an hourglass, the bottom filling with Nathaniel Shaw's life. The receptionist hung up and turned back, not meeting Katie's eyes. She's coming. Just wait here, please. Katie didn't move from the glass. She stood, a statue of impatience, listening to the hum of the lights, the faint, tinny echo of a television from a distant waiting area. After 2 minutes that felt like 20, the soft swish of a door opening behind the reception desk sounded. An older woman in a navy blazer and sensible tan slacks emerged, her expression one of weary curiosity. She had a laminated ID clipped to her collar that read B. EMERSON, manager. She took in the scene, Katie's pressed credentials still against the glass, the receptionist's pale, anxious face, and stepped forward, placing a calming hand on the younger woman's shoulder. It's all right, Janice. I'll handle this. Her voice was calm, practiced, the voice of someone who managed crises for a living. But her eyes were sharp, assessing Katie from her wind-tousled hair to the determined, almost wild set of her jaw. I'm Blair Emerson, Department Manager for Patient Services. What seems to be the problem? Katie lowered her creds, holding them up for Emerson to see clearly. Agent Katie Ford, FBI. I need to search your system for a specific patient condition. Tonight. It's not a request. It's a matter of life and deaths. Emerson studied her for a long, silent moment, her gaze lingering on the genuine, stark urgency in Katie's eyes, the slight tremor in her hand that wasn't from cold. The manager's own face was a mask of professional reserve, but a tiny muscle flickered in her cheek. She gave a single, curt nod. Come with me. She used a keycard on a panel beside the secure door, which buzzed loudly. Katie followed her through, the door sighing shut behind them, cutting off the lobby's sterile hum. They moved down a wide, empty hallway lit by intermittent fluorescent tubes, their footsteps echoing off the linoleum. Emerson's low heels clicked a steady, unhurried rhythm. Katie fought the urge to run ahead. They passed closed doors with plaques, billing, human resources, compliance. Finally, Emerson stopped at an unmarked door, used another key, and ushered Katie into a small, windowless office. It was neat to the point of austerity. A gray metal desk, a worn rolling chair, a large flat panel monitor, and shelves of identical three-ring binders with years printed on their spines in black marker. The air was still and cool, smelling of dust and ozone from the electronics. The only personal touch was a framed photo of two smiling golden retrievers on the corner of the desk. Emerson closed the door behind them, the click of the latch sounding final in the small, enclosed space. She did not sit down, nor did she offer Katie a chair. She folded her arms, a defensive barrier. "You were here earlier this week asking about Dr. Cutler," Emerson stated. It wasn't a question. Her tone was flat. "This is about that. The murder." "It is," Katie confirmed, her own arms hanging tense at her sides, her fingers curling into loose fists. She could feel the grit of the parking lot on her palms. "I need you to search your system. I'm not asking for a patient name. I don't need an address. Just a diagnostic code. A condition. Nothing that violates HIPAA on its own." Emerson finally moved, settling slowly into the chair behind the desk. It squeaked under her weight. She woke the monitor with a tap, casting a pale blue glow on her face that hollowed her cheeks and deepened the lines around her eyes. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. "What am I looking for?" Katie forced herself to breathe, to articulate the term Mercer had slurred in his wine-soaked panic. She leaned forward, bracing her hands on the cool metal edge of the desk. "Any patient diagnosed with Stoneman syndrome. Within the last, say, 18 months. Emerson's fingers danced across the keys, her nails tapping a staccato rhythm. The search was quick. She shook her head, a tight, minimal movement. No hits. That's a layman's term, a nickname from old medical texts. It wouldn't be in the diagnostic codes. It's not a medically recognized diagnosis." A fist of frustration clenched in Katie's chest, so tight it hurt. She closed her eyes for a second, digging through the memory of Mercer's frantic, guilt-loosened confession in the interrogation room. The disgraced doctor's words were a jumble of self-pity and obscure jargon. Fibrous something. Fibrous displacement. Something with bone. A bone disorder. Dysplasia, Emerson offered, her tone turning clinical detached. Fibrous dysplasia. That's a real condition. Rare. Causes bone to develop like scar tissue. Yes, Katie's eyes snapped open. That's it. Fibrous dysplasia. Search for that. Any patient with that as a primary or secondary diagnosis. The color drained from the manager's face, a visible blanching that started at her lips and spread outward, leaving her skin the shade of old paper. Her hand, which had been resting lightly on the mouse, went completely still. Her breath caught just a slight hitch. "So," she breathed out, the word barely audible. "You mean the statue case." "What statue case?" Katie took a step closer to the desk, her shadow falling across the keyboard. Her voice was low, insistent. "Tell me." Emerson looked up at her, conflict warring in her eyes, professional duty against a dawning personal horror. She uncrossed her arms and placed her hands in her lap, as if to steady them. "About a year back. Maybe a little more. We had a female patient on the 3rd floor, in one of the total isolation rooms. Special orders from the very top. Hospital administration, legal, the works. Rumor among the staff was her condition had advanced. progressed in a terrible way. Ossified her connective tissues. She was frozen in place, they said. Couldn't move. Couldn't be moved. In constant, unimaginable pain. The staff called her the statue woman. Only her designated, vetted treatment team and one family member, her son, were permitted in. No other visitors. Ever. It was the talk of the floor for weeks, then it became a ghost story. Something we didn't mention. Katie's pulse hammered in her ears, a dull, rushing sound that muted the faint hum of the computer tower. Her mouth went dry. The pieces, the protest signs about defying nature's law, the killer's surgical fixation on medical cruelty, the specific, brutal revenge against a team, began to tremble on the edge of a terrible, cohesive whole. Search it. Now. Please. I need that patient file. Emerson's fingers returned to the keyboard, but they moved slowly, with clear, weighty reluctance. She navigated through several screens, her password clicks deliberate and heavy. This file, she said quietly, not looking up, is flagged. High confidentiality. Legal holds. I have a master access, but it's logged. Audited. I could lose my job. My license. 3 people are dead, Katie said, her voice low and intense, leaning further over the desk so Emerson had to meet her gaze. Strangled, stabbed, butchered. A 4th is in imminent danger right now, as we sit here. A good man, a therapist, is about to be charged for crimes he didn't commit because the real killer is still out there, working from a list. Your signature on a search log is nothing compared to that. Nothing. Please. Blair Emerson held her gaze for another heartbeat, her eyes searching Katie's for truth, for hyperbole, and finding only stark, desperate certainty. Then, with a resigned sigh that seemed to deflate her shoulders and soften her posture, she gave a single, sharp nod. She executed the search. The system word, a spinning hourglass icon appearing on the screen. The seconds stretched. A single result appeared, listed by a medical record number, no name visible. Emerson double-clicked it. A patient file opened, dense with blocks of blacked-out text and strings of indecipherable medical abbreviations. Without a word, Emerson moved the cursor and sent it to the small, laser printer in the corner. The machine hummed to life, a green light flashing, and began to spit out pages with a rhythmic, mechanical whisper. Katie was there in 2 strides. She stood over the printer, her body a taut wire of anticipation, watching each page emerge face down into the tray. The paper was warm to the touch, carrying the faint, acrid smell of toner. She snatched the sheets as they came, not waiting for the job to finish, her fingers leaving damp prints on the edges. She flipped past the front page advisories and warnings, past the dense paragraphs of clinical notes, her eyes scanning for the administrative summary, the treatment log, the list of names. She found it on the penultimate page, a standardized form titled Primary Care Team Authorization and Visitation Log. 4 names were listed in a neat column, typed beside checkboxes and signature lines. Dr. Alan Cutler. Paula Strickland. Harrison Wells. Clarissa Shaw. A line was drawn through each of the first 3 names in ink, the same sequence as the dead. Katie stared at the page, the letters swimming for a second before locking into terrible, perfect focus. The air left her lungs in a soft, stunned exhale. It wasn't just a link, it was a ledger. A kill list, literal and bureaucratic. The first 3 were crossed off the list of the living. The 4th, Clarissa Shaw, was next. And the son who was the only permitted visitor. The son who watched his mother turn to stone. Her mind reeled, the horrifying new configuration snapping into place with an almost audible click. The killer wasn't targeting the medical system at random. He was executing the specific, named team that had cared for, and in his tormented eyes, tortured his mother. The statue woman, Adele Barrett. This was the core. This was the why. The red tubes weren't just signatures, they were grotesque medical lines inserted post-mortem. She looked up at Blair Emerson, who was watching her with a mixture of dread and naked curiosity, her hand now covering her mouth. "Thank you," Katie said, her voice rough with the force of the revelation. She gathered the pages, folding them hastily, cramming them into her shoulder bag. "You may have just saved a life." She was out of the office, the door swinging shut behind her with a soft thump, and back into the bright, empty hallway before the manager could form another question. Her footsteps echoed, a frantic slap 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 on the linoleum as she ran for the lobby, for the doors, for her car, the folded file a burning, conclusive weight against her side. In the subdued, lamplit glow of the home office, the man relaxed into the high-backed leather chair that belonged to Nathaniel Shaw. He let his weight settle, appreciating the firm support, the smooth, cool grain of the leather under his fingertips. It was a comfortable chair. Well-worn but not shabby. A chair of authority, of contemplation, where a therapist would sit to observe, to guide, to judge. It suited him. On the therapeutic couch opposite, Nathaniel Shaw writhed against the plastic zip ties, securing his wrists behind his back and his ankles together. The ties had bitten deep into the soft flesh of his wrists, leaving angry red welts that were already beginning to purple. A dark, wet stain was spreading across the light gray fabric of his shirt from a precise, shallow wound low in his left side. It wasn't meant to kill quickly. It was a painter's first stroke, meant to hurt, to bleed, to weaken, to announce the beginning of the work. His breathing was shallow and ragged, each inhale a hissed gasp through clenched teeth, each exhale a shudder that made the couch's leather creak. A fine sheen of sweat coated his forehead, matting his thinning hair. "You don't have to do this," Shaw managed, the words splintering with pain. He tried to lift his head, his glasses askew, one lens webbed with cracks. His eyes, wide and bloodshot, rolled toward the man in his chair. "Whatever you think I did, we can talk. Please. We can talk it through. That's what I do." "But I do have to," the man said calmly. He held up the scalpel he'd taken from Shaw's own leather medical bag, turning it so the light from the brass desk lamp glinted along its sterile, cruel edge. "The bill has come due. For her. Payment is non-negotiable. Final. For who? I don't know you. I've never seen you before in my life." Shaw's voice rose, edged with a desperate, animal confusion. He strained again, the muscles in his neck cording, but the plastic held fast, digging deeper. "You knew of her. My mother." "Adele Barrett," he said the name softly, like a prayer or a curse. "The woman your colleagues turned into a laboratory specimen. A medical curiosity. A case study in suffering." He ticked them off on his fingers, his movements languid, almost bored, as if reciting a grocery list. The nurse who inserted the lines that fed her and poisoned her for months, who charted her decline without ever seeing the person. Paula Strickland. The doctor who managed her pain, or rather, failed to, prescribing cocktails that fogged her mind but did nothing for the agony in her petrifying joints. Dr. Alan Cutler. The neurologist who refused to sign the DNR, who insisted on every intervention, every scan, because her progressive ossification was a fascinating, rare puzzle. Harrison Wells. He leaned forward, the old leather chair creaking softly under his shift in weight. His voice dropped to a low, venomous monotone that filled the quiet, book-lined room. And they confessed their discomfort to you, didn't they? Their ethical quandaries. Their sleepless nights. In this very room. On that very couch. They talked about the morality of prolonging a life of pure, screaming suffering. And you listened, and you nodded, and you made thoughtful noises, and you took their money for the hour, and you did nothing. You absolved them. You helped them live with it. You were the grease in the machine. That's not true, Shaw cried, a strangled, wet sound. He tried to shake his head, a pathetic, limited motion. Therapy is confidential. It's a sacred trust. I couldn't intervene. My role is to provide a space for processing, not to. You were the circuit that allowed the current to keep flowing, the man continued, as if Shaw hadn't spoken, his eyes fixed on the scalpel's point. You provided the moral grounding wire. The psychological permission slip. Without you, the machine might have shorted out. Her suffering might have been acknowledged for what it was and stopped. Sooner, he stood up, pacing slowly around the edge of the worn Persian rug. His eyes scanned the bookshelves, the thick volumes on grief counseling, cognitive behavioral therapy, trauma recovery. A bitter, contemptuous smile touched his lips. And then there was the final insult. The last professional touch. The nurse who held my hand when they finally turned the machines off for good. Who offered empty, scripted comfort after years of sanctioned torture. Who called it a release, your wife. Clarissa. At the mention of his wife's name, Shaw strained against his bonds with a sudden, violent surge of strength that seemed to come from somewhere beyond pain. The couch legs screeched against the hardwood floor. A raw, guttural sound, part sob, part roar, escaped his throat. Leave her out of this. She's a hospice nurse. She gives people comfort at the end. She's kind. She gave me platitudes, the man corrected, his calm fracturing for a microsecond, a flicker of raw, untempered fury passing through his eyes like lightning. His grip tightened on the scalpel. She was the final part of the system that failed her. The smiling face on the torture device. She's the last one on the list. The final signature on the document of my mother's suffering. He took a slow, deliberate breath, the mask of calm resettling. But she's not here tonight. So you'll have to stand in. The proxy. He walked to the window, carefully nudging aside a single slat of the wooden blind with one finger. The street outside was quiet, bathed in the sickly orange glow of sodium vapor lights. The lawns were neat rectangles of shadow. A car turned onto the street 2 houses down, its headlights sweeping across the manicured hedges and painted mailboxes. The man watched, motionless, as the sedan, a sensible beige Toyota Camry, slowed, its right turn signal blinking a steady, yellow rhythm. It turned into the driveway of 455 Hamilton Place. The headlight beams washed across the front of the house, painting 2 bright, moving arcs that slid over the wall of the office, illuminating the bookshelves and Shaw's terrified, tear-streaked face for an instant before disappearing. The engine cut off, leaving a sudden, profound silence broken only by Shaw's ragged breathing. A slow, satisfied smile spread across his face. It was a cold thing, devoid of warmth or humor, reaching only his mouth and tightening the skin around it. His eyes remained flat and focused, the eyes of a technician checking off a step in a procedure. He turned back to his captive. "She's home," he said, his voice now carrying a gentle, almost tender, anticipatory note. He picked up a small, silver-framed photo from Shaw's desk. A picture of Shaw and a smiling, kind-faced woman with silver-streaked hair, standing before a white stable fence, arms around each other. He looked at it, his head tilted, then placed it carefully face down on the desk blotter. "Let's give her a proper welcome. A family reunion. She'll want to see you." He walked to the office door, his shoes silent on the rug. He flipped the small plastic placard hanging on the outside knob so that it read "Session in progress. Do not disturb" to anyone in the hallway. A thin, black cord tethered it to the knob. Then he closed the door softly, ensuring it didn't latch loudly. There was a definitive, heavy click as he turned the old-fashioned brass lock with his thumb and forefinger. Nathaniel Shaw began to weep, not with sobs, but with silent, relentless tears that cut tracks through the sweat and salt on his face. He squeezed his eyes shut, his body trembling in a continuous, fine vibration. The man, Liam Barrett, returned to the comfortable chair. He sat, settling back, laying the scalpel on the armrest within easy reach. He listened, his head slightly cocked. The house ticked and settled around him, the ordinary sounds of a home at rest, the refrigerator's compressor cycling on, a pipe contracting somewhere in the walls. No key in the lock yet. No footsteps in the foyer. Only Shaw's ragged breathing behind the gag, and the distant, indifferent hum of the street outside. Barrett's smile didn't waver. He picked up the scalpel again, feeling its balanced weight. He watched the door, his body perfectly still, a predator in absolute patience. He could wait. He had all the time in the world now. The final act would begin the moment she walked through that front door, and he would make sure it was performed exactly as written. Chapter 28. Katie's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, the vinyl creaking under her grip. The phone pressed to her ear rang for the 10th time, each electronic bleat a hammer blow against her temple. No answer from Nathaniel Shaw. She ended the call, the screen glaring in the dim car interior, and immediately stabbed Nina's contact. The blue light of the dashboard clock read 7:18 p.m. The twilight outside was a deep, bruised purple, leaching the color from the world. Pick up," she hissed, swerving around a slow-moving truck that filled her windshield. The suburban streets blurred past her windows, a smear of manicured lawns and darkened colonials. Her own breath sounded loud in the quiet car, a ragged counterpoint to the hum of the engine. She could smell the stale coffee from her travel mug and the faint, acrid scent of her own adrenaline. On the 5th ring, Nina's voice crackled through the car speakers, tinny and sharp. "Ford." "What's happening?" There was a background rustle, like Nina was already moving, gathering things. "Shaw, listen. I know who he is. I've got him." The words tumbled out, too fast, tripping over each other. She took a corner too sharply, the tires chirping in protest. "Start talking. And slow down, I can hear you driving like a maniac." Nina's voice was a controlled blade, but beneath the steel Katie heard the strain of being pulled from deep concentration, a faint edge of breathlessness. Katie ignored the admonition, her focus split between the road signs for Hamilton Place and the file folder splayed open on the passenger seat, pages threatening to slide onto the floor mat with every turn. "Mercer gave me a name. A patient. Adele Barrett. She had Stoneman syndrome. Mercer is a suspect, Katie." His word is worthless. Nina's dismissal was automatic, the reflexive skepticism of a dozen dead ends. Katie could picture her pinching the bridge of her nose. "It's not just his word." Katie braked hard for a stop sign, the seatbelt locking and biting into her collarbone. She grabbed the top sheet from the folder, the paper cool and smooth under her fingers. Her eyes scanned the dense medical text even as she accelerated again, the streetlights beginning to strobe past. I pulled the records from New Brunswick Medical Center. The proof is right here. Adele Barrett had a dedicated care team. Paula Strickland was her primary nurse. Dr. Alan Cutler was her attending physician. Harrison Wells was her consulting neurologist. Katie took a sharp turn onto a wider avenue, the centrifugal force pressing her against the driver's side door. The streetlights became a steady rhythm, flashing across her face, across the pages. And the fourth name on the care plan. Clarissa Shaw. Nathaniel's wife. The link he mentioned, the recurrent anticipatory grief, it wasn't about his son. It was about his wife's patient. It's the fucking core. A beat of silence from Nina, filled only by the rush of road noise and the faint static of the connection. Katie could picture her, standing still in whatever borrowed office or motel room she was in, the phone held tight to her ear, her free hand going still on whatever she was holding. Her mind would be racing, connecting the dots, the schematic of the case shifting violently in her head. You're certain, the two words were clipped heavy. The chemical cocktail our killer used. The paralytic, the sedative, Katie's voice rose, urgent. She passed a minivan, her speedometer needle climbing. It's listed right here in Adele Barrett's treatment logs. Dates, dosages, administration schedules. He's using the very drugs that kept her alive. It's a fucking recipe. He didn't just steal from a hospital pharmacy. He took her specific regimen. Motive, Nina's tone was all business now, a door slamming shut on doubt. Katie heard a zipper, the clatter of something metallic, her service weapon being checked. Adele had a son. Liam Barrett, Katie swallowed, her throat dry as dust. She fumbled for the coffee mug, took a bitter, cold swallow. Her condition, it was a living death. Progressive ossification. She was a statue in a bed for years. Years of agony, sustained by machines and chemicals. Her son watched it all. The new right to die legislation passed this year, it's salt in the wound. He's punishing the people he holds responsible for her suffering. For keeping her here when she was already gone. She paused, her eyes finding a street sign. Hamilton Loop. Close. He's not killing doctors and nurses. He's executing a care team. Why isn't Shaw answering his phone? Nina's question was a cold dart, aimed at the most vulnerable point. That's why I'm 5 minutes from his house. Katie's eyes flicked to the dashboard clock. 7:22. I've called a dozen times. Nothing. Straight to voicemail. His home line, too. It just rings. Don't go in alone. The order was absolute, leaving no room for negotiation. It was the voice Nina used on rookies about to breach a door. I'm not waiting. If he's already there, Katie's voice cracked. She saw the turn for Hamilton Place, a quiet cul-de-sac, and wrenched the wheel. Is Clarissa Shaw there? Did you call her? I tried her cell. Same thing. Voicemail, Katie slowed, her headlights sweeping over mailboxes and hedges. Number 455 was halfway down the block on the left. The house was a dark shape against the twilight sky, only a single porch light glowing like a distant star. No lights in the windows. House is dark. Porch lights on. That's it. Katie, listen to me. Nina's voice was low, intense, forcing calm. You park, you assess from the curb. You do not approach that door until I am there. Do you understand? This is not a hunch. This is the man. If he's inside with Shaw, you are walking into a planned kill scene. And if he's in the process of killing him right now. What's my assessment window, Nina? 30 seconds. A minute. Katie's voice was tight with frustration. She pulled the car to the curb 2 houses down, killing the engine and the headlights. The sudden silence was profound, broken only by the ticking of the cooling engine. The air in the car grew still, close. She could hear her own heartbeat in her ears. I'm on my way, Nina said, and the line went dead with a final, decisive click. Katie sat for a moment in the dark, the phone hot in her hand. She tossed it onto the passenger seat, where it landed with a soft thud on the papers. The silence that followed was heavier than the conversation, a vacuum filled with terrible possibilities. Her hand went, out of pure reflex, to her hip, where a holster should have been. There was nothing there but the empty press of her own jacket. Vance's suspension had taken her sidearm, along with her authority to use one, and no amount of adrenaline changed that arithmetic. She flexed her fingers against her thigh instead, an empty, useless motion, and made herself breathe. Nina was coming. She would wait for Nina. Upstairs in the quiet study, the therapist's cell phone buzzed on the polished mahogany desk, skittering toward the edge with each vibration. Liam Barrett watched it from where he stood by the window, his head tilted, listening to the electronic purr as if it were an insect. The screen lit up the dim room with a cold, blue-white glow. Katie Ford. Oh, again. He moved with a predator's economy, crossing the Persian rug without a sound. The wool was thick and soft under his sneakers. He reached the desk and silenced the phone with a single, precise tap of his finger, then picked it up. The plastic was warm from the battery. He scrolled through the recent calls with his thumb. Ford. 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 Then one from N. Shaw. His wife, presumably. He placed the phone back down, screen to the wood, smothering the light. The room settled back into its deep, velvety gloom, lit only by the last gray remnants of dusk at the window. He turned to the man bound to the high-backed leather office chair. Nathaniel Shaw's face was pale as wax, a sheen of sweat on his forehead and upper lip catching the feeble light. His eyes were wide, but not with the frantic, darting panic of a trapped animal. It was a deeper, more terrible understanding, a terror that was almost philosophical, as if he were seeing the brutal, inevitable geometry of his own life finally snap into place. His gaze was fixed on Barrett, not pleading but absorbing. The eyes were red-rimmed from strain and lack of sleep, the lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. A muscle in his jaw jumped rhythmically. Barrett leaned close, his own breath stirring the air between them. He could smell the man's fear, a sour, metallic tang beneath the scent of sandalwood soap and leather. He secured a final strip of cloth, torn from a pillowcase, over Shaw's mouth, tucking the ends neatly and firmly at the nape of his neck. A sound, he whispered, the point of his knife appearing from his sleeve to rest against the man's throat, just below the jawline, where the carotid pulse hammered a wild, frantic rhythm against the cold steel, and I make her death last for hours. I know the doses. I know the thresholds. I have nothing but time now. Nod if you understand. Shaw's eyes closed for a second, a slow, deliberate blink of utter defeat. His shoulders, which had been held rigid, slumped a fraction of an inch against the restraints. Then his eyes opened, the pupils huge and dark in the dim light, and he gave a stiff, jerky nod. A single tear broke free and tracked slowly through the gray stubble on his cheek, leaving a faint, shiny trail. Satisfied, Barrett moved through the room. He went to the window and drew the heavy linen blinds, one after the other, the cords whispering through their pulleys. The slats closed with a series of soft clicks, plunging the space into a dim, textured twilight. The only light now seeped from the hallway through the door's frosted glass panel, a diffuse, milky rectangle. He stepped into the hall, the hardwood floor cool and smooth underfoot. He closed the office door behind him, the mechanism engaging with a soft snick. He turned the old-fashioned brass key in the lock. The tumblers fell with a solid, final clunk. He flipped the small wooden placard on the door so it read "Session in progress" to anyone approaching from the stairs. It was a perfect seal. No interruptions from a concerned neighbor, a delivery person, a lost pet. He had time. He had all the time he needed to do this properly, to make Shaw understand, in his final moments, the precise nature of the consequence he had authored. He felt a strange lightness in his chest, an expansion, as if his ribs were no longer a cage but the struts of a cathedral. Capture meant nothing now. Prison, death, they were just different rooms, other forms of containment he had studied and accepted long ago. His purpose was nearly fulfilled. This was the last name on his private list, the one that mattered most. The architect of the protocol, the man who signed the care plans, who sat in his comfortable office and advocated for continued palliative engagement and managing expectations, while his mother turned to stone. After this, he could vanish. South America, perhaps. His particular skill set, patience, precision, a complete absence of squeamishness, a deep understanding of anatomy and pharmacology, had a market in dark places. The thought was neither exciting nor frightening. It was logistical, a problem to be solved later. From downstairs, a faint, metallic snick echoed through the still house. His pulse quickened, a single hard thump against his ribs like a fist on a door. Not fear but focus narrowing to a laser point, all extraneous thought burning away. He retreated up the few steps to the second-floor landing, his sneakers silent on the thick, wine-colored carpet runner. He slipped into a spare bedroom directly opposite the head of the stairs, leaving the door open a precise 2-inch crack. The room was a guest space, impersonal and tidy. A queen bed with a floral quilt tucked in with hospital corners, a dresser with a porcelain lamp wearing a frilly shade, a bland watercolor of a sailboat on a calm sea. It smelled of lemon polish and the faint, sweet dust that gathers in unused rooms. From this vantage, he could see the top of the staircase, the polished oak banister, and the stretch of hallway leading to the master suite and the locked office door. The fantasy of what he would do to Clarissa Shaw unfolded in his mind with the clarity of a rehearsed script, not the staged symbolism of the previous kills, the tubes as grotesque plugs in the wounds of the world, but something raw and creatively butchery. He might not even leave the catheter this time. Let the confusion linger, let them wonder if it was a copycat or a rupture in the pattern, a different kind of anger. The knife in his belt was a familiar weight, an extension of his will. He drew it, the steel whispering against the leather sheath. He ran his thumb over the textured G10 grip, feeling the secure, aggressive pattern. A floorboard somewhere below, or perhaps only the old house shifting on its foundation, the way old houses always seemed to when you most needed them silent. He held perfectly still, straining to separate the sound from his own pulse. Nothing followed it. No door. No voice. No second creak. Not yet. He drew the heavy blade fully from his belt. He pressed its cold, sharp tip against the wall beside the doorframe, the wallpaper a subtle striped pattern. With a steady, firm pressure, he scored a deep, vertical line in the plaster, from his eye level down to his waist. Drywall dust puffed into the air, smelling chalky and dry. A mark of possession. A signature. His mother's name was here, in this house, in this moment. "For you, Mom," he breathed, the words barely audible, a vapor in the still air. Then he froze, his head cocked like a bird, listening for a worm in the earth. Not footsteps inside yet, a fist on the front door, 3 sharp, percussive blows that carried up through the floor joists, and a voice behind it, muffled by the oak but unmistakable. "A Nathaniel. A Clarissa. The FBI, open up." The agent. Not the wife, not yet, but the wife would come home to find federal agents already hammering on her door, drawing eyes from every dark window on the street. His clean, private reckoning was being trampled by strangers with badges and a schedule of their own. He pushed the knife deeper into the wall, twisting it, a spike of pure, white-hot fury cutting through his surgical focus. The plaster cracked and crumbled with a soft, tearing sound. "No," he muttered to the empty, cheerful room, the word a curse. The plan was compromised. The clean, intimate symmetry was shattered. This was to be a private reckoning, a final conversation between him and the man who represented the system that had tortured his mother. Not a spectacle. Not a hostage situation. New variables required a new equation. 2 federal agents at the door, with no telling how many more behind them, changed the calculus entirely. A fight in a lit hallway, with Shaw still breathing on the office couch and the front door already failing, was not a fight he could win and still walk away from. He had waited 16 months for this house. He would not spend the ending on a doomed, last stand in a stranger's guest room. Retreat was not surrender. It was simply choosing the next room. He slid the knife back into his belt, and with it the fantasy of what he would have done to Clarissa Shaw, banked, not extinguished, a coal he could carry to another night if this one closed against him. He moved fast and silent down the back stairs, past the kitchen, to the seam in the foyer wall he had already found and tested 2 nights before, scouting the house the way he had scouted all the others. On his way past the linen closet, he left the spent catheter, the one he had carried in as a promise for Clarissa, coiled on a shelf among the towels, a small, deliberate piece of himself for whoever came looking. Then he eased the hidden panel shut behind him and went down into the dark to wait, patient as stone, for the house to decide what happened next. Chapter 29. Katie's sedan skidded to a halt at the curb, tires chirping on the damp asphalt. The engine was still settling into a rough idle as she threw the door open and was out, her boots hitting the pavement with a solid thump. The night air was cool and carried the scent of wet earth and distant rain. The house at 455 Hamilton Place loomed before her, a large colonial with white siding that looked gray in the darkness, black shutters framing windows that were mostly dark. A single porch light cast a sickly yellow glow over the front steps, doing little to push back the shadows crowding the manicured shrubs. Her eyes scanned the front. Through the big picture window, the living room was a pool of deep shadows, empty and still. But upstairs, a single light glowed from a window, a soft, warm yellow that felt obscenely normal. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of too late, too late, too late. She took the flagstone walk at a sprint, her jacket flapping behind her. The sound of her own breathing was loud in her ears. She didn't ring the bell. She hammered on the heavy oak door with the side of her fist, 3 sharp, percussive blows that echoed in the quiet street. "A Clarissa. Nathaniel. The FBI, open up." She pressed her ear to the cool wood. Nothing. No footsteps, no call from within. Just the hum of the refrigerator from somewhere inside and the distant rush of a car on another street. Tires screeched behind her, a familiar, aggressive sound of heavy rubber fighting for traction. She knew the growl of Nina's SUV without turning. Headlights washed over her, painting her shadow long and thin against the door before cutting off. Doors slammed. Ford. Status, Nina's voice, clipped and hard, cut through the night. She was already moving up the walk, her footsteps quick and sure on the stones. No response, Katie said, not taking her eyes off the door. Light on upstairs. Dark down here. Nina joined her on the porch, her presence a solid, tactical weight. Katie caught the glint of her sidearm, already half drawn from its holster. They didn't speak. Together, they pounded on the door, their fists a synchronized barrage. The FBI. Open the door. And now. The silence that followed was thicker, more ominous. It was the silence of a house holding its breath. Nina took a half step back, her eyes doing a quick, professional assessment of the doorframe. The deadbolt, the hinges, the strength of the wood. Feel like redecorating? She asked, her voice low. Katie was already shifting her weight onto her back foot, coiling her body, ready to drive her heel into the spot just beside the lock. Her muscles tensed. This was it. The moment of violation before the storm. The deadbolt clicked. The sound was absurdly loud. A smooth, metallic thunk of a well-oiled mechanism. Katie stumbled back a step, her balance thrown. The door swung inward. Clarissa Shaw stood in the opening, backlit by the soft glow of a hallway sconce. She was still in pale blue hospital scrubs, the fabric wrinkled from a long shift. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail, strands escaping to frame a face etched with deep exhaustion. Her expression wasn't fear. It was pure, unadulterated irritation. She blinked at them, her eyes adjusting to the porch light. You two again, her voice was flat, drained. My door's starting to feel personally victimized. Do you have any idea what a replacement for a solid core door like this costs? A wave of dizzying, incongruous relief washed over Katie. They made it. The tight band around her chest loosened a fraction. She forced a steadying breath, her shoulders dropping half an inch from their defensive hike. Clarissa, you need to come outside. Right now. Clarissa's brow furrowed, the irritation giving way to confusion. She didn't move from the threshold. What? Why? It's freezing. I just got home. I haven't even seen Nathaniel yet. Your life is in danger, Katie said, keeping her voice low but layering each word with urgent weight. She took a step forward, intentionally invading the woman's personal space to compel her out. We believe the killer has you on his list. Nina didn't wait. She had her Glock fully in hand now, held in a low-ready position as she moved past Clarissa into the foyer, her body a controlled pivot of alertness. I'm clearing the house. Ford, stay with her. Her eyes were already scanning the shadowy hall, the archway to the living room, the staircase leading up. Hey, Clarissa protested, but she took an involuntary step backward onto the flagstone path, her socked feet on the cold stone. She wrapped her arms around herself, a shiver that was only partly from the chill. The killer. What killer? What list? What is happening? Katie followed her out, pulling the front door mostly closed but leaving it ajar. She positioned herself so she could watch both Clarissa and the doorway. The night felt exposed. Do you remember a patient named Adele Barrett? The name acted like a physical blow. Clarissa's professional mask, the weary nurse facade shattered. Her eyes, which had been narrowed in annoyance, went wide. She glanced back at the dark opening of her house, then at Katie, a nervous, bird-like movement. Why are you asking about her? Her voice dropped to a whisper. Of course I remember. I wish I didn't. Every day, I wish I didn't. Someone is murdering everyone who was part of her care team, Katie said, the words coming out in a relentless, grim cadence. Paula Strickland, Dr. Alan Cutler, Harrison Wells. You're next on that list. Harrison too. Clarissa's hand flew to her mouth, her fingers pressing white against her lips. Her eyes glistened in the porch light. My God. Why? What did we do? We were just doing our jobs. He blames you for her suffering. He thinks you could have stopped it. A ragged, wounded sound escaped Clarissa's throat, half sob, half gasp. She swayed, and Katie reached out, catching her elbow, feeling the tremble running through the woman's arm. We hated it, Clarissa choked out, the words tumbling free now that the dam was broken. All of us. Every single day. The ethics board, they treated her like a specimen, a fascinating case study. We had to keep her alive, keep studying her disease, long after any mercy, any shred of human decency, would have let her go. It was torture for her. It was torture for us to administer it. Robert Dr. Cutler, he fought the board constantly. He filed appeals, he argued, he begged. They always said no. The knowledge is too valuable. Her consent was given prior to deterioration. She spat the last words like poison. The tragedy deepened, the real villains becoming faceless committee members in a sterile room. Katie pushed past it. The history mattered, but the present mattered more. Do you remember her son? Liam, Clarissa said the name softly. Yes. He was quiet at first. Devoted. Always there. He'd read to her, even when she couldn't respond anymore. Then, after the last appeal was denied, her voice trailed off. Her eyes, which had been fixed on some middle distance of memory, snapped back to Katie's face. The connection didn't dawn, it slammed into place with visible physical force. Her body stiffened. The color drained from her cheeks, leaving her looking ghostly under the yellow light. She stared at Katie, horrified, her mouth working soundlessly for a second. You can't mean Liam. No, he was a boy. A gentle boy. Katie gave a single, grim nod. It was all the confirmation needed. Clarissa's legs simply gave out. The strength left them as if the bones had vanished. Katie tightened her grip on the woman's elbow, taking her full weight, lowering her to sit on the cold stone step. Clarissa buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent, violent tremors. The front door swung open. Nina stood there, her Glock now pointed at the floor. Her face was all business, but her eyes were sharp, missing nothing. Place is clear downstairs, she reported. But the home office door at the end of the hall is locked. There's a sign on it that says, "Session in progress." "Do not disturb," pounded on it. No answer. Wait, Clarissa said, her voice muffled by her hands. She looked up, her face streaked with tears. A new, more immediate terror eclipsed the horror. You haven't found Nathaniel. I just got home. I thought you had him. The fear spiked in her voice, turning it thin and sharp. She pushed herself up, shoving past Nina's outstretched arm with surprising strength. Nathaniel, her call echoed through the quiet house, desperate and raw. The agents exchanged a single look, shit, and followed her in. Katie's senses went on high alert the moment she crossed the threshold. The house was warm, smelling of lemon polish, and the faint, floral scent of Clarissa's perfume. It was the smell of normalcy, which made the dread coiling in her gut even tighter. They moved down a wide hallway, past tasteful landscape paintings, and a console table with a vase of silk orchids. At the end, a solid oak door stood shut. A small, professionally engraved plaque read Nathaniel Shaw, LCSW. Below it, a laminated sign hung from the knob, "Session in progress." "Please knock and wait." Clarissa didn't knock. She grabbed the knob and rattled it. "And Nathaniel." "Open the door," she pounded on the wood with the heel of her hand. "Answer me." Silence from within. A thick, heavy silence. "Do the honors, Ford," Nina said, her voice calm. She moved to the side, putting her body between Clarissa and the door, one hand coming up to gently but firmly guide the woman back. Katie didn't hesitate. She took 2 quick steps back, gauging the distance. She focused on a spot just beside the brass doorknob, where the lock would be. She shifted her weight, chambered her leg, and drove her heel forward with all the force of her momentum and fear. The impact was a thunderous crack that reverberated through the hall. Pain shot up her leg, but the wood around the lock splintered inward. A second kick, and the frame gave way with a sickening groan of tearing wood and metal. She reached through the jagged hole, her fingers finding the cold metal of the deadbolt. She twisted it, shoved the door open, and it swung inward, bouncing off the wall behind it. "Nathaniel!" Clarissa's scream was pure anguish. The scene in the office was a still life of violence. Nathaniel Shaw was sprawled on his brown leather therapy couch, his body at an awkward angle. His wrists were bound together in front of him with coarse, tan rope, his ankles similarly secured. A dark blue cloth gag was stuffed into his mouth, secured with another strip of cloth tied behind his head. His eyes were closed. His button-down shirt, once light blue, was soaked through in the center with a spreading, blackish-red stain that covered most of his abdomen. One of his hands rested limply on the cushion, palm up. Clarissa rushed past Katie, a cry tearing from her throat. She fell to her knees beside the couch, her fingers going first to his throat, searching for a pulse, then tearing frantically at the knotted rope around his wrists. "He's alive. I feel a pulse. It's weak, but he's alive, help me." Nina was already on her phone, her back to the wall as she kept her eyes on the shattered doorway and the hall beyond. "This is Federal Agent Nina Shaw, badge number 4471. I need an ambulance and backup to 455 Hamilton Place. Immediate response, code critical. Adult male, mid-40s, deep abdominal stab wound, unconscious but with pulse. Suspect may still be on premises. Expedite." She listened for a second, barked the confirmation, and ended the call. Katie's eyes were not on the victim or his wife. They were scanning the room, the bookshelves, the deep shadows behind the desk, the slightly ajar closet door. Her mind was racing, pieces clicking into place with cold, logical precision. "Shaw," she said sharply, her voice cutting through Clarissa's sobs. "The other scenes. Cutler in the parking lot, Wells in his foyer. Both were locked from the inside. No clear point of exit." "I swept the house," Nina insisted, her gaze darting to Katie. "Front door, back door, all windows secure." He's here, Katie said, the certainty settling in her bones like ice. He didn't leave. He's waiting. Nina's jaw tightened, a muscle flickering in her cheek. Her eyes, for just a fraction of a second, betrayed a flicker of doubt, not in Katie's assessment, but in her own sweep. She gave a sharp, almost imperceptible nod. All right, you stay with them, I'll do a secondary. No, Katie interrupted, stepping forward and placing a hand on Nina's forearm. The contact was brief, but it carried the weight of the argument. You have advanced field medicine training. And I don't. You can keep pressure on that wound. You know what to do until EMS gets here. Let me find this bastard. Nina's eyes darted between the bleeding man on the couch and her partner's determined face. The unspoken thing hung in the air between them, thick and suffocating. You're not armed, Nina said finally, the statement flat, factual, and heavy with consequence. Katie's suspension from active firearm duty was a physical weight, a lead vest she wore every day. The rules were clear, the paperwork filed, the psych eval pending. To take a weapon now was a career-ending offense, maybe worse. Katie didn't look away. She held Nina's gaze, her own eyes steady, stripped of all pretense. You said you trusted me, she said, the words quiet. In the car. After the motel. You said you trusted my judgment. A war played out on Nina's face. Protocol versus instinct, bureaucracy versus the bleeding man on the couch, and the monster hiding in his house. It lasted 3 seconds. With a sharp, decisive motion that was almost violent, she reversed her grip on her Glock 19 and slapped it, grip first, into Katie's waiting palm. The metal was warm from her hand. Defensive use only, Nina said, her voice a low rasp. You see him, you contain him. You do not pursue. You hold and call. Understood. Katie's fingers closed around the familiar texture of the grip. The weight was both a comfort and a condemnation. She gave a tight, single nod. Watch the exits. Don't let Clarissa touch anything she shouldn't. She turned, the gun held in a low ready position, and moved back into the hall. The house felt different now. It was no longer just a house, it was a hunting ground. Every shadow was a potential ambush, every closed door a threat. She started with the ground floor, moving with methodical, controlled speed. The living room was expansive, with large furniture that created blind spots. She checked behind the sofa, the heavy drapes, the entertainment center. The kitchen was next, a space of stainless steel and granite. She opened every lower cabinet large enough to hold a man, the doors swinging wide to reveal pots, cleaners, emptiness. The powder room under the stairs was a tiny closet. She shoved the door open so hard it banged against the wall, revealing only a toilet and sink. The back door in the kitchen was a solid slab with a deadbolt and a chain. It was locked, the brass key still in the deadbolt on the inside. She turned it, removed the key, and pocketed it. One less exit. Upstairs. The staircase was wide, carpeted in a plush beige that muffled her steps. She cleared the master suite first, a large bedroom with a king-sized bed, the covers neatly made. The attached bathroom was empty, the shower curtain pulled back. The walk-in closet was a forest of hanging clothes. She pushed through them, gun leading, finding only shoes and storage boxes. A guest room, decorated in neutral tones, unused. Another bathroom. A small office with a desk and computer. Nothing. At the end of the hall was a narrow door, painted white to match the trim. A linen closet. She paused outside it, listening. The house was silent, except for the muffled sound of Clarissa's weeping from far below. Then she heard it, a faint, skittering sound, like a mouse or a piece of insulation settling. Or like someone shifting their weight. Her heart was a frantic bird in her chest. She adjusted her grip on the Glock, her finger resting alongside the trigger guard. With her left hand, she slowly turned the knob. It was unlocked. She took a breath, pushed the door open in one swift motion, and raised the gun. The overhead light, activated by the door, revealed shelves stacked with neat rows of towels, bedsheets, and toiletries. The air smelled of lavender detergent. And on the floor, coiled neatly like a sleeping snake against the back wall, was a red urinary catheter, its plastic glinting under the bulb. He had been here. Recently. He'd left his calling card, a piece of the medical kit he turned into weapons and trophies. He was telling her he'd been in their sanctuary, among their clean linens. But where was he now? Her mind raced, replaying her interview with Nathaniel Shaw in the precinct. His weary voice surfaced through the panic. The only project is the basement. We're finally finishing it. Drywall's going up next week. The basement. She ran back downstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time, her boots thudding on the carpet. She ignored the office, where she could hear Nina speaking in low, firm tones to Clarissa, and the faint, wet sound of compress being applied. Her eyes scanned the walls near the staircase in the main foyer. It was all smooth drywall, wainscoting a mirror. Then she saw it, a nearly seamless panel set into the wall beside a coat closet. It was the same cream color as the wall, but the line where it met the trim was a hair too straight, too perfect. A hidden door. She holstered the Glock in her waistband at the small of her back for a moment. She ran her fingers along the edge, found a slight indentation. She dug her nails in and pulled. The panel, on well-concealed hinges, swung open silently. Darkness yawned beyond. A steep, narrow staircase led down into utter black. The smell that wafted up was cold, damp concrete and sawdust. She drew the gun again. With her left hand, she fumbled her phone from her pocket, thumbed the flashlight on. The beam was a weak, blue-white sword cutting into the gloom. It illuminated the wooden steps, rough and unfinished, and caught swirling galaxies of dust motes. As she descended, each step groaned under her weight, a loud protest in the silence. The flashlight beam bobbed ahead of her, revealing the unfinished space below. Stacks of drywall leaning against concrete walls, a rolling toolbox, bags of mortar mix, the skeletal outline of 2x4s marking future rooms. The air grew colder with each step, the dampness seeping through her jacket. Then the smell changed. Under the sawdust and concrete it was there, the coppery, iron-rich scent of blood, fresh and thick. And layered over it, a cheap, pungent cologne, something a teenager would wear, trying too hard. It was the smell of the killer, his pride and his carelessness. She was 3 steps from the bottom, when a hand shot out from the deep shadow beneath the staircase. It clamped around her left ankle, just above her boot. The grip was vice-like, crushing. Her world upended. A yank, brutal and strong, pulled her supporting leg out from under her. She cried out, a short, sharp sound of surprise and pain. The phone and the gun flew from her hands, the phone's light cartwheeling through the darkness before smashing against a concrete pillar and going black. The Glock hit the floor with a metallic clatter and skittered away into the void. She tumbled down the remaining stairs, a chaotic jumble of limbs. Her shoulder slammed into a step, her hip cracked against the edge of another. Then she was airborne for a terrifying second before landing with a sickening, breath-stealing thud on the cold, unforgiving concrete floor. The impact drove the air from her lungs in a pained whoosh. Stars exploded behind her eyes. Before she could even process the pain, before she could draw a ragged breath, a weight was on her. He moved with a predator's speed, pinning her legs with his knees. Strong, wiry hands, she could feel the calluses, closed around her throat, thumbs digging into her windpipe. Black spots danced at the edges of her vision. She gagged, the sound a wet, desperate rattle. Instinct took over. Her own hands flew up, not to his face, but to his wrists, her fingers clawing, trying to find purchase, to peel back just one finger. She bucked her hips, trying to throw him off, but he was too heavy, his position too secure. She kicked out blindly with her free leg, her boot connecting with nothing but air. She was drowning on dry land. The pressure in her head built, a terrible pounding. A thing. A weapon. Something. She stopped fighting his hands for a split second and drove her fist straight down, aiming for where his groin should be. She hit solid thigh. She tried again, a wild, hammering blow. Her knuckles glanced off his hip bone. Her vision was tunneling, the darkness at the periphery creeping inward. With the last of her conscious strength, she drew her knee up as high as she could and slammed it sideways, not at him, but into the side of his knee joint. It connected. There was a grunt of pain, and more importantly, the crushing grip on her throat loosened for a fraction of a second as his body shifted. She sucked in a razor blade breath and kicked upward with both legs now, a frantic, bicycling motion. Her right boot connected solidly with something soft, his stomach, his ribs. The air left him in a pained oof. The hands fell away from her neck. Katie scrambled backward like a crab, her palms scraping on rough concrete, pushing herself with her heels. She coughed great, racking coughs that burned her raw throat. She was disoriented, lost in the near-total dark. The only light was a faint, grayish seep from around the edges of the hidden door at the top of the stairs, barely illuminating the bottom steps. She had to see. She had to find the gun. Slapping the wall beside her, she pushed herself to her feet, her body screaming in protest. Her ribs throbbed where she'd hit the stairs. Her fingers brushed against rough concrete, then against something dangling. Of a string. A pull cord for a light. She yanked it. A bare, 60-watt bulb hanging from a joist flickered to life with a faint buzz. It cast a jaundiced, inadequate circle of light on the floor, pushing the shadows back just enough to create a small arena of visibility. In the center of that dusty circle, lying on the concrete as if placed there deliberately, was a large kitchen knife. A chef's knife, maybe 10 inches long, with a black handle and a wicked, sharp point. The overhead light glinted dully off its steel. They both saw it at the same instant. They both moved. He was closer and he was faster. He was already in a crouch, and he lunged forward, his hand closing around the black handle as she dove. He came up with it in a smooth, practiced motion, and swung upward in a vicious arc aimed at her belly. Katie threw herself backward, off balance. The blade sliced through the thick material of her jacket sleeve with a soft SHH hick, missing the flesh of her forearm by millimeters. She felt the passage of air, cold and deadly. She stumbled, her boots slipping on concrete dust, and barely kept her feet. He advanced, not rushing, but with a controlled, terrifying purpose. He held the knife low, point forward, in a fighter's grip. His eyes, finally visible in the grim light, were a flat, dark brown, devoid of any emotion she could name. No rage, no fear, just a chilling focus. He was in his mid-20s, with lank, brown hair falling over his forehead, and the gaunt, pale features of someone who spent too much time indoors. She could see it now, the ghost of Adele Barrett in the shape of his jaw, the set of his eyes. He slashed horizontally, a wide, controlled swipe meant to open her up from hip to hip. Katie gave ground, stepping backward, her eyes locked on his knife hand, on the subtle tensing of his shoulder that telegraphed each move. Control the weapon. Get inside its reach. He feinted a thrust at her face, she flinched, and he immediately dropped and swept the knife low at her legs. She jumped back, the tip catching the cuff of her jeans, snagging the fabric. He was hurting her, she realized. Back toward a stack of drywall sheets leaning against the wall. A dead end. She couldn't keep giving ground. She waited for the next overcommitted swing. It came, a powerful, diagonal slash from high right to low left, meant to disembowel. As his arm extended, his body opened up for a split second. She ducked under the arc of the blade, feeling the wind of its passage over her head. She drove forward, low and hard, leading with her shoulder, aiming to take him in the midsection and spin behind him to get to his back. He was agile. He twisted at the waist, taking the shoulder check on his hip instead of his solar plexus. The impact was solid, but it didn't stagger him. As she tried to pivot behind him, he brought his left elbow down in a brutal hammer blow onto the back of her shoulder. Pain lanced down her arm. At the same time, the knife came around in a short, vicious backhanded swipe. She couldn't get fully out of the way. The blade bit deep into the meat of her left thigh, just above the knee. White-hot, electric agony shot through her leg, so intense it was a color behind her eyes, a blinding, nauseating white. A scream tore from her throat, unbidden raw. Her leg collapsed beneath her, no longer capable of supporting weight. She went down hard on her side, clutching at her thigh. Her hand came away slick and warm with blood, instantly soaking through her jeans. He was on her in an instant, dropping his knees onto her chest, knocking the wind out of her again. The big knife came up, hovered for a terrible second at the side of her jugular. She could feel the cold kiss of the steel against her skin. His breath washed over her face, hot, sour, smelling of cheap coffee and adrenaline. Desperation gave her one last, vile idea. She gathered the saliva in her dry mouth. It wasn't much, turned her head slightly, and hawked it directly into his eyes. He flinched, snarling like an animal, his head jerking back. The knife wavered. In that split second of distraction, she drove her good knee up with every ounce of strength she had left, aiming true this time. It connected with crushing force. A guttural, pained sound exploded from him. He doubled over, the knife hand dropping away from her throat as his body instinctively curled around the agony. She didn't stop. As he started to topple to the side, she hooked her good leg around his and used all her body weight to roll, reversing their positions. Now she was on top, straddling him. She grabbed his knife wrist with both hands, slamming it down onto the concrete floor once, twice. On the third impact, she heard a distinct, sickening crack. He howled and his fingers sprang open. The big chef's knife clattered away, skittering out of the circle of light. But he didn't scream in surrender. His free hand, his left, dipped to his waistband. It came up holding a smaller weapon, a sharp, sturdy penknife with a bone handle, the kind used for whittling. Before she could react, he plunged it into her side, just below her ribs on the right. The pain was catastrophic. It was a nova of fire that exploded in her core, stealing her breath, her sight, her thought. It wasn't localized. It radiated out, numbing her entire right side in a wave of shocking, debilitating agony. A choked gasp was all she could manage. Her grip on his broken wrist went slack. She collapsed off him, landing on her back beside him on the cold concrete, staring up at the cobweb-draped joists and the bare, buzzing bulb. She couldn't move. She could barely breathe. Each shallow inhalation was a knife twist in her side. Warm wetness spread rapidly across her shirt and jacket, a second, growing stain to match the one on her leg. He rolled on top of her again, slower this time, favoring his injured wrist. He was breathing in ragged, pained gulps. The penknife was still in his left hand, its tip now pressing into the soft, vulnerable skin just below her jawline. "You shouldn't have come down here," he whispered. His voice was surprisingly soft, almost conversational, but it trembled with pain and something else, a profound, weary bitterness. "This wasn't for you." Liam Barrett, Adele's son. In the grim, jaundiced light, she could see it clearly now. The high cheekbones, the shape of the lips, the deep-set eyes that had once, perhaps, held kindness before they were hollowed out by years of watching his mother turn to stone. He looked young and old at the same time. She tried to speak, but only a wet gurgle came out. She swallowed, tasted blood at the back of her throat. "You look like her," she finally choked out, every word a searing effort. He froze. The pressure of the knife tip lessened, just a hair. "I have her file," Katie gasped, forcing the air past the pain. "And the photos. From before. You have her eyes." "Don't," he whispered, but it was a plea, not a command. The doctors they tried, she was lying, or maybe she was. Cutler had fought the board. They had all, in their way, been trapped in the same machine. They loved her. In their way. "Liar," he spat, the tremor in his voice turning to fury. The knife pressed deeper, a pinpoint of intense pain. "They made her suffer. They chose to. They could have stopped. They had the power." Feeling was trickling back into her deadened right arm, a pins and needles rush that was its own kind of torture. Her hand, lying limp at her side, brushed against the pocket of her jacket. She felt the hard, plastic coil of the red urinary catheter she'd found in the linen closet. She de-shoved it in her pocket without thinking, a piece of evidence. A final, desperate gambit formed in her haze of pain. She couldn't overpower him. She could barely move. But she could get inside his head. It was the only weapon she had left. How would she feel? Katie forced the words out, each one a mountain to climb. Knowing her son grew up. Knowing what? He demanded, his face hovering inches above hers. His breath was on her cheek. "And say it." She gathered the last dregs of her strength, the last spark of defiant anger. She looked directly into his haunted eyes. Knowing her son grew up to be, she paused, let the silence hang for a beat. A pathetic loser. A coward who stabs bound men and hides in closets. A raw, animal scream of pure rage tore from his throat. It was the sound of every denied appeal, every day of helpless watching, every ounce of grief curdled into hatred. As he reared back, the knife pulling away from her throat as he prepared to drive it down into her face, she exploded upward. It wasn't strength, it was pure, survival-grade adrenaline, a chemical fire that burned through the pain. She threw him off with a convulsive surge, rolling as he fell sideways. She staggered to her feet, the world tilting and swimming. Blackness threatened at the edges of her vision. Her left leg was a column of fire, her side a weeping furnace. She saw the red catheter, half out of her pocket. She yanked it free. He was trying to rise, pushing himself up with his good hand, his broken wrist cradled against his chest, the penknife still clutched in his left fist. His back was to her. She fell onto him, not with grace but with dead weight. She looped the flexible plastic tube around his neck from behind, crossed her arms in an X behind his head, and pulled with every last ounce of her failing strength, using her own body as an anchor. The tube bit deep into the flesh of his neck. He gagged, a horrible wet sound. His hands flew up, fingers scrabbling frantically at the tightening noose, trying to get purchase on the slick plastic. He bucked, trying to throw her off, but she held on, her arms trembling with the strain, her vision graying out. She pulled tighter. His struggles grew weaker, more frantic. His face in her peripheral vision was darkening, his eyes bulging. In that moment, she wasn't in a cold, dusty basement. The concrete floor became smooth, featureless tile. The smell of blood and cologne was replaced by the sterile scent of industrial cleaner. The body beneath her hands was heavier, more muscular. The neck was thicker. She looked down and saw not Liam Barrett's lank hair, but the close-cropped, military cut of Tobias Campbell. He wasn't struggling. He was looking back over his shoulder at her, and he was smiling. A knowing, triumphant smile, as if this was exactly what he'd wanted, what he'd planned for all along. As if her hands around his neck were his final victory. He smiled as the life left his eyes. No. The vision shattered. She was back in the basement, on top of a dying young man whose mother had turned to stone. The choice was hers. Not Campbell's. Not the Bureau's. Hers. Her arms went slack. The terrible, life-strangling tension vanished from the plastic tube. It fell away from Liam Barrett's neck, slithering to the concrete like a dead thing. Liam drew in a ragged, wet, sucking breath that sounded like the tearing of paper. Then another. He was unconscious, his body limp, but his chest rose and fell in shallow, erratic hitches. Alive. Katie rolled off him, landing on her back beside him. The movement sent fresh tsunamis of agony through her side and leg. She could feel the warm seep of blood, a lot of it, pooling beneath her, sticky and cooling. The world began to tunnel in earnest now, the bare bulb overhead shrinking to a distant, blurry star. The sounds of the house, a faint siren in the distance, a voice calling from far away, muffled and faded. Ford, the voice echoed, bouncing off the concrete walls. It was Nina's voice, but it sounded strange, stretched thin with panic. Katie. Answer me. Footsteps pounded down the wooden stairs, fast and reckless. Then Nina was there, kneeling beside her, her face filling Katie's narrowing field of view. Nina's hands were on Katie's face, her palms cool and rough. They were covered in Nathaniel Shaw's blood, leaving smears on Katie's cheeks. Zella. Look at me. Open your eyes. Don't you dare quit, you hear me? Look at me. Katie tried. Her eyelids were so heavy. Nina's face, it was wrong. It was streaked with tears, clear tracks cutting through the dust and blood on her skin. Katie had never seen Nina cry. Not in a motel room after a nightmare, not in a director's office under threat, not ever. It was the wrongest thing in the world, more shocking than the pain. A weak, bloody smile touched Katie's lips. It felt like cracking clay. She managed to turn her head a fraction, her eyes drifting toward the unconscious form of Liam Barrett a few feet away. One down, she whispered, the words barely a breath, a rustle of leaves. One to go. Then she made a choice. A fierce, stubborn, clawing choice in the dark. To stay. She clung to the sight of Nina's tear-streaked face, an anchor in the swirling dark. She would not let Campbell have this. She would not let him have her, or Nina, or this broken boy on the floor. The choice was hers. Her hand, slick with her own blood, fumbled and found Nina's wrist. Her grip was feeble, but it was a tether. She held on. The distant siren wasn't distant anymore. It was a shriek splitting the air, right outside, followed by the thunder of doors and the stomp of boots on the floor above. It shouted commands. More footsteps on the stairs. Nina didn't look away from her. Medics. Now. She's down here. Her voice was a roar, raw and commanding, cutting through the chaos. The basement flooded with light and movement. Uniformed paramedics in dark jackets shouldered past a pale-faced patrol officer. Nina was pulled back, but only a step, her wrist still in Katie's failing grasp. Talk to me, Ella. Keep your eyes open. A medic knelt, his hands swift and sure, applying pressure to her side. Another assessed her leg. The pain, a constant roar, sharpened into specific, brutal points. She cried out, a short, guttural sound she couldn't contain. Easy, easy. We've got you. They were loading Liam Barrett onto a separate stretcher, an oxygen mask over his face, his neck already ringed with an ugly, darkening line. He looked like a child. Katie's stretcher lifted with a lurch. The bare bulb passed overhead, then the rough wood of the ceiling, then the cracked plaster of the hallway. The world became a blur of concerned faces, flashing lights, the cold night air a slap on her skin. She never let go of Nina's wrist. Nina climbed into the ambulance beside her, ignoring protocol, her bloody hand clasped over Katie's. One to go, Nina said, her voice low and fierce, echoing Katie's words back to her. Her tears were gone, wiped away, replaced by a ferocious, gleaming resolve. We're not done. The ambulance doors slammed shut. The siren wailed anew, a rising and falling cry that matched the rhythm of Katie's pounding heart. As the vehicle accelerated, jolting over the pavement, Katie stared at the IV line snaking toward her arm, at the fluorescent lights of the compartment, at Nina's unwavering gaze. The pain was still there, a deep, threatening tide, but it was outside of her now. She had chosen to stay. And in the echoing aftermath of that choice, as the city streaked past the small windows in a smear of light and dark, she knew with a cold, clear certainty that Tobias Campbell, wherever he was already waiting. In Chapter 30. Katie Ford sat on the ornate bench, the cold of the wrought iron seeping through the thin paramedic's blanket draped over her shoulders. The night air in Nathaniel Shaw's garden was cool and damp, carrying the scent of turned earth, night-blooming jasmine, and the distant, acrid tang of police vehicle exhaust. A sharp contrast to the furnace warmth still pumping through her veins from the fight, from the chokehold, from the sheer animal will to survive. Red and blue lights strobed across the manicured hedges and the pale blossoms of hydrangeas, painting the serene landscape in pulses of urgent, artificial color. Through the glare and the shifting shadows of uniformed officers, she watched two of them maneuver a handcuffed, bloodied Liam Barrett into the back of an ambulance. His movements were sluggish, defeated, his head lolling forward as they guided him up the step. One officer placed a hand on his head, a standard precaution, but the gesture looked almost gentle in the chaotic light. Just before the doors swung shut, his eyes, wide, dark, and utterly vacant of the fervor he'd shown in the basement, found hers through the window. He didn't blink, didn't look away. He just held the gaze, a silent, hollow transmission, until the doors slammed closed with a final metallic thud, severing the connection. The ambulance didn't immediately move. The engine idled, a low rumble adding to the chorus of radios and murmured commands. Katie watched the red taillights, two bright dots in the dark, waiting. She flexed her hands, wincing at the raw ache in her knuckles and the deeper, throbbing pain in her palms from the pressure of the catheter. Her fingers felt stiff, unreliable. She turned them over, examining the scrapes and the already purpling bruises that mapped the violence of the last hour onto her skin. The bench shifted slightly as a weight settled beside her. Nina Shaw lowered herself with a controlled, weary motion, as if every joint protested. She sat upright, hands resting on her knees, her profile sharp and unyielding against the flashing lights. For a long moment, she just watched the ambulance too, her gaze fixed on the closed doors. Then she spoke, her voice low and matter-of-fact, carved from the same stone as her posture. The medic took a look at Barrett's neck before they loaded him. Said 30 seconds more of that chokehold, and he'd be in the morgue, instead of the wagon. You cut it that fine. Katie's own voice came out a ragged whisper, scraped raw from screaming from straining. I know, she looked down at her hands again, turning them over as if seeing them for the first time. The skin was red, the knuckles swollen. Dirt was ground into the creases of her palms. Part of me wishes I'd held on. Just kept squeezing. Until it was done, she let the words hang in the cool air, testing their truth. They felt true. Nina didn't look at her. She kept her eyes on the ambulance as it finally began to roll slowly down the long gravel driveway, its tires crunching softly. He'll rot, Nina said, the words flat and certain, devoid of comfort. A trial, a conviction, decades in a concrete box. That's a better punishment. More complete. Death is a shortcut. Lets him off easy. Lets him be a martyr in his own head. This way, he just gets to be a prisoner. Every single day. Katie didn't answer. She stared at her hands, and in the blurred periphery of her vision, the bruised flesh seemed to morph. She replaced Barrett's pale, straining throat with another neck. A thicker, corded with muscle earned in a prison yard. Tobias Campbell S. The ghost of a sensation, the give of a windpipe, the frantic pulse against her forearm, flared in her memory, so vivid she could feel the heat of that imagined body, smell the stale sweat and concrete dust of a man who lived in cages. If she ever got him in her grasp, in a dark alley or a quiet room, would her fingers obey her conscience or her rage? The question wasn't intellectual. It was a physical uncertainty that lived in her tendons, in the memory of how good it had felt to have power, to have control in that basement. She had no answer. The hypothetical was a ghost, a mental exercise. The reality, when it came, would be a different beast entirely, and she knew herself well enough now to fear what that beast might choose. She closed her hands into loose fists, the pain a welcome anchor. She became aware of the silence stretching between them, filled by the distant, staticky chatter of a police radio and the sound of a detective's low, patient voice taking a statement from Clarissa Shaw near the porch. Katie cleared her throat, pushing the thought away. Took you long enough to get downstairs. I was starting to think you, taken up gardening. Found a nice petunia to prune. Nina didn't smile. Her lips remained a thin, straight line. Had to fight through a wall of EMTs and uniforms clogging the driveway. It's bad luck. They were swarming the place once the call went out. Larkin was trying to give a press statement to a tree. She finally turned her head, her eyes scanning Katie's face, taking inventory of the dirt smudges, the pallor, the way she held her right arm slightly close to her body. "You look like hell." "Feel like it," Katie admitted. She leaned back against the cold bench, the metal pressing into her spine. "You were right, you know," she said, the admission feeling strangely clean, like lancing a wound. She forced herself to meet Nina's assessing gaze. About the case. About me. I got tunnel vision on Mercer. I saw a villain who fit the profile and I stopped looking. You saw the thread I missed. It's the boy. The son. You tried to hand it to me, and I was too busy being pissed off to take it." Nina shifted, the leather of her jacket creaking softly. She looked back toward the house, where the front door stood open, a rectangle of yellow light spilling onto the porch. "You pulled it," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. "That's what matters. You followed the records, you made the connection, you got here. You went in. I was just noise. Background static. Sometimes that's what a partner is. The thing you have to talk over to hear your own thoughts clearly." "You were the compass," Katie corrected quietly. She pulled the blanket tighter, the coarse fabric scratching her neck. "I was just too busy reading the map upside down to notice which way you were pointing. I thought you were just being contrary. Or obsessed with Campbell." At the name, Nina's jaw tightened. A tiny, almost invisible tick. Campbell is a separate problem. A persistent one. This, she gestured vaguely toward the house. This was a contained fire. We put it out. You put it out. She let out a long, slow breath, a plume of vapor forming in the cool air and dissolving into the strobing lights. The compass is a good metaphor. But compasses don't feel. They just point north. Remember that. Katie acknowledged this with a slight nod. The words settled between them, not as a rebuke but as a statement of principle. A strange calm settled over her, a flat, still pool after a tsunami. Her breathing, which had been shallow and quick, deepened and slowed, each inhale filling her lungs with the cold, jasmine-scented air. The chaotic roar of the last hour, the shattering door, the desperate fight in the dark, the primal struggle for breath, had deposited her here, on this cold bench, under a sky pricked with hard, distant stars, with her partner, a solid, silent presence beside her. It felt like a pivot point. The case was over. The killer was caught. And the other thing, the personal rot she'd been carrying, could no longer be ignored. It sat in her gut, a cold, heavy stone. She stared at the grass, at the way the police lights made the blades look alternately blood red and corpse blue. "Mark has been hitting me," she said. The words didn't feel explosive. They felt heavy and true, like stones dropped into the quiet between them. They just lay there, simple and ugly. Nina's head turned slowly. Not with shock, but with a deliberate, focused attention. Her eyes, reflecting the flashing lights, were unreadable pools of dark blue. She didn't speak, didn't offer platitudes or questions. She didn't reach out a hand. She just waited, creating a vast, silent space for the words to exist, to echo. Katie filled it, her voice low but steady, as if she were dictating a report. The texts, the calls, showing up unannounced. He was at my gate tonight. Before I left for the airport. It's not just harassment anymore. It's a pattern. It's a threat. It has been for a while. She found herself looking at her hands again, at the bruises that were not from Mark. He's never done it where it would show. Not on the face. Shoulders. Arms. Once, he shoved me into a doorframe. I had a bruise on my back for 2 weeks. I told myself it was an accident. That he was just frustrated. That I'd provoked him. She could feel Nina's gaze on the side of her face, intense and unwavering. Still, Nina said nothing. I should have said something sooner. To someone. To you, Katie's voice hitched just once. She swallowed, forcing it level. I saw the shape of it in someone else a long time ago. Of a case. A victim statement. I knew the language. I didn't know how to open that door. To my own life. It felt like admitting I was weak. That I'd failed at something basic. That I, of all people, had let this happen. I'm supposed to see it in other people. Not in my own mirrors. Nina received it. She absorbed the statement, her gaze never leaving Katie's face. A beat of silence stretched, filled only with the distant, coded bursts of radio traffic and the hum of idling engines. The garden around them felt like a suspended world, a diorama of aftermath. Finally, Nina spoke, her voice devoid of judgment, almost clinical. You opened it now. The simplicity of it was a profound relief. No drama, no interrogation, no I told you so. Just a statement of fact. The decision, once spoken aloud in the cool night air, felt solid. Real. A line had been crossed, and there was no walking it back. Katie felt a weight lift from her shoulders, a weight she hadn't fully acknowledged she was carrying. Her posture, which had been hunched against the cold, and the pain, straightened a fraction. She took another deep breath, and this one felt clearer. Thanks, Katie said, the word inadequate but necessary. For having my back down there. In the basement. You didn't hesitate. You just came. Nina placed a firm, dry hand on Katie's shoulder, the pressure brief and grounding. It was there for a second, then gone. Thanks for not waiting for permission to go in. And for skipping the arson this time. My report is complicated enough without explaining a burned-down colonial. A weak, genuine smile broke through Katie's fatigue, pulling at the sore muscles of her face. The night is young. Don't count your chickens. There's still time for a kitchen fire. First, Nina said, her tone shifting back to operational, a commander's cadence returning, you're getting checked out properly. You're pale as a sheet, and you're favoring your right side. You took a hit. She stood up, her movements efficient, and offered a hand to pull Katie up. Katie took it, leaning into the pull, her muscles protesting with a chorus of aches. As Katie gained her feet, unsteady for a moment, the world tilting, Nina's grip tightened, holding her steady until she found her balance. Nina leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper, meant only for Katie's ear, her breath a warm contrast to the night air. One more thing, Ford. You breathe a word, a single, goddamn word, about those tears I saw on your face when I came down those stairs, and I'll personally reassign you to an evidence locker in Barrow, Alaska. We clear. I'll make the call myself. You'll be counting snowshoes in July. The smile on Katie's face widened, touching her eyes for the first time in what felt like weeks. So much for secrets. Dee thought she'd wiped her face clean. Nina saw everything. Crystal clear, Shaw. Barrow sounds lovely. I hear the polar bears are friendly. Nina gave a short, sharp nod, her expression severe but her eyes holding a faint, hard glint of something that might have been humor. Good. Ambulance is over there. The one without the prisoner. Go. I'll finish with Larkin, and meet you at the hospital for the debrief. Try not to acquire any new injuries between here and the doors." Katie watched her partner stride back toward the hive of activity near the house, her posture straight, already re-engaging with the machinery of the investigation, her focus shifting to Chief Larkin, who was waving her over. Katie wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, the coarse fabric a poor shield against the deep, settling cold, and walked slowly toward the waiting EMTs who stood by a second ambulance, its back doors open like a waiting mouth. Each step was a conscious effort, a negotiation with her protesting body. The pivot point was behind her. The path ahead, for the first time in a long time, felt like her own. It was terrifying. And it was a relief. The taxi, a bland sedan that smelled of pine air freshener and old vinyl, dropped her at the curb outside her building in Arlington. The clock on the dashboard had read 4:17 a.m. Dawn was still a distant rumor, the sky a deep, velvety black tinged with the sickly orange glow of the city. The streets were empty, the traffic lights cycling through their colors for an absent audience. Every muscle in her body ached with a deep, dull symphony of pain that played beneath the fresh bandages on her hands and the persistent throb in her ribs where Barrett's knee had driven into her. The ER doctor had poked and prodded, shone a light in her eyes, taken x-rays. He'd found no fractures, just spectacular bruising. "You'll feel it for a week," he'd said, an understatement that already felt cruel. He'd given her a plastic bag with sample packets of strong ibuprofen, and a look that said he'd seen federal agents in his ER before and knew better than to ask too many questions. Director Vance had been notified. His orders, relayed through a tired-looking ASAC at the hospital, were unequivocal: 2 weeks of mandatory administrative leave. A psychological assessment was strongly recommended. It felt less like a reward and more like a sentence to her own quiet apartment, to her own circling thoughts, with the ghost of Tobias Campbell for company and the very real problem of Mark Balzano waiting at her gate. The ASAC had handed her the paperwork with a sympathetic grimace. "Get some rest, Agent Ford." "You earned it," she just nodded, the words feeling hollow. She stood on the sidewalk for a long moment, the blanket from the hospital replaced by her own leather jacket, feeling the profound emptiness of the hour. The street was silent, the normal traffic hum reduced to a distant, lonely whisper. A newspaper thumped onto a porch down the block, the sound startlingly loud. Her building, a modern high-rise with a facade of glass and steel, looked monolithic and unwelcoming, only a few windows lit in the vast grid of darkness like scattered, watchful eyes. Her own window was dark. Chloe was still away. The thought of the empty apartment, with its silence and its memories, was suddenly oppressive. She fumbled in her bag for her keys, her fingers still clumsy and sore beneath the bandages. Finding the fob, she approached the wrought iron security gate that enclosed the small courtyard entrance. The metal was cold to the touch, beaded with condensation. She punched in the 4-digit code, her stiff thumb slipping on the first try, hitting 2 numbers at once. She took a breath, focused, tried again. The electronic lock gave a feeble click, but the gate didn't budge. It was old, and the track was often sticky. She shoved her shoulder against it, putting her full, weary weight into the motion. With a reluctant screech of metal grinding on concrete, it swung open just wide enough for her to slip through. The courtyard was lit by soft, ground-level lamps that cast long, distorted shadows from the potted azaleas and the single, black metal bench. The air here was still, trapped between the buildings, smelling of damp concrete and the faint, sweet perfume of the flowers. She was halfway across the pale concrete paving stones, her focus on the glass door of the lobby ahead, her key extended, when a shape detached itself from the deep shadow beside the building's entrance, where a tall, ornamental shrub met the wall. Every nerve in her body, recently numbed by exhaustion and painkillers, screamed back to life. Adrenaline, a bitter, familiar friend, flooded her system, sharpening the ache in her ribs into a bright, clear warning, washing away the fog of fatigue in an instant. Her right hand flew to her side, her fingers curling around empty air where her service weapon should have been. It was locked in her safe at home, per protocol on mandatory leave. The realization was a cold splash of vulnerability. The figure stepped into the dim, yellowish glow of the security light mounted above the door. Mark Beltzano. He was dressed in dark jeans and a charcoal sweater, clothes she recognized, clothes he'd worn on dates on lazy Sundays. His hair was slightly disheveled, as if he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. His face was set in a hard, tight mask she knew all too well, the prelude to an argument he intended to win, the expression that usually meant a long night of circular, exhausting conflict. His eyes were shadowed, but she could see the intensity in them, the fixed focus aimed directly at her. "You've been ignoring me," he said. His voice was tight, controlled, but the anger vibrated just beneath the surface like a live wire. Katie forced her breathing to steady. She didn't stop walking, though she slowed her pace, not wanting to appear to be fleeing. She kept her eyes on him, assessing. The set of his shoulders, the placement of his feet, the way his hands were half-clenched at his sides. "I've been working," she replied, her own voice flat, drained of all inflection. "I'm a case. It's closed now." He moved, not aggressively at first, but deliberately, shifting to cut off her most direct path to the lobby door. He took 2 steps, placing himself squarely between her and the entrance. He stood there, a barrier. For 2 days. No calls back. No texts. Nothing. Don't give me that working bullshit, Katie. You have a phone. You look at it. You choose not to answer. "That's right," she said, stopping about 6 feet from him. She kept her bag strap over her shoulder, her keys held loosely in her left hand, her right hanging free at her side, ready. "And it's my phone. My schedule is my business. We've had this conversation, Mark." More than once, she kept her gaze level, not challenging, not pleading, just stating a fact. "You think this is a game?" he snapped, the control cracking. His voice rose a fraction. He took a step closer, reducing the distance to 4 feet. The familiar, cloying scent of his cologne, something woody and expensive, acquadigio, hit her nostrils, mixed with the sour note of stale coffee. Once it had been a scent she associated with closeness, with anticipation, with his laugh against her neck. Now it smelled only of threat, a perfumed warning. "You disappear, you shut me out, you act like I'm some stranger. After everything we talked about. After everything I've done for you." She looked at him, really looked, with the detached, analytical focus she used on suspects in an interrogation room. She saw the faint flush creeping up from his collar, the slight flare of his nostrils as his breathing quickened, the way his jaw was clenched so tight a muscle ticked rhythmically in his cheek. She saw not a monster, not some mythic abuser, but a small, furious man who was used to getting his way through charm, then pressure, then rage, and couldn't comprehend why his usual tactics were failing. The fear that had once coiled, cold and slick, in her stomach was gone. It had been burned away in the New Jersey basement, seared out of her by a more immediate, more honest kind of terror. What remained was a cold, clear certainty. He was a problem. And she knew how to solve problems. She deliberately looked away from him, down at her bag, rummaging in it as if for a lip balm or a tissue, a dismissive gesture meant to communicate boredom, to undermine his performance. Are you done? I'm tired. I'm going inside. It's 4 in the morning. Not until you start making sense, he said, his voice dropping into a low, intimate register he used when he thought he was being persuasive, when he was trying to reason with her. He closed the last of the distance, so close she could feel the heat of his body, smell the stale coffee on his breath. His forehead was nearly touching hers. He was trying to invade her space, to force a physical intimacy that would make her capitulate. We're not finished. You don't get to just decide we're finished. It doesn't work like that. You don't get to unilaterally end things because you're in one of your moods. We need to talk this through. Like adults. She didn't back up. She held her ground, meeting his gaze from inches away. Her heart was pounding, but it was the steady, powerful beat of readiness, not panic. It was the same rhythm she'd felt in the basement when Barrett's weight was on top of her. We were finished the first time you raised your voice to me, she said, her voice low and even. The first time you called me a bitch for having an opinion you didn't like. The first time you left a bruise. You just didn't get the memo. Consider this the memo, Mark. Delivered in person. His eyes widened, then narrowed into slits. The flush deepened, spreading up his neck and into his cheeks. A vein stood out on his temple. You're trying me, Katie. You're pushing, and you don't want to see me when I'm pushed. He leaned in even closer, his voice a harsh whisper. You think you're tough because you carry a gun and play cop. You have no idea. No idea what I'm capable of when someone fucks with me. She saw the tells. They were textbook, clearer to her now than they had ever been. The color rising in his face, the dilation of his pupils swallowing the irises, the way his breathing shallowed, becoming rapid and shallow through his nose. And the physical precursor, the subtle shift of his weight onto his back foot, the slight, almost imperceptible hitch of his right shoulder as it drew back a fraction, the tightening of his fist. She'd seen it in the restaurant when she'd disagreed with him about a wine. She'd seen it in her apartment hallway when she'd said she was too tired to talk. It was the prelude to a strike. A warning her body had learned to heed long before her mind had accepted it. Her own body responded automatically. Her weight shifted subtly to the balls of her feet, her left foot sliding back half a step for stability, her right arm coming up slightly, hand open, ready to deflect. The old Katie Ford, the one buried under years of bureaucratic paperwork, self-doubt, and the desperate need to be seen as competent, as unbreakable, woke up. She felt it click into place in her spine, a straightening, a solidifying. She felt it settle in her gaze, a sharpening, a focusing that shut out the courtyard, the lights, everything but the man in front of her. The one who had trained for this in Quantico Sims, who had studied the biomechanics of violence in textbooks and case studies, who had just hours ago used that knowledge to survive a killer intent on her death. That Katie Ford looked at Mark and saw a problem with a predictable, solvable outcome. The fear was gone. In its place was a cold, operational clarity. She kept her voice low, calm, almost conversational, as if discussing the weather. You need to cool off, Mark. Right now. Walk away. Get in your car, drive home, and go to sleep. Before you do something you can't take back. Before you get hurt. This is your only warning. His face contorted, the mask of wounded anger shattering into pure, unadulterated rage. It was the look of a man whose entire sense of order, of ownership, was being challenged, and the only response he had was to smash the challenge, to reassert control through pain. You stupid C. The shoulder jerked back, the fist began its arc. A tight, powerful hook aimed at the side of her head, fueled by fury and the absolute certainty that she would cower, would finally break. She was faster. She was already moving. She didn't try to block. She dropped her weight slightly, bending her knees, letting the wild punch sail over her left shoulder, feeling the wind of its passage disturb her hair. The force of his swing, meeting no resistance, pulled him slightly off balance. In the same fluid motion, her own right fist, coiled with the residual anger of the night and 15 years of pent-up frustration, for every belittling comment, every controlling text, every moment of swallowed fear, for the bruise on her back, for the dread in her gut every time her phone buzzed, shot forward. It wasn't a wild swing. It was a short, piston-driven jab, her body torquing behind it from the hips, her sore knuckles aligning with brutal precision, her weight driving forward through the blow. It connected with a wet, crunching sound that was shockingly loud in the silent courtyard. The impact traveled up her arm, a bright, electric spike of pain in her already abused hand, but it was immensely, deeply satisfying. She felt the cartilage of his nose give way under her knuckles. Mark's head snapped back. A choked, guttural cry escaped him, more surprise than pain at first. His eyes bulged, wide with disbelief. He stumbled backward, legs tangling, arms windmilling for balance. His heel caught on the low, manicured edge of the azalea bush, and he crashed down into it, branches snapping under his weight with dry, brittle pops, leaves, and dark earth flying. He landed in a heap on the mulch, one hand flying to his face, the other scrabbling at the ground for purchase. Katie stood over him, breathing steadily through her nose, her knuckles throbbing in time with her heartbeat. She flexed her hand, assessing the damage. A sharp, hot pain. It would swell. It would be purple and ugly for days. It was worth it. Every ounce of pain was worth the clean, free feeling in her chest. Mark groaned, a wet, bubbling sound. He tried to sit up, pushing himself up on one elbow, but the tangle of branches and his own disorientation defeated him. He slumped back, his hand still clamped over his nose and mouth. Blood, black in the poor yellow light, seeped steadily between his fingers, dripping onto his charcoal sweater and the dark mulch. He looked up at her, his eyes swimming with tears of pain and shock. Katie didn't feel triumph. She felt a cold, clean emptiness, as if she'd just excised a tumor. I just spent the night subduing a serial killer, Mark, she said, her voice calm, devoid of heat. It was the flat, dispassionate tone she used to recite facts to a jury, to write an FD 302. A man who murdered 4 people and tried to make it 5. When I had him in a chokehold, watching the life fade out of his eyes, you know who I pictured? She let the question hang for a beat. I pictured you. I thought about how much easier it would be if people like you just stopped. If the world had one less person who thinks they can take what they want from someone else. He mumbled something unintelligible through his hands, a mix of pain and fury, his eyes glaring up at her above his bloody fingers. I'm going to be very clear, she continued, taking one deliberate step closer, not to threaten, but to ensure he heard every syllable, to see the understanding dawn in his pain-glazed eyes. If you contact me again, a text, a call, an email, a carrier pigeon, if you stand outside my building or my office, if you so much as look in my direction, I will file a formal, detailed complaint with the Bureau's Office of Professional Responsibility. I have every message you've sent for the past 3 months saved and backed up. I have a log of the calls, the times, the durations. I have witnesses to your behavior tonight. The taxi driver is still at the curb. Your career at the DOJ will be over. You will be unemployable in any federal agency, in any law firm that does government contracts. You will be a pariah. Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth? Don't you caw, he mumbled, the words slurred and nasal. You hit me, you assaulted me. I defended myself, she stated, her voice cutting through his. The security camera, she pointed a thumb toward a small, dark dome under the eaves of the building, will show you advancing on me, throwing a punch. It will show my response. It will show you lying in the bushes where you landed. Should have thought about the consequences sooner. Should have thought about the cameras. She watched him for another few seconds. He was breathing heavily through his mouth, blood dripping onto his chin. He wasn't getting up quickly. The punch had broken his nose, maybe cracked a cheekbone. But she didn't trust him. She wouldn't turn her back and give him the chance to follow her inside, to turn her sanctuary into another battleground. The apartment wasn't safe tonight. Nowhere he knew about was safe. She turned and walked briskly, not toward the lobby door, but back toward the still-open security gate and the street beyond. Her movements were decisive, her back straight, her head high. She didn't look back. She heard a wet cough and another groan from the azaleas, but nothing else. The taxi was still idling at the curb, its engine a soft purr, its exhaust making little white clouds in the cold air. The driver, an older man with a thick salt and pepper mustache and a weathered face, had been watching the scene unfold in his side mirror. As she approached, he rolled down the window. His expression was wary but not fearful. He had seen things before. "Forget something, miss?" he asked, his voice gravelly with the hour. "Change of plans," Katie said, pulling open the back door and sliding inside. The vinyl seat was cool against her legs. The smell of pine and old cigarettes was suddenly comforting, anonymous. She didn't look back at the courtyard, at the shape struggling in the azaleas. "There's a Hyatt on Wilson Boulevard." "Do you know it?" "Yeah, I know it." He put the car in drive, checked his mirror, and pulled smoothly away from the curb. He didn't ask any questions. He drove in silence for a block, then glanced at her in the rear view. His eyes were kind. "You all right?" Katie stared out the window as the familiar streets of her neighborhood slid by, the closed coffee shop, the 24-hour pharmacy with its bright lights, the dark windows of the dry cleaner. She didn't feel like a victor. She felt like someone who had finally cleaned out a festering wound. It hurt and it was messy, and it would need time to heal, but it was necessary. The throbbing in her hand was a reminder of her own agency, her own strength. "I will be," she said, and realized she meant it. She leaned her head against the cool glass and closed her eyes, letting the vibration of the car soothe the last tremors from her hands, feeling the weight of the long night finally, fully settle upon her. Tobias Campbell watched the taxi's tail lights disappear around the corner, two red eyes swallowed by the darkness. 4:30 a.m. was, in his considered opinion, the perfect hour for a house call. The world was at its softest, its most vulnerable. The late-night partiers had stumbled home, the early morning workers were still asleep, lost in dreams of productivity. The in-between time belonged to those who moved in the margins, like him. The time when doors were left unlocked, when alarms were disarmed, when people felt safest in their beds. Everyone was where they belonged, or where they were told to be. Predictable. He found a profound beauty in that predictability. It was the canvas upon which he could paint his most interesting surprises. He hadn't killed the mugger in the alley the other night. The thought had been there, a pleasant, flickering possibility as he'd felt the boy's collarbone bend and snap under his hands, but he dismissed it as undisciplined. Gratuitous. Violence was a tool, a precise instrument for communication and consequence, not a compulsion to be indulged. He'd applied just enough pain to be instructive, a dislocated shoulder, a lesson in the fragility of cartilage. Then, in a twist he found beautifully ironic, he'd pressed a $50 bill into the boy's good hand. Payment for the education. A transaction. Chaos, he believed, needed its ambassadors, its object lessons scattered throughout the herd to remind them of the thin veneer of civilization. The boy would remember him every time he tried to lift his arm. That was a lasting gift. Fear, however, was his true masterpiece. It was the medium he preferred above all others. Not the simple, shrieking terror of a victim in the moment of attack, but the deep, slow-dawning, existential dread of a mind that understands its own fragility, its place in a cruel, uncaring system. The fear that lingers, that poisons coffee and sunlight, and the sound of a floorboard creaking at night. That was the vintage he longed to taste, to cultivate. Agent Katie Ford's apartment had been waiting for him, a stage set for his next performance. He dreamed of this moment through countless nights in his glass cage, the fantasy refined and polished until it shone like a diamond. The shape of her fear when she finally understood what she'd invited by sitting across from him in that sterile courtroom, by looking into his eyes with that cool, analytical gaze that saw the monster but not the man. It was a reward he had earned. The lesson, long overdue, was about to begin. Not with a bang, but with a whisper. With the profound, intimate violation of her private space. He would walk through her home, touch her things, learn her secrets, and leave her with the unshakable knowledge that her sanctuary was a fiction. That he could reach her anywhere. The lesson was about permeability. About the illusion of safety. The security gate to the apartment complex was slightly ajar, just as his associate's text had said it might be. Maintenance issue. He stood across the street, a shadow among shadows in the doorway of a closed bakery, observing for a full 10 minutes. He counted the seconds in his head, a calm, steady rhythm. No one entered. No one left. The gap was an invitation, or simple human carelessness. He preferred to see it as fate aligning itself with his will, the universe providing him a key, acknowledging the rightness of his path. He believed in signs. This was a good one. He crossed the street, his movements fluid and silent, a panther's grace in a man's body. He was dressed in dark, nondescript clothing, black jeans, a charcoal gray hooded sweatshirt, soft-soled black shoes that made no sound on the pavement. His face, beneath the hood, was the face of a dozen men, forgettable. A delivery guy, a night shift worker, a ghost. As he approached the gate, his eyes, missing nothing, spotted a series of dark, irregular droplets on the pale concrete path leading inward. He paused, crouched, his knees popping softly. He touched a fingertip to one. Not oil. Blood. Fresh by the look and tacky feel of it. His gaze followed the sparse trail, a drop every foot or so to a scuffed patch of earth near some landscaped shrubs. The mulch was disturbed, a few broken branches splayed like broken bones. A recent conflict. A struggle. How delightful. The world was already painting its own backdrop for him, setting the scene. He straightened, a slow, thoughtful smile touching his lips. This was better than he'd planned. The blood was not his doing, but it was a welcome addition to the narrative. It spoke of urgency, of violence, of a night already unraveling. It made his own intrusion feel less like a violation, and more like an inevitable next act. He slipped through the gate, his senses heightened, drinking in the details. The courtyard was a pocket of stillness, the air cold and sharp. He followed the blood trail not out of necessity, but out of a curator's curiosity. It led him to the azaleas. A man was there, half curled in the dirt, one hand pressed to his ruined face, the other clutching his ribs. He was whimpering, a low, animal sound of pain. Tobias stood over him, a dark sentinel. The man's eyes, swollen and bloodshot, rolled up to meet his. There was no recognition, only a fresh wave of terror at this new, silent apparition. Tobias said nothing. He simply watched, his head tilted, analyzing the damage. A broken nose, certainly. Possibly a fractured orbital bone. The work was efficient, direct. Not his style, but he could appreciate the economy of it. He wondered, idly, if this was Katie's doing. The thought pleased him immensely. It meant she was not just a passive recipient of fear, she was capable of generating it. A worthy subject, then. His masterpiece would be all the richer for it. The man in the bushes tried to speak, a bubble of blood bursting on his lips. "Help me." Tobias considered the request. Help was such a broad term. He could end the man's suffering permanently. That would be a form of help. Or he could leave him as he was, a living testament to the consequences of what? Underestimating a federal agent. A trespassing. The specifics didn't matter. The man was a prop, and props were best left where the director placed them. He turned away, his interest spent. The blood trail ended here, Katie's story had moved on. He found her building, her apartment number easy to recall from the court documents. A third-floor walk-up. No elevator. He took the stairs, his steps silent, his breathing even. The building slept around him, a symphony of distant snores and humming appliances. Her door was just a door. A cheap, hollow-core thing with a single deadbolt. It took him less than 30 seconds with the tools in his pocket. The lock yielded with a soft, respectful click. He pushed the door open slowly, listening for the telltale beep of a security system. There was none. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him, enveloped by the scent of her life, lavender laundry detergent, faint coffee grounds, the unique, warm smell of a lived-in space. He didn't turn on the lights. The ambient glow from the streetlights outside was enough. He stood in the center of her living room, a conqueror in a silent kingdom. He took his time, letting the atmosphere settle into his bones. This was her sanctuary. Here she felt safe. Here she thought she was herself. He began his tour, a ghost in her home. He ran a finger along the spine of her books, mostly nonfiction, histories, forensic texts, a few well-worn novels. He examined the photographs on a small shelf. Katie with an older couple, presumably her parents, Katie laughing with a friend on a beach, a formal portrait in FBI Academy graduation blues. He touched the fabric of her sofa, sat in her favorite chair, testing the impression her body had left in the cushion. He opened her refrigerator, noted the brand of her yogurt, the half-finished bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. In the bathroom, he studied the array of products, sensible moisturizer, a single tube of mascara, aspirin. He opened the medicine cabinet. No prescriptions. Nothing revealing. It was in the bedroom that he found what he was looking for. The bed was neatly made, but one pillow still held the faint depression of her head. He sat on the edge of the mattress, the springs creaking softly under his weight. On the nightstand was a book, a glass of water, a digital alarm clock. and a small, framed picture of a younger Katie, maybe 10 years old, holding a trophy, beaming with uncomplicated pride. This was the heart of it. The private self unguarded. He didn't ransack. He didn't steal. He didn't defile. The violation was in the presence itself, in the absolute, uncontested proof that he had been here, in this most intimate space, and she had not known. He was a vapor, a thought, a nightmare made real. From his pocket he withdrew a single item, a small, smooth river stone, dark gray and shot through with a vein of white quartz. He had carried it from the yard of the institution, a piece of his own former cage. He placed it carefully, deliberately, in the center of her pillow. A paperweight for dreams. A token. A promise. He rose and made his way back through the apartment, erasing any trace of his passage but the stone and the subtle psychic shift in the air. At the door he paused, looking back one last time. The apartment was exactly as he found it, and yet utterly transformed. It was no longer a sanctuary. It was a museum of her vulnerability, and he was its sole patron. He locked the door behind him, the mechanism sliding home with a sound like a final period. The lesson was placed. Now the waiting. The anticipation of her discovery was almost as sweet as the act itself. He imagined her returning, weary from her night of violence and taxis and hotel rooms. He imagined her sinking onto her bed, her hand finding the cold, foreign stone. The dawning horror. The shattered illusion. He descended the stairs and exited the building, merging back into the pre-dawn shadows. The sky was beginning to lighten in the east, a thin band of gray smudging the black. The in-between time was ending. The world was waking up, oblivious. Tobias Campbell walked away, a man fulfilled. The canvas was prepared. The first, delicate stroke had been applied. The masterpiece of Katie Ford's fear had begun. This concludes the audiobook recording of Tormentor by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.